The appearance of a devil was why I needed to go there. That incident caused a major event that shook the kingdom's upper management. Even so, it was just recently that a devil appeared and was subjugated. Right now, the upper management was worried that publicizing the appearance of a new devil would cause utter chaos. Even after the search party was mobilized, they weren't able to find Schtrom in the end, despite the security office and the military affairs having gone full force. As a result, they judged that Schtrom had already left the kingdom, and the announcement was temporarily put off. Because this announcement was not made public, the problem was considered resolved for a short period of time. However, it was not determined how long they could withhold this information before it's publicly announced. There were many dangers associated with the unknown, and as for the House of Ritzburg, since Schtrom had confessed that he had used Kart as a guinea pig, they were not charged of any crimes, and were treated as victims instead. However, because it was the truth that his son did cause an uproar, the head of the Ritzburg house had decided to resign from his post as the vice minister of the finance bureau. Since the real reason could not be published, they announced that because of the death of his son, his wife was suffering from anxiety disorder, and they would be returning to their territory in order to recover. Although some people, who didn't know the real circumstances, condemned him for being irresponsible, the upper management who knew the real reason were sympathetic. Fortunately, the House of Ritzburg still had 2 remaining sons, and since they were yet of the age as an adult, they were spared from the sufferings. In the end, Schtrom was the cause of all the uproar, and the kingdom branded him as a wanted criminal. Hey, Gus. What is it? What do you think Schtrom's real purpose is? Because of the riot that happened in the security office, the academy was closed for today. In the end, we couldn't go to Bin's workshop yesterday. By the time the interview conducted by the military affairs had ended, the day had already fallen. And so before we separated yesterday, we decided that we would visit the next day. However, because of some circumstances, Tony was unable to make it today. In the end, it was the usual people who ended up heading towards the workshop. And, of course, Gus have naturally arrived at my house early in the morning. Does a prince really have that much free time? Who knows? However, what we do know is that he has been experimenting to artificially create devils. Although we're not exactly sure, we can consider it might have something to do with that. It's too difficult to narrow it down. You're right. Although we don't know what his real purpose is, there are too many factors to consider. Was he ordered by the Empire to increase the amount of devils, world domination, or did he wish the destruction of the human race? Well, since I don't know about it, it can't be helped. In that case, it's fine to leave it to the adults to figure out. After all, we have professional and talented investigators such as Orth. Yeah, Orth-san was really cool. Wasn't yesterday's event the result of Orth-san's investigation? Well, he's a particularly special existence. Every year, in terms of arrest rate and criminal investigation, he's always been #1. Then, we should leave such investigations to adults and behave like students of the academy like we are. However, as long as we're directly involved, it's normal for us to worry about the incident. It might even get to the point where we would start our own investigation. It was unlikely for the professional investigators to seek cooperation from a student of the academy even if he was the one who had subdued the devil. Although we are aware of the situation and were at the scene when it all began, they are not allowed to tell us the current progress of the investigation. Or rather, when I got home yesterday, Grandma got angry at me and said, "You got into trouble again. You really need to stop it." Even though it wasn't my fault. But if I were to get involved with the investigation, I cannot imagine how angry she'll be. Although I want to find out about Schtrom's whereabouts and his purpose, I won't do something so scary. Shin, isn't it about time we get going? It's already that time. Once we gathered at Cicely's house, we would head towards Bin's workshop. Since we got together in the morning, we're going to go to Olivia's house for lunch. Then, we'll be going now. I don't need any lunch. Please have a nice day, said by the people in Shin's house. After waving at the servants, I went through the gate with Gus and the others. When we arrived at the room prepared in Cicely's house, Thor started talking. Not matter how I look at it, the servants in Shindono's house are all very talented. Those people were gathered through public advertisement, and since the number of applicants were way too many, it seems that they had a selection battle, and those who fought through it successfully were the ones who were selected. I see. So it's a dream team of servants. Dream team, you say. What happened? Our voices could probably be heard from the other side of the door, and before we stepped outside, Cicely had already knocked on the door. No, I was just saying that the servants in Shindono's house are amazing. Ah, they certainly are. Before you know it, they will be right by your side and casually follow you. It seems those servants were selected through a servants' battle, a dream team of servants. So that's why they're called Dream Team. A lot of nobles have high praises for our servants. It would be best if I didn't regard it as normal recently. I've been getting used to it. That is a matter of course. The head maid in Shin's house, Marika, used to be a maid at the royal palace, and when I was younger, I was taken care of her. The butler, Steve, used to be part of Hague Chamber of Commerce, a man who used to be the right-hand man of Tom Hague. As for Alex, the gatekeeper, he is the best pupil of Dominic, the director of military affairs. Even though I knew of those guys, I was still really surprised when I saw that they had all gathered in one house. Eh? Is that how it is? Actually have those amazing people gather at our house. One can really see how popular Grandpa and Grandma are. And also, the head chef, Carol, used to be the master chef at a famous restaurant. Carol-san's cooking is really delicious. I wonder if you'll be alright after eating all of those foods. Today we'll be going to Olivia's house, which is also a famous restaurant. Make sure you don't say anything strange, okay? There's no way I'll say anything strange. Maria suddenly said impolite words to me. I'm really concerned at how everyone really looks at me. I heard you're going to Bin's workshop and Stone Kiln Pavilion today? It's a good place. It's Cecil-san and Irene-san. Probably because it's a holiday today, the clothes I'm wearing looks a little rough. However, Cecil-san looks as cool as always. And also, Irene-san, she doesn't look like she's given birth to Cicely and her two older sisters and older brother. Everything in Stone Kiln Pavilion is delicious, but since you're going during lunchtime, a sandwich is the best choice. Lightly toasted, and the fragrant of the cheese on top of the fatty tuna. The taste is unrivaled. Cicely, since you're going to Bin's workshop, can you take this order for me? There are a lot of things I want to ask. And as for lunch in Stone Kiln Pavilion, pasta is also good. It's the sandwich. It has to be pasta. A spark has ignited between the husband and wife. Do something, Cicely. Well then everyone, let's be off. Don't tell me, emergency escape. Oh okay. Cicely, is it okay if we leave them alone? It's all good. Since they'll reconcile before I know it, and they'll have this really sweet atmosphere. So that's how it's so. I'm so jealous. Although they already have 4 children, they're still lovey-dovey. Then, let's get going. And so, we left Cicely's house and headed towards Bin's workshop. While on the way, Gus started speaking. For now, even though Father has declared that you will not be used for either political or military affairs, Schtrom will still most likely aim for you. And so, when you said you wanted new equipment, I was relieved. However, I already said I won't have enough money for it. I made a proposal to Father regarding the funds. Hey, is that really okay? Although I'm most sorry about this, but this time, it's not just about the kingdom anymore. It might even involve the fate of mankind. As of now, the only person who can fight with Schtrom on equal grounds is you. Although there's a possibility that Merlin Dono can as well, that is just a possibility. In case of emergency, we might only be able to rely on you. The fate of mankind. Certainly, it might exactly be like that. I was also thinking of the possibility earlier. Although we don't know Schtrom's real purpose, he admitted that Kart was just an experiment. That also means he conducted an experiment that transformed humans into devils, and that experiment had been a success. Which means it's not strange if there's a sudden increase of devils. In fact, that might actually be his objective. The problem is what he'll do afterwards. Really, there's no end to the trouble he could cause. Indeed, the fate of mankind. How annoying. I guess the threat we feel is completely different from what you consider as a threat to Gazaru. Well, it is a fact that the mass production of artificial devils isn't much of a threat. Rather than worrying about myself, I'm more concerned with Schtrom targeting other people. Regarding that, we've already taken some precautions. Are you talking about the wanted poster? Right, and the reason for it is because of national treason. But it's not like it's a false accusation. Indeed, the mass production of devils is a threat to the entire world. It certainly isn't false accusation. In addition, we can easily recognize that guy's appearance. He has to wear eye patches in order to hide his red eyes. I see. With this, it is unlikely for Schtrom to be active while he's still in the kingdom. Although I said that, he's still a devil after all. We can't be careless. Well, he has been fought off just recently, so in the meantime, he might not take any actions. During that time, we should make various preparations. This is a good chance to level up the research society. Did you manage to think of something? Just a moment ago, I got some chills. Shinkan was making a kind of evil-looking face. I have a bad feeling about this Tagazaru. What the hell? The world is approaching a crisis. It's fine to have everyone level up just a little. However, this is a secret for now. I'm not really plotting anything strange. I guess that means you are plotting something. How did they know? And no way, I'm really not plotting anything. Your eyes were swimming to Gizaru. This can't happen. I would likely be questioned and forced to confess. I must hurry to the workshop. Hey, let's walk faster. Our paces have dropped while we were talking. Did I manage to fool them? Let's leave the questioning for later. It didn't work. After some exchange of words, we finally arrived in front of Bin's workshop. Maybe because it's been 2 days, it felt strangely far away. When we reached the famous Bin's workshop, we saw a big store. It was similar in size to a convenience store in the suburbs. It had 3 stories, and the weapons and armor were on the first floor. I wonder what's on the second and third floor? When I looked at the entrance of the shop, the door opened and Mark and Olivia came out of it. Welcome to Bin's workshop. We're honored to have you. Good morning everyone. The 2 people came out together. They're still together even though it's a holiday. Could this possibly be? Good morning Mark, Olivia. Why did the 2 of you? Good morning Olivia, Mark. Then, right away, good morning Olivia-san, Mark-san. Well then, it's imperative for us to continue our talk. I ask of you to please go easy on me. After Cicely and Maria intercepted what I was going to ask, they took Olivia away. Or rather, Cicely, whatever happened to the order you were asked to make? Those 3 girls. As rumored, they are boisterous. Yeah. But since they're over there, they won't be interrupting us. Now then, Wolford-kun, would you like to immediately go to the workshop? That's right. Since I came here for that very purpose. About that, there's something I'd like to talk about. Is the master of the workshop here? Yes, father. Is inside the workshop. Then, let's go there right away. And so, we headed toward the workshop at the back of the store. The workshop looked like a small factory. There were various craftsmen making things. Because the workshop had sound insulation installed, we couldn't hear anything when we were outside, but once we entered the workshop, we heard the sounds made by the craftsmen. And because of the furnace, the surrounding air was hot. Please wait for a moment. Dad. Mark yelled with a really loud voice towards the workshop to call his father. An uncle with a really craftsman-like atmosphere called out from inside the workshop. What is it, you foolish rascal? Or rather, I told you to always use honorifics in here. And I also told you that inside the workshop, we're not father and son, but master and apprentice. This is not the time for that right now, Dad. Look. What is it? He asked, and then looked over at where we were. Scary. I'm sorry to visit when you're so busy. I am Augusto von Earlshide, and I belong to the same research society as Mark Bin in the Advanced Magic Academy. Prince Augusto. His voice echoed throughout the workshop, and all the craftsmen directed their wide-opened eyes towards us. Everyone stopped with their work, walked towards us, and knelt down. Sorry to bother you with your work. Please continue with what you were doing. However, I need to talk to the master of the workshop. Talk to me. Do you need something from me? How impressive. In an instant his face turned pale, returned to normal, and knelt. And now, Mark's tough-looking father looks humble. I saw the rarely seen prince-like attitude. Actually, I came here to ask you to help me create a weapon for Shin here. For this boy? No, a weapon for this young master, you say? Sorry for the late introduction. This is Shin Wolford, the grandson of the Magi, Merlin Wolford. Nice to meet you. I'm Shin Wolford, Mama Magi-sama's grandson. You mean you're the rumored person who defeated the devil that suddenly appeared? It is indeed him. Actually, we wanted your help to create a weapon for me, and we'll provide the funds. Are you willing to do it? Of course I agree. There's no greater honor than to create a weapon for the newly appointed Hiro-sama. The father is utterly at loss for words, and he looks really excited. Well then, what kind of weapon would you like to have? about that. Since Gus went through all the trouble in order to provide the funds, and now that the father is willing to help with the creation, for now, let's request for what I really want. And so, we introduced the idea of the modified vibration sword to the father. The father made some adjustments as he listened to my idea, and found it interesting. In truth, I also wanted to modify my rifle, but I was scared of the idea of the rifle being widespread in this world. I wonder if I could have him make the parts, but then again, I have no precise knowledge of guns from the previous world, so I don't really know how it's built. By the time I finished talking to the father, a rough sketch was complete. As expected of a great craftsman, talking to him is quick. After a prototype was made, it would feel like we're getting closer to the complete product. In particular, we needed to put a spring on the sword guard. When the sword guard moves in conjunction with the fastener, the blade can be replaced. Naturally, in order for it not to move during combat, there was also a stopper. I wonder if it would be difficult to use it with just one hand. It's similar to operating the slide of an automatic gun in the previous world. It could be activated with just a touch of a button. For that reason, a spring is needed to be attached on the slide. The blade of the sword is made with a mold. With this, it is enough to make it as a magic tool. Gus looked like he's been wanting to say something for a while now. He probably wants to make it the official military weapon. However, he probably doesn't dare to do it because of the threat of Grandpa saying he'll take me out of his country. I wonder if that's the case. It looks like the cost has been withheld. By the time the discussion with Mark's father had ended, it was already time for lunch. I wonder if it's about time we head for Olivia's house. Well then, Uncle, I'm counting on you. Okay, leave it to me. For now, how about you stop by 3 days later? The handle will pretty much be done, and we can proceed to making a prototype. I understand. 3 days it is. Thank you very much in advance. After saying farewell to Uncle, we leave the workshop. By the way, I also took care of ordering for the items requested by Cicely's house. Then, we entered Stone Kiln Pavilion, which is immediately right next door. The Stone Kiln Pavilion, which is a popular restaurant, is also large. However, I don't feel any awkwardness in visiting such high luxury shops. The inside of the shop was bustling. Upon entering the store, a waitress Anisan appeared. Huh? Isn't this Mark-kun? If you're looking for young lady Olivia, she's inside her room with her friends. I already know, Mom. After finishing our business with our store, I also came here with some friends. Came here, with Mark-kun's friends? The body motion of the Anisan gradually became stiffer and stiffer. I wonder if it's that. Why, Your Highness? The voice of the Anisan resounded throughout the entire store. Ah, the same scene from the workshop earlier happened again. It's fine everyone. Please make yourselves comfortable. Today, I just came to a friend's store with some companions. Please don't stand in reverence. Although he said that, the person himself was someone they rarely saw, a royal. Nobody readily raised their heads. While I was wondering what to do, the female team came from the back of the store. Whoa! What's with this spectacle? Oh, isn't it because the prince has arrived? Prince Augusto. We have prepared a private room. Please follow me there. Sorry for the trouble. No, it's no trouble at all. After entering the private room, I was finally able to calm down. Indeed, when I'm with Gus, these kinds of things happen often. I can pretty much understand what you're thinking, but, after next week, you'll also be experiencing this. Shin. What do you mean next week? The ceremony. The day after tomorrow is the beginning of the new week, so don't separate from me. Although the general public still views you as a normal citizen, you'll get surrounded afterwards, understand? Is that so? That's what happens to people who subdue devils. Although it's been many years, Merlin Dono and Melinda Dono are still worshipped, and if you consider the treatment they receive, you understand it, right? It is as you say. A new devil had appeared, and the person who subdued it was the grandson of the Magi, Shin. Young, adorned with good looks, and grandson of the hero. You'll be a national hero in no time. Damn it. He's definitely amused by all this. But, although I understand the part about being the grandson of the hero, but the part about being good-looking, maybe because it's my own face, or maybe because I have never gotten involved with girls of the same age, but I don't know if I'm an average-looking guy or a good-looking guy. Nevertheless, I shouldn't be unattractive. Although people usually understand these kinds of things from the attitude of girls during their childhood, I don't have that experience. And when we get to a certain age, Girls no longer speak their honest impressions. What about me? I thought I heard something. So you're not aware of it? Ugh. Rivals. It's a little unpleasant. Before that, what do you mean by rival? I didn't say anything. Still, about that ceremony. How depressing. By the way, I had meat for lunch. It was super delicious. The kingdom ended up shouldering the costs of the weapon creation. Vibration sword is a magic tool, and as of now, the only person who is able to create it is me, so it seems like Gus has given up. However, because the idea of being able to replace the blade is possible and satisfactory, Gus wants to adapt it. Since during demon subjugation, blades will often be broken, and being able to replace it immediately is an attracting idea. With enough practice, the blade can easily withstand harsh conditions. However, since Grandma would most likely kill me if it was adapted without her permission, I decided to consult her first. I wonder if I should ask Harold-san, Mark's father, these various things. Although it would require some development funds, it would also decrease the funds needed for new weapons, and I do not want any regrets when the time has come for us to confront Shkstrom. As to what extent should it be developed, should I ask Uncle Dis about it? At first I wanted Gus to pass a message to Uncle Dis, but since he often comes by the house, there wasn't really a need to. After concluding our business in the workshop, we went to Olivia's shop to eat lunch. When I asked the three girls what they were doing, all they said was, "We were chatting while inside Olivia-san's room," and didn't provide any details. I wonder if that's what it is, a girls-only gathering. If that's the case, then it's normal for them not to provide any details. And when I told Cicely that I'd taken care of her father's order, she apologized profusely for forgetting about it. I guess she was really interested about it, Mark and Olivia's relationship. By the way, Cicely ordered what Cecil-san recommended, the sandwich, while Maria ordered what Irene-san recommended, the pasta. However, since I'm in the period of rapid growth, a sandwich and pasta was not enough for me. I ate a whole lot of meat. After finishing our meals and errands, everyone decided to walk around the city. By the way, Mark, what is being sold in the second and third floors of your shop? On the second floor, we sell general living supplies, and as for the third floor, it's accessories. Sir, the accessories on the third floor are both common and magic tools. Accessories. I see. If one has magic tool accessories that increases one's defense, they can protect themselves better. Tell the truth, the uniform provided does not protect anything else other than the body parts it covers. After wearing it in combat, I found out its disadvantages. My face almost got burned, and the effects are gone after changing clothes. But when it comes to accessories, even if I change clothes, it will still be fine. In addition, magic barrier can be enhanced on the accessories to provide better protection. I'll also ask about the creation of accessories. Is there something wrong, Shinkan? There's nothing wrong. By the way, Cicely, is there any kind of accessory you like? Accessories? But when you ask that kind of thing, all of a sudden, for the time being, a necklace is nice to have. Bracelets are also good. And, I also like earrings. Why you want to have all of those? That's not it. It's nothing like that. I was just thinking what is good. Actually, I was just thinking that it might perhaps be better to have magic tool accessories for protection. If I were to give everyone accessories, I was wondering what would be good. Is that so? Cicely suddenly looked quite crestfallen. Shin. You can't just say something like that. You raise someone's hope and then destroy it. Are you a demon? Cicely looks pitiful. I guess she misunderstood my question. She thought I was asking because I was going to get her an accessory. Cicely? What is it? She still looks downhearted. You know what? Would you go with me to Mark's shop once more? It's okay with me. Everyone, please just wait here. The tour around town has been suspended. I mean, it's not like that. And so, we enter Bin's workshop, and headed for the upper floors. Shinkan, is this place the place you were talking about before? The accessory department. I'm very sorry. I didn't have such intention. It's fine, it's fine. You looked so happy talking about it earlier, and then I made you depressed. And what? I was thinking I wanted to buy Cicely an accessory. Gasp. That's right. Although I said it was to apologize for earlier, in truth, my real intention is to give Cicely an accessory as a present. Since I'll be the one enhancing it, it's fine if it's just a normal accessory. Which one do you think is good? Excuse me, which one of these items can be enhanced with the most number of characters? Welcome to the shop. Over here, please. The accessories in this area can be enhanced with 8 to 12 characters. Cicely, which one of these do you like? Oh, one of items here? As I thought, they sell accessories you can enhance. If that's the case, the more characters, the better. They seem to cost about 2 to 5 silver coins. However, if there are more characters, it might cost several gold coins. As expected, the more characters I can enhance it with, the more zeros are added to the cost. It's my mistake after all. About this ring. It's fine. I had originally brought money to pay the workshop for the sword, but because of Gus' proposal, I was able to save it. And also, I think Cicely already knows about that guy. I want to strengthen our defenses, even more than ever. I understand. Well then, I was finally able to convince her. However, what I said earlier was true. Also, Kurt was able to escape because of Strom's help, so it's not weird for me escort Cicely and protect her. If Cicely is targeted, I won't be able to keep my peace of mind. Cicely was trying to choose a ring with a serious face. After looking for a while, she turned towards me. Oh, has she decided? Shin-kun, can Shin-kun be the one to choose it after all? Isn't it fine for you to choose whichever you like? I can't decide by myself. I wonder if it's because she's thinking about too many things? Okay. For now, let's not look at the price or the number of characters that can be granted. Let's choose something that looks good on Cicely. And so, how about this one? What I ended up choosing was a silver ring mounting a blue stone. I thought it matched Cicely's navy blue hair. The number of characters it could be enhanced with was 8, and the price was 3 silver coins. How about it? I think it matches Cicely. Whoa. Cicely looked at the ring with bright, shining eyes. Then, I'll take this one. Thank you very much. As you wish. Would you like to wear this right away? Yes please. Thank you very much. I'm relieved. Cicely has become cheerful. After receiving the ring from the store clerk, Cicely placed the ring on the middle finger of her right hand. Shin-kun. Thank you very much for this. Cicely thanked me with a big smile. As I thought, she's really cute. Cicely is definitely dangerous to the eye, so it's better if no one else sees her like this. And so, I once again vowed to myself, T/N, too much eye candy. I'm glad that you're happy with this. I'll grant defensive magic to it later that will be able to protect Cicely. Shin-kun will be protecting me, huh? It's a little bit different though. Well, whatever. After buying the ring, we left the store and rejoined everyone. While Cicely was looking at the ring with a really cheerful expression, the two girls surrounded her joyfully. As I thought, I couldn't get into that group. Nevertheless, you bought a ring so readily. As expected of you, Shin. Gus is grinning broadly again. I'll have you know that I'll be passing you guys accessories enhanced with defensive magic as well. How should I say this, after looking at that scene? It feels strange when you suddenly say that. Well, because a ring might not be suitable for guys, so either a bracelet or a necklace is fine as well. Please do that. After that, without any particular purpose, we walked around the streets. We went window shopping and bought some food. As I thought, even though we don't have any objectives, it's fun to walk around with friends of the same age. After spending a peaceful and fun day together, Mark and Olivia first separated from us, and then we went to Cicely's house. The moment we arrived at Cicely's house, I immediately took care of granting the protection magic. Since I can only enhance it with 8 characters, I guess I'll go with magic barrier and physical barrier. I briefly imagined a hard wall, a simplified version of absolute magic defense. Although it cannot disable everything, it has no problem blocking it. After my battle with Strom, I felt that absolute magic defense was a little too excessive. Even though I was not able to completely protect myself, the magic barrier was enough to block his attacks. If that's the case, magic barrier should be sufficient enough. When the area of the barrier expanded, one could protect their entire body. It could also protect the people around you, and in terms of versatility, this one was better. As for the physical barrier, it also used a similar image. However, there was a difference between the image between the physical and magic barriers. After I finished enhancing the ring with magic, I passed it on to Cicely. She stuck out her right hand, and placed it on the middle finger where she had worn it earlier. After receiving the ring, Cicely started staring at the ring happily once more. Whoa, this is amazing. Cicely was quite surprised that the barrier not only covered her body, it also expanded. Hey, that is really amazing. As expected of Melinda-sama's grandson. Oh my, about that ring. Cicely looks really happy wearing it. Cecil-san and Irene-san were also looking at the expanded barrier. If you'd like Cecil-san and Irene-san, I could also enhance one for each of you. Eh? Is that really okay? Oh my, I'm happy you offered. I wonder if this enhancing magic is okay, since other magicians are also able to use it, although the level is different. It seemed like Gus murmured something, and so, after the people in the Claude house thanked me, I said farewells to them and returned home using gate. The moment I got home, Grandma immediately asked what we did at the workshop, and I told her everything that had happened today. The moment Grandma heard that I enhanced some accessories, Shin finally learned how to conduct himself with some prudence, and she began to cry. It's nothing to cry about. I wonder if that can really be considered as being prudent. The way the principles are weighed in this family is a little different. It's some awesome family Digazaru. Putting that aside, I suddenly realized a crucial fact. Grandpa's presence is too thin. The next day, we were busy with the preparation of the upcoming ceremony that would be happening the day after. Today, Gus's team, Cicely, and Maria came over to my house. They wanted to see me wearing the clothes I'd be wearing for the bestowal ceremony. Hey, since you're tall, have a well-trained and firm build, and have a good-looking face, you look good in anything. Shin-kun looks very cool. Like this, I'm quite envious, because I have a very delicate build. Your Highness. As for that, what you said sounds nothing more than sarcasm to me. Digazaru. Shin also looks more adult-like wearing formal clothes. The small little baby back then is finally all grown up. While I was being a dress-up doll for the maids, my friends and family were sitting on the sofa and chatting happily. Even though I'm feeling really exhausted over here. Marika-san. Isn't this one good already? What are you talking about, Shin-sama? As someone part of the House of Wolford, and is going to be hailed as the new hero, it is unacceptable for you to not look your best. When Marika-san said these words, the other maids nodded their heads intensely in agreement. No, I think it would be more embarrassing to be wearing formal clothes. In the end, after changing clothes to this and that, I ended up wearing a pale blue shirt and bottom, and a scarf wrapped around my neck as a finishing touch. As for the coat, it was decorated stunningly with silver thread embroidery. The size was swiftly adjusted to fit according to my body measurements. Even when it comes to something like this, the maids are still high-spec. Afterwards, I listened to what Maria and Gus's team wanted as accessories. Maria said a necklace would be nice. Gus also said a necklace would be nice. However, Maria wanted a necklace with a thin chain and a cute pendant. As for Gus, he wanted a thicker chain and a silver axe pendant, or so it seemed. As for Julius, he wanted a leather bracelet accessory with a silver charm. He said a necklace might get in the way during combat, while a ring might make it harder to wield a sword. Isn't he a student of the Advanced Magic Academy? The most surprising request was from Thor. He wanted a silver ring. In addition to wearing a ring, with Thor's small figure. I wonder if there's a gap in appearance? Actually, because I'm quite fond of silver accessories, I have a couple of them. Since a long time ago, you've always liked things exactly opposite of your appearance. If I'm not mistaken, you really wanted to be a knight when you were younger. Even now, I still admire them. However, I've given up because it's impossible for my physique. And so when it comes to accessories, you really like silver ones. Isn't it fine that way? Doesn't it look cool? Indeed, it does look kind of cool. I was also thinking of getting a silver ring, but it was kind of surprising for Thor to also want one. Why is that? Because he looked like he was sulking. I didn't tell him that it differed too much from his image. Well, since the person himself said it was fine, let's just drop the matter. Since everyone had already decided the accessories they wanted, we immediately set off to Bin's workshop using gate. At the back of the Bin's workshop, hidden from public eye, I opened the gate. When we called out to Harold-san, who mainly stayed inside the workshop, he reported that the funding from the kingdom had arrived. As for regarding the re-enhancement of the replacement sword, I had received an okay from Grandma. Also, they wanted to purchase the new idea, and the payment would be paid in a lump sum. It was decided that the price would be 10% of what the kingdom paid to the Bin's workshop. This idea came about while Mark, Tony, and I, the three of us, were having a conversation. However, because Mark was part of the workshop, he declined the payment. And so, it was decided that the payment would be split 50-50 between Tony and myself. The decision of purchasing it came about yesterday, and we immediately told Tony about it. The kingdom ordered 5% of the total amount of weapons they had to be replaced. And it was assumed that the weapons would be delivered over time. When Tony heard about the huge amount of money, his face turned blue and he fainted, or so it seemed. Well, yeah, if that amount of money was received just by having a casual conversation, it's normal to freak out. I freaked out as well because of the large transaction he had made. When we told Uncle that we came by today to purchase some accessories, he gave them to us free of charge. He also offered to refund the amount I paid yesterday, but I declined. It was because it was only appropriate to use my own money to buy a present. However, I'd accept my own for free, because as of now, I have yet to receive the money. Everyone bought the accessories they wanted, and after enchanting them with defense magic, we disbanded for today. It was finally time for the bestowal ceremony. That afternoon, after class was over, it was decided that we would not be holding any research society meeting for today, and so I went home. When I got home, there was a carriage from the palace waiting for me. It was similar to the carriage I rode in during the entrance ceremony. As usual, although the ride was good, riding it still felt uncomfortable. Grandpa and Grandma were also going with me. Incidentally, the both of them were also invited to the bestowal ceremony, so we decided to go together. Until now, I had never been to the royal palace, even though the people who lived in the palace often came to my house. The royal palace was a steeple with a spire on top, something generally seen in dreamlike countries. It had that kind of feeling. Naturally, the scale of it was larger than those. The person in charge guided us to a waiting room, and asked us to wait there. Since the person we were waiting for was Uncle Dis, I didn't feel nervous. However, after thinking of the troublesome things that would follow, I started to feel depressed. Finally, the person in charge came back and called for us, and so, we were guided to the throne room. Then, the brave hero who rescued the kingdom. The new hero, Shin Wolford-sama, has arrived. Because of the way I was called, I was tempted to turn around. However, before I knew it, I had knights on both my left and right, and I was unable to run away. I honestly wouldn't try to run away though. Both knights placed their hands on the door, and solemnly opened it. And a resounding applause occurred. Because I had never thought I would be welcomed in this manner, I froze for a moment, and then I somehow began to walk. As I was taught, I halted right before the throne, and knelt. The King of Earlshide Kingdom, His Majesty, Disium von Earlshide is entering. Uncle Dis had appeared. I understood this when the people in the surroundings started to kneel. Everybody, please be at ease. Although the people around started to stand up, but I remained kneeling just as I was taught. Shin Wolford, on this occasion, your achievement is indeed impressive. I am honored to receive your praise. In respect of your achievement, I hereby confer to you the Medal of the First Order. I respectfully accept it. I stood up, and await for Uncle Dis to give me the conferred medal. Eventually rising from the throne, he handed me the conferred medal. It was indeed superb. I am gladdened by your praise. Even though the opponent was Uncle Dis, it was still very difficult. I wonder if it'll end soon? While I was thinking so, Uncle Dis began to talk. Everyone present, hear ye. Shin Wolford is the grandson of our bosom friend, Magi Merlin Wolford. We have taken care of him since he was young, and he is someone we consider as a nephew. Because he is ignorant of the ways of the world, we have invited him to our kingdom, but it is not for the benefits of our kingdom. This was the promise we made to Magi Dono when we invited him to attend our kingdom's Advanced Magic Academy. We promise not to use him for political means or for military purposes. If this promise is broken, the family of heroes will leave this kingdom. This is something everyone must never ever forget. He really did announce it. Uncle Dis was absolutely serious. The surroundings started getting noisy, and they seemed to have approved it. With this, was it finally over? Then, with this, we announce it to be the end of the medal ceremony. It's finally over. After this, there will be a party in the large hall of the royal palace. Everyone is welcome to participate. It still has yet to end. The post-ceremony party was troublesome. Because of Uncle Dis' declaration, the solicitation from the nobilities was rather excessive. They tried to get me to make me take their daughters or younger sisters as my wife. However, no sale was concluded during their sales promotion. That said, because the subjugation of a devil is a serious event in this country. Many people came to greet and praise me, because Grandpa and Grandma were also there on one side. The crowd turned out to be quite large, as for Cicely accompanied by everyone from the house of Claude, and Maria accompanied by everyone from the house of Machina refrained from getting close and watched from afar, since they were already on friendly terms with me, or so it seemed. Because of the commotion, I was unable to confirm it myself, so I'll ask them about it later. Gus' team also did not approach me. When I was surrounded by girls who wanted to hear my story, Gus grinned from ear to ear while looking at me. That much, I saw. As Gus had stated previously, being surrounded with many unfamiliar women wouldn't make me happy. Rather, it was cumbersome. I mean, their eyes appeared as though they were looking at their prey. It was so scary. Although they did not blatantly approach, every single time I said something, they went Kaya, Kaya. To be honest, it made me feel really tired. Please hurry and end already. I passed the time wishing for it to finally be over. By the time I got home, after the party had finally ended, I was dead tired. Even after considering Michelle-san's training sessions, I'd never felt this tired before. As I thought, it was the right decision to stand with you. If you were left alone, wouldn't it feel like one of those surrounding you might just take you home? I don't think there's a chance of that happening. I wonder about that. Isn't Shin still inexperienced when it comes to running away from noble women above the marriageable age? Even Merlin, a long time ago, Can you not bring up that story? Even Grandpa did what? Grandpa diverted the topic even though I was very interested in what had happened. Shin, aren't you tired today? You still have to attend the academy tomorrow, so it's better if you rest early. I thought it wouldn't be a good idea to ignore Grandpa's words, and besides, it's definitely true that I'm tired because of what happened today. After taking a bath, I'll go straight to sleep. That would be a good idea. Grandma, about that story, please tell me some other time. That's not good at all. The fact that Grandpa is panicking over this makes me even more interested. Please allow me to listen to it next time. The next day, I went to pick up Cicely and Maria as usual, and we returned to my house. But I opened the door. Oh, Shin-sama has come out. Kawa, Shin-sama tilde. So that's the new Hiro-sama. I see, he has nice overall features. Shin-sama tilde. Please look over here tilde. And so, I gently closed the door. What the heck is this? When Shin received the honors yesterday, the associated deeds were publicized. Up until now, there hasn't been an official announcement, and so all the details remained mere rumors at best. But since His Majesty announced it himself, they have stormed into the house. Everyone knows where Meiji-sama's house is. Isn't it because they wanted to catch a glance? But because of this, we cannot go to the academy. Grandma, what is it? Is it okay if I use gate to go to the classroom? It can't be helped. But only until the commotion settles down. Yes, Shin. Why did you not ask me for permission? Because it's scarier when Grandma gets angry. Alright, I can go to the academy comfortably starting today. It's just for today, you know. Maria. Hey, it's time to go. Gate connected to the classroom, and I walked through the gate. Whoa. That surprised me. What's wrong, Shin? Why'd you to come here using gate? What's with that magic? I can't believe it. What is that thing? Wolford-kun. Inside the classroom, Yuri, Gus' team, Tony, and Rin were already there. Nothing really, but because there's an amazing amount of people in front of the house, I couldn't get out. And so you used gate to get here. Gate? What is that, Wolford-kun? Please tell me more about it. As usual, Rin is good at asking about magic straightforwardly. This thing called gate is created by magic. Gate allows one to connect one location to another. And then, you can pass through the gate. After I passed through, I erased the gate in the house and then created one in the classroom. This way, I can come out from the other side of the gate. The three people who saw it for the first time, Rin, Yuri, and Tony, stared with their eyes wide open. Amazing. Wolford-kun can actually use transference magic. It's not transference to be precise, but it is nevertheless a movement magic. What do you mean? Transference magic probably teleports an object from one place to another, right? In order to do that, you have to decompose parts of the body, and then reconstruct them. Because I'm afraid of the idea of not being able to reconstruct my body properly, I've never tried it. Is this thing different from that? This magic only shortens the distance between one place to another. Although there's an entrance and exit, it doesn't mean decomposing and reconstruction occurred. It's no good. I cannot understand it, Rin muttered regretfully. Well, I guess it's only natural, because if she was able to understand this, then transference magic. This will bring her closer to achieving transference magic. Well, that can't really be helped, because even Grandpa isn't able to understand it. Even Meiji-sama. But perhaps there will come a day when you'll be able to use it. Since you joined the research society with much effort. Yeah, I'll work hard. As I thought, I should level up the people in the research society. Rin is also showing a lot of motivation. Shin, I almost forgot to cross-examine you in order to find out what you're planning. That's why I said, I'm not planning anything weird. I was thinking about raising everyone's levels for their own safety. That's not weird, is it? It would be good if everyone could participate in a training camp. I'm very anxious. What exactly are you plotting? That's why I said, I'm not plotting anything weird. Good morning, Tilda. Huh? What's up with everyone? Finally, Alice arrived at the classroom, and looked at everyone curiously. Military Affairs and the Security Office had been carrying out a large-scale search in order to find Schtrom. They set up checkpoints in towns and cities throughout the kingdom, but if possible, they wanted to search across the borders as well. During the search, a confidential report regarding the Empire had reached Dominic, the Chief Director of Military Affairs. The Empire is making a move. In the report, it was written that the Empire had been scrounging up food from towns and villages. Since they are collecting food, that means there is also information that there's movement in the military. Because of this, there's a possibility that preparation for war, rather than gathering them little by little, they seized everything. Because there's also movement from the military, it can only be assumed that they are preparing for war. However, why now of all times? There's really no particular reason to invade aggressively. That is something I don't understand myself. Perhaps the Empire established a good opportunity to invade. But until now, that reason is still unknown. Good grief, problems are really occurring one after another. It is as you say. There was still the remaining problem with Schtrom, who had the ability to increase the number of devils. And now there were signs of the Empire getting ready for war. With these things happening one after another, anyone would want to complain. There's a possibility that the Empire considers the uproar that happened in the kingdom as an opportunity to attack. That can't be the reason. Although incidents did indeed happen in succession, the kingdom is not quite so disorderly. Each incident was solved sufficiently. Although Schtrom's whereabouts was still unknown, there was no damage caused during that incident. In order to locate him, a search party had been gathered, but it wasn't chaotic. However, there were reliable sources stating the Empire was making a move. Even though the reason was still unknown, there was no point in worrying about it endlessly, and he reported it to the king. What? Is this accurate? There is no doubt that the Empire is making a move. However, since we have yet to receive a declaration of war, we have no conclusive evidence, but nevertheless, after reading the report, for you to come to this conclusion. Dominic. Yes, sir. Although there's still a problem with the threat Schtrom possessed. With his ability to increase the number of devils, our kingdom must also prepare for war. Push forward with the preparation, by your will. Thus, the kingdom's military affairs started their preparation for war. And, in a town somewhere in the Empire, in a room inside one of the town's buildings. Hey, so the kingdom had also started their preparation for war. Yes. Since the Empire made their movements publicly, they seem to have noticed it immediately. It looks like it went well with Zest-kun. Now then, what do you think will happen? Milia-san. Even I can't possibly begin to understand, Schtrom-sama. The reason why the kingdom has been having a hard time finding Schtrom is because of this woman, Milia. Everyone, please dance properly. Okay? Foo-fa-foo, ha-ha-ha. While Schtrom burst into laughter, Milia just stared. Meanwhile, somewhere in Blues Empire, a conversation was happening amidst the war preparations. Zest, where in the kingdom were you able to purchase this information from? I have some collaborators in the kingdom, and they told me that because of the increase in demons around the kingdom, the place is currently in chaos. And when I went to inspect it myself, you noticed that the number of demons appearing in the kingdom has increased, while the number of demons in the Empire has decreased. That's exactly how it is. To have the number of demons decrease, Is it finally the right time to take over the kingdom? I am praying that is what ends up happening. HMPH, I don't need to be told by a commoner like you. That's right. Well, be relieved. The information you provided is significant to the nobles of the empire. You should feel honored. Yes. The nobleman walked away laughing, while Zest just glared at the man. After the classes had ended for today, I apologized for not having conducted it yesterday because of the bestowal ceremony, and we resumed our activities today. Now that I think about it, the atmosphere this morning was a little strange. Did something happen? Alice, who wasn't there this morning, asked. It seems like Shin is plotting something, and I was trying to cross-examine him to determine what it is. Is it something really bad? That's why I said I'm not plotting anything strange. Then what are you plotting? Everyone's eyes focused on me. It's like this. Haven't unusual incidents occurred one after another? Because of this, I came up with a solution to teach you guys basic survival. Nevertheless, this means there's a possibility that unusual occurrences will keep happening. In order to prepare for it, I thought I should get all the members in this research society to level up. Since I didn't want to have any strange misunderstanding, I immediately explained my thoughts to them. I see, so it was about everyone leveling up. That's right. It wasn't like it was a strange idea. It is as you said, there's something strange about it. But Shin, what are you planning in order to get everyone to level up? Practicing to the point where everyone is able to use healing, defense, and attack magic to a certain degree, something like that? And also, having everyone wear accessories with enhancements for defense. For now, I told everyone the rough plan. I understand. For now, I'm certain you're not planning anything strange. Didn't I tell you? After Gus has been convinced, Rin suddenly asked a question. Wolford-kun, will you also teach the gate you used earlier? Rin is really determined to learn how to use gate. That magic is really splendid. Being able to use that will increase the probability of survival since it'll be easier to move around. What is this gate thing? Because Alice wasn't there to see gate, I opened gate in the corner of the Research Society laboratory. Whoa, that's amazing. With this, I won't be late anymore. I will not teach you this magic if you're going to use it for impunitives. Shin, earlier you talked about strengthening everyone's abilities. How will you go about doing it? I wonder, what will be the most efficient method? When I asked, everyone stated how they had to increase their strength. Rin, Alice, and Gus wanted to learn gate. Cicely and Thor wanted to improve how they attacked. Yuri, Maria, and Olivia wanted to improve their healing and defense. Tony, Julius, and Mark wanted to improve body-strengthening magic. Tony, as I thought, was surprising. Although he didn't want to enter Knight Military Training Academy, he didn't dislike using body-strengthening magic. Gus seemed to want to reduce the risk while on the move, even if it's just a little. Alice's motives were definitely impure. Well then, in order to decrease the possible danger everyone might face, let us all work together to level up. Said by everyone. It's a good thing since Schtrom might attack at any time. I heard from the Research Society on what everyone wanted to improve in. I asked Cicely and Thor to practice increasing magic power and their control. For now, since we couldn't go to the practice field for attack magic practice. When I asked them to do such practice, everyone was surprised and started asking questions. Why? They asked. It's because in order to cast powerful magic, it is necessary to have large amount of magic power and be able to control it. Although I thought this was a matter of course, everyone thought differently. They thought that in order to cast powerful magic, besides the chant that needs to be devised, one also need a clear imagination. So they actually had that kind of mindset. First of all, it's better if I immediately dispel their misconceptions. For the time being, in order to grasp the control everyone had on their magic power, I asked them to cast magic barrier, but the barrier is too thin. This is no good. If it's like this, you wouldn't be able to stop most magic, would you? However, magic barrier is something that doesn't really provide that much defense. Does it? Are you seriously asking this? What do you mean? Just the other day, didn't you see Schtrom use this very same magic to block my attack? If I'm not mistaken, the attack you used was the same as the one you showed us during the first magic class. I never thought he would be able to block it. You know that very same attack was blocked by a magic barrier, right? What did you say? No way. I thought it was blocked by some other advanced defensive magic. Now you know it's actually capable of halting really strong magics. Back then, I understood that it would be blocked. That's why, after I shot it, I immediately backed away from Schtrom. On the other hand, I wasn't there to see it. Alice, one of those who weren't present back then, raised her voice. Because it couldn't be helped, I gave up using this explanation. With enough control and magic power, even without learning special defensive magic barrier is enough to protect from any attack. Cicely, can you cast defense magic using the magic tool I enhanced? Yes, I understand. After responding, Cicely directed her magic power on the magic tool ring. Whoa. What an amazing magic barrier. Although I didn't know barrier could be that amazing. Certainly, with enough control and magic power, it's a superb spell. Cicely, are you using all of your magic power to cast it? No, I'm using the same amount of magic power as when I cast a barrier on my own. This is the image I had of magic barrier when I used enchantment magic. Along with the image, I also enhanced the ring with the information of how much magic power needed to cast the barrier. Everyone looked at the magic barrier with dumb surprise. With this, I wonder if everyone understand how important magic power and control are? As I've said, a proper image is indeed important. However, even with the proper image, without enough magic power control over it, it won't be any good. Do you guys understand? While listening to what I was saying, everyone remained silent. That's why, we must first increase our magic power and the way to control it. These are the very basics of gate, or rather, any magic. Everyone's expression all turned serious. Or rather, why didn't anyone know about this? Shin, why do you know about such things? Why, you ask? Because I learnt it from Grandpa. Ever since I was young, I was taught that in order to cast magic, it is important to have enough magic power. If one doesn't have enough magic power, no matter how good of an image they have, they won't be able to cast magic. However, I was also taught that before anything else, learn how to increase the control you have over your magic power. Actually, I'm more surprised that everyone else didn't know. I see. So that's the secret of the Magi Dono's greatness. On the other hand, I want to ask how you guys are able to use magic if you don't know how to control it. I can control my magic power to some extent. However, when it comes to using advanced magic, I thought that no matter what, even if I have a proper image of it, I have to use chance. Other than that, the practice to control magic power is quite mundane. Everyone silently looked down. Does everyone else also think that? When it comes to certain magics, my consciousness immediately thinks of the most practical thing. Me as well. Even though magic power is the most basic of the basics when it comes to enhancement magic. Shinkun, do you always practice your magic power control? Yeah, because I've been doing it every day since I was young. It has pretty much become a habit. Then, I gathered my magic power and showed them how I control it. Gasp. This is, oh wow. It's something like this, because if I forget the basics, I won't improve. Rather than resorting to superficial strength, isn't there something more important? I disbanded the research society for the day. I told everyone to practice their magic control. That's how it is. So every day, be sure to practice your magic control. Don't slack off, okay? I understand. I'll work hard. Rin. Make sure not to let it go out of control, okay? I won't. For the time being, the goal is to have everyone learn how to use magic without chance. Hilda? It's not hey. This is the ultimate magic research society, right? What will you do if you can't even accomplish this much? I understand. I'll work hard. Rin. Make sure not to let it go out of control, okay? I already said I won't. No matter how I look at it, Rin has the appearance of a reckless magic idiot. From that day onwards, everyone started practicing their magic power control. Finally, one day, I asked them to once again cast magic barrier. This is. No, maybe I'm just imagining things. It's not your imagination. Compared to before, the magic barrier has become thicker. It looks like everyone had come to realize it. When you get home, continue to practice controlling your magic power. When everyone improves a little more, we'll start with magic training. In the end, after reviewing the most fundamental of the fundamentals, the research society concluded for the day. However, motivated expressions were plastered across everyone's faces. It was good that I was able to grasp everyone's current progress. If I didn't, no matter how much magic I teach them, It would be useless. At the prospect of everyone leveling up, we left the academy building triumphantly. Hey, he has finally come out. Shin-sama tilde. Please look over here tilde. Wolford-kun. A word. Please say a word. Everyone went back inside the academy. I forgot about it. Just saying, you never passed through the gates in front of your house. I wonder how you've been coming and going between the academy. I walked out through the back door, and then I walked to the academy while being tense. What a great display of tenacity. On the contrary, because there's such a large crowd in front of the academy, we won't be able to get out. It can't be helped. I'll use that again. It's a hopeless situation. This is a hopeless situation, right? I opened gate, connected it to the house, and everyone walked through. Oh my. Welcome home, Shin. Did you use gate again? Welcome home, Shin. Did something happen? You brought so many friends with you. I'm home, Grandpa, Grandma. Nothing really happened, but there's a large crowd in front of the academy gate. And because everyone couldn't get out, I brought them with me. Really? There's too much commotion. Ho-ho, it will probably settle down soon. Will that really happen? More importantly, there's a lot of children I've never seen before. Can you make the introductions? The people who haven't been to our house are: I'm Alice. I'm Alice Corner. I'm Ren Hughes. I'm honored to meet you. Nice to meet you. I'm Tony Freed. I'm Yuri Carlton. I'm Mark Bean, sir. I'm Olivia Stone. Before I was able to introduce them, they introduced themselves. There are some names I've heard before, particularly the one named Mark. Whoa. Yes, sir. It seemed like this child has troubled your workshop. I'm really sorry about that. No way. Please raise your head. On the other hand, my dad was overjoyed because he was able to acquire a large contract. Even so, there's no doubt that my grandson has bothered you. So let me apologize. That's right. I'm sorry about that, Mark-kun. Really? Please stop it. Mark yelled while Grandpa and Grandma lowered their heads in apology. Grandpa, Grandma, please stop doing such strange things. Can't you see Mark is troubled? Whose fault do you think it is? Whose? Grandma really got incredibly angry. That aside, there's something I want to talk to Grandpa and Grandma about. Is it okay? What is it? Did something happen? I just found out about this recently, but is it not well known that the basics of magic in general is the practice of magic control? When I asked that question, Grandpa's face looked a little rueful. It's really regrettable. Although everyone is able to use magic to a certain extent, they soon resort to relying on superficial magic. I've always believed magic to be half practicing magic control, and being able to imagine it with or without chance. Maybe it's for that reason the level of magician have been dropping each year. A sigh spilled out of Grandpa's mouth, as though to say there's been a decline. Everyone had fallen silent. However, half of it is your fault. My fault? Grandma was superbly surprised because of Grandpa's remark. Grandma, what does this mean? Neither this nor that. Way back then, Merlin would always use magic without any reservations, and everyone would try to use magic like him. However, because it was chantless, it can't be imitated. Nevertheless, I still wanted to be able to use Merlin's magic. When I saw the magic Merlin used without any chant, I immediately had an image of it, and I succeeded by chance. Since then, various magics have been imitated with the use of chants, and it became the common trend to do so. Indeed, it was something we didn't think was possible back then. That's not really my fault, is it? But you're the main culprit. Really, without minding your own health, you used magic without restraint. Didn't I warn you back then? Be a little more prudent. Take a look, because you were like that. Shin turned out like this. Wait a minute, sparks are flying? So Shin-kun's lack of prudence is something he actually inherited from his grandpa. Even Sicily? For some reason, I suddenly ended up being the target. Anyway, the most important thing about magic is magic control. Of course, proper image is also important. Nevertheless, magic didn't originally have any need for chance. Do you understand? Said by everyone. Take Shin for example. Has anyone ever seen him cast magic with a chant? Now that you mentioned this, I've never seen him do so, even once. Well, in this child's case, the images he creates are special. What do you mean? Meiji-sama, the way this child uses magic is not imagining the result, but the process. Does anyone know why fire burns? When I am asked why, I am not able to give a clear answer. I also don't have clear understanding. Nevertheless, This child clearly knows the answer to it. What is fire? Why does it burn? After I observed it a couple of times, the result is... Have you ever seen Shin's fire magic? It was a pale blue flame. Right, that's the one. That flame has a really high temperature, and when it lands on the ground, the resulting impact resembles lava. Everyone looked towards me with interest. It looked like they wanted to compliment me, but because it felt like I cheated, I was uncomfortable. The image Shin has is special, that's why even if I try to cast it without chant, I am unable to. Also, there's no time to chant during combat, and if you chant, your opponent would easily find a way to counter it. And that's why I told you guys to learn how to cast without chanting. So I guess this means everyone has heard about magic power control from Shin? Yes, said by everyone. That's good. First, you should increase the amount of magic power you can control. Afterwards, you'll be able to use magic that way based on the image you have. Just like this. Grandpa opened a gate. Grandpa. That is, ho-ho, it was quite a struggle. After you wrote the explanation on paper, I finally understood it. As expected of Grandpa, even at his age, his curiosity and ambition remained undiminished. Shin's magic is not something only Shin can use. With proper magic control and enough magic power, everyone will also be able to use it. Although Shin is abnormal, it doesn't mean he's out of reach. While there is no imminent threat for now, everyone's growth will always be beneficial to mankind. That's why, do your best. Yes, thank you very much for your guidance, said by everyone. As I thought, it is more convincing if Grandpa said it instead of me. I wonder if it's because of the difference of our life experiences. Everyone's motivation has reached the max. It looked like everyone is itching to start practicing. Grandpa, thank you. Ho-ho, it's nothing. I feel a little responsible. That is something I didn't want to hear. Merlin, even you are capable of saying good things once in a while. What do you mean once in a while? All the members of the research society were sent halfway to their houses. Shin was sending Cicely and Maria home, and after everyone had left, Merlin and Melinda were sitting in the living room. The reason you learned Gate was probably all for Shin's sake, right? What are you talking about? As you said earlier, the way Shin uses magic is abnormal, and he is also quite reckless. Indeed, it is as you say. However, if you are able to learn the same magic Shin uses, it will prove that Shin's magic isn't something unique to him. Hee, isn't it all good? After knowing that there's a possibility for them to be able to use the same magic as Shin, their eyes started shining. The human race is currently undergoing a crisis, and I'll be glad if they reach their goals. I'm sure they will, and it's all thanks to you. I wonder, is that really the case? It is. Melinda was in a good mood, and Merlin, who had been seen through, was making an embarrassed expression. The next day, because everyone appeared to be practicing magic control on their own, the average amount of magic power everyone could control had increased. However, I became concerned with Rin. She was wearing a headband. Although she usually wore her short bob hairstyle casually, she was wearing a headband today. I stared at Rin's face, but she suddenly diverted her eyes. Rin. You, don't say it. She let it go out of control. When her magic power went out of control, she probably caused an explosion on her hair. Because it's embarrassing to let everyone know she let her magic go out of control, she decided to use a headband to hide it. Rin, are you alright? It happens quite frequently, there's no problem. It happens quite frequently, you say. I'm surprised the people in your house don't get angry. There is a court magician, so there's a practice field in the house. So that's how a certain reckless magic idiot girl who lets her magic out of control was created. As much as she likes magic, she probably also liked letting her magic go out of control. Even if I tell her to stop letting it run wild, it'll probably still happen. That name is good. From now onwards, I'll call myself Reckless Magic Girl. No, you know I'm not praising you, right? Is it because she has this kind of sensibility that she thought our research society's name was magnificent? And so, after the last lesson for the day, we returned to our homeroom, and Alfred Sensei asked us, "You guys, what were you all doing?" Why was the magic analysis teacher crying? It's about that. No, it's because, when we were at my house yesterday, we received a magic lecture from Grandpa. When Sensei found out about it, Sensei got jealous. Go get all teary-eyed because of jealousy. What in the world is that fellow doing? And so, what was the content of Meiji-sama's lecture? Once more, We conveyed what Grandpa had told us yesterday. And then, how enviable. You guys are so unfair. Sensei also had the same exact reaction. After school, everyone went home when the Research Society ended. The content of the Research Society meeting for today is omitted, because it was spent practicing magic control. However, everyone that did become easier to cast magic. When we looked at the main gate, as expected, there was still a crowd. So everyone slipped through the side of the crowd without making any noise. As for me, I went through the back exit. Although there was still a lot of people here, I used optical camouflage in order to meet up with everyone. Without anyone noticing, I exited the academy, and joined everyone else. Yesterday, you should have done it this way. Well, they found me first, and then a commotion occurred. So I wasn't able to use the skill. It only works in situation when no one has taken notice of me. Today is the first day in a long while since I've been able to walk around town. Because this morning and yesterday, I used gate. And so, after finally being able to freely walk around town, I felt strange. There were a lot of people who were discussing something while looking anxious. Don't you guys think there's something strange with the atmosphere around town? It's because Shin-kun doesn't go out much. You haven't heard about it. Did something happen? Yeah, the army, you see. The army? It seems like they are preparing for war. Preparation for war. After I heard those words, I took another look around. Everyone was making anxious expressions. What's going to happen now? Why are they suddenly preparing for war? I heard, amongst other things, preparation for war. With whom are they going to war with? I mean, since the last war against the Empire resulted in a large-scale demon invasion, isn't war supposed to be a taboo? That very Empire is the opponent. The Empire? Why? Please ask the Empire for the answer to that particular question. It seems that the Empire has publicly started preparing for a large-scale war. Because of the large-scale preparation they have been making, it is unlikely they will go to war against small countries, or so it seems. With that in mind, the most likely target is a large country, meaning Earlshide Kingdom. The Empire is preparing to declare war. Why? For what reason? No, I know the reason why. If Blues Empire is able to successfully seize the Earlshide Kingdom, their forces will increase tremendously. With that much power, they would be capable of conquering the world. However, why now? I cannot understand the timing. Well, it's not like it has already started. When the war breaks out, there's a chance the students might also get drafted. However, there's no point in worrying about it now, especially since Shin will most definitely not get drafted. Why is? You're talking about the promise of not being used for military purposes. The possibility of demon invasion is a different matter. However, the military's decision not to involve Shin in the war is correct. That kind of thing should never be done. I was looking at Cicely and everyone else. Everyone had anxious expressions on their faces. Indeed, the military most likely won't draft me. However, if a crisis does approach, I will step onto the battlefield, because I think of everyone I've met here as irreplaceable friends. Shin-kun. Shin. I felt downcast, and despite the fact the war has yet to start, I can't help but be depressed. Alright, everyone, let's head to Mark's house. I was told the prototype weapon would be completed by today. You're right, if I'm not mistaken, it will indeed be completed today. Alright, let's go everyone. Incidentally, everyone should buy accessories, and I will enhance them with defensive magic. That way, even if the war does break out, you'll have something to protect yourselves with. And so, I opened gate in the small corner of a back alley with few pedestrians. When we passed through the gate, Bin's workshop was before us. It is as convenient as I thought. I want to learn it quickly. First things first, Rin, you should learn how to control your magic power and stop it from running wild. I'll work hard. When we entered the workshop, Uncle was waiting for us. Oh, you've finally arrived, Shin. The prototype has been completed. Oh, as expected of a professional. You sure work fast. That is a matter of course. As your highness has also come to observe? Of course. Please let me look at it. What Uncle brought out was nothing but an ordinary-looking sword. However, the hilt was slightly different. The shape of the grip looked like a handgun, so to speak. A slide was attached to the sword guard at the trigger. With this, it became easier to safely remove the blade, and it also reduced the frequency malfunctions that could occur throughout the process. Amazing. Uncle, can't this already be considered a finished product? No, It's no good if we don't make any adjustments to it. The spring's tension needs to be tested, as well as the firmness of the slide. And there's still the firmness of the springs used in various places. I see, but for you to be able to get to this point, yeah, immediately after making some adjustments, it'll become a finished product. Uncle laughed confidently. He looks cool when he's overflowing with confidence. He truly is a craftsman. It really looks amazing. This is the first time I've witnessed Bin's workshop display a product still in development. What are you talking about, Tony? Isn't this also your original idea? Oh, so you're Tony-kun. Because of you, I was able to work on something interesting. Thank you. No, that is. Tony was making an overwhelmed expression. It was really surprising. Now then, let's get started with the adjustments. I would also like to look at the swords reserved for the military. Those are also completed. It seemed like the swords for the military were ready for delivery. In comparison to vibration sword, they look thicker, and don't look like they'll break easily. However, it seemed as if the group was improving the durability down to the very last minute. These things can probably withstand more than just practical use. Workshop Master, you've done a great job. I'm grateful for this. And now please stop that, Your Highness. It's because this is my job. Then, after making some adjustments to the spring, the new weapon will finally be complete. It's enjoyable to make these kinds of tune-ups. The guy team went full force with all the adjustments. Since the female team had free time, they went to look at the accessories. Last but not least, with strength obviously in mind, it was customized for personal preference, and it was finally complete. I named mine Vibration Sword, but what about the ones used for the military? Because those are swords with replaceable blades. Exchange Sword. That name sounds good. Alright. From now onwards, these swords will be called Exchange Swords. Harold, I'm sorry, but can this order be completed immediately? Of course, Your Highness. Well then, I'll ask some people from the military to drop by here later. Please discuss the quantity with the person in charge. These will be making a debut in the upcoming war. I'm counting on you. Yes, I will definitely do my best. And so, I used enchantment magic on the new vibration sword, and I also got a few replacement blades. I'm really sorry about this, Uncle. In the end, you've given them all to me. No, number. This is something His Highness have asked of me to do on behalf of the kingdom. Shen doesn't need to worry about it. Gus, sorry about this. What are you saying? These are reassuring weapons to have during the time of war. Or rather, I'm happy that the development fee is only this much. I'm worried that they won't function properly when the time comes for them to make for their debut during the war, but as far as I can see, they seem alright. And so, as I expected, the accessories were still given as a present. Everyone was very grateful, but this time the amount was rather large. Uncle just told us not to worry about it while laughing. As of now, every single member of the Research Society has acquired accessories enhanced with defensive magic. When it comes to defense, the anxiety had lessened considerably. The members of Elshide Kingdom's military had been given new weapons. They were in a form no one had ever seen before. The soldiers who received the weapons were exchanging their impressions. Hey, have you tried the new sword? Yeah, the sharpness of the blade receives a passing grade. However, this weapon is completely combat-oriented. There is no decoration, it's a weapon that emphasizes practical use. A sword where one can replace the blade while in the middle of a battlefield is indeed effective. When one is provided with this kind of weapon, it gives off a feeling that the war is finally going to begin. There was no decoration whatsoever. A single sword which can slaughter enemy upon enemy. A weapon which effectively emphasizes the killing of enemies. The soldiers felt uplifted to receive such a powerful weapon, along with the complicated feelings of excitement and fear that accompany war. Thus, with the provision of new weapons, the collection of necessary supplies, the military men scattered from various places, converging into one, having left only the bare minimum personnel to respond in case of demon invasion, and other tasks such as the recruitment of volunteers. The troops were now all well equipped and ready at any given time. And then scouts who had been lurking in the Empire brought reports. Reporting, the Blue Spear Imperial Army has started to march towards our kingdom. Despite the tension among the upper echelon, there was no confusion when the report was given. Or rather, they had been expecting this, and the king immediately issued a royal command. Everyone has heard it. The Empire apparently sees an opportunity. Against such a foolish act, Our kingdom has no other choice but to confront them. Let us show the Empire the strength of our Elshide kingdom. All armies, move out. The Empire had finally made their move. Because of their movement, the kingdom responded. However, the declaration of war had yet to arrive. Because the Empire had made an act of aggression towards one of its neighboring countries one-sidedly, the country's mobilization of their army was a legitimate action. And so, Earlshire decreed that they were sending out their troops. The kingdom has finally dispatched their troops. Alice called out when I arrived at the academy that day, as she had arrived earlier. You're right. That's all everyone in town is talking about. The kingdom had already made the announcement, and it was also on the newspapers, and thus, everyone in the kingdom knew. Since the time of war had arrived, as expected, the people's commotion over me had died down, and I was able to walk around town on the way to the academy. In the end, I wonder how many troops have been deployed. Both the kingdom and the Empire have a total of 80,000 each. I guess they are evenly matched. However, there's something strange about it. Strange? From what we know so far, the Empire's total troops has 80,000 people. An all-out war. The Empire is desperate. That's not the point I'm getting at. In order for our kingdom to have the same numbers, we recruited mercenaries and volunteers from the Demon Hunter Association. As expected, the Empire really focuses on their military. Not really, even the kingdom has that many people in the military. Then why recruit volunteers and mercenaries? It's because the kingdom didn't summon all of their troops. They left a number of people behind in order to deal with demons, just in case. Because of that, we didn't have enough people and recruited more. But the Empire deployed everyone, right? What about dealing with demons? That's why I said it's strange. They have left their empire defenseless against demons and the march towards the kingdom. Why is that? Did the Empire also hire mercenaries? We have confirmed that the Empire has not recruited any mercenaries. They have summoned all their troops from all across the Empire. Seriously, they are defenseless against demons. What is the Empire thinking? Because Gus was making a complicated expression, everyone remained silent. This is just a thought. But do you think this is what Schtrom wants? What do you mean? Well, you see, didn't Schtrom have a variety of experiments? I was wondering whether or not demon control is included in his experiments. I see. Schtrom is originally a citizen from the Empire. Originally, so there's a possibility that he was sent as a spy by the Empire. Is that so? Then the Empire can focus entirely on war and not have to worry about demon invasion. There's a high possibility. But if that were the case, there are also things that doesn't make sense. I thought it made a lot of sense. What about artificial devils? I see, there hasn't been any report of it made yet. If a devil joins the Imperial Army, there would be an uproar. We're back to square one. Well, no matter how much we speculate, we won't be of much help. So let's just do what we can. We might understand the Empire's real intentions that way, as well. That's right. Let us just do what we are capable of doing. That's how it is. Also, I was thinking we should start with practicing practical magic. What do you guys think? Are you finally going to teach how to use Gate? That's right. That will also be included. Recently, my magic powers have increased. As I thought. Is it because of magic control practice? Everyone had finally understood the importance of magic control practice, and their collective magic power increased. Just the other day, Grandpa showed them he could use Gate, and everyone's motivation had risen with the knowledge that they could also use my magic. Thus, they began to seriously practice magic control. With this, it seems it'll be fine to teach them magic. Well then, let's also do our best today in the Research Society. Before that, it's class time, corner. That's right. You guys. What do you guys think you're coming to school for? Alfred Sensei entered the classroom and sighed. We're still properly attending classes, right? The kingdom's army advanced until they were near the Empire's border. It was the same exact place that turned into a battlefield during the last war. They expected that the battlefield where they would confront the Empire's army would be the same as the last one. That day, Dominic, the commander-in-chief, received information from the scouts that the Imperial Army had laid camp. They would encounter the Imperial Army in about 2 days, and the location of the battlefield was a good plain where surprise attacks will be hard for the Empire to conduct. There's a high possibility that it'll be a frontal attack. This information has also been confirmed by the reports of other scouts, and thus, Dominic still had no idea what the Empire's aim was. I don't understand. If the battle was to happen there, there'd be no profit for the Empire, or rather, it would be a good place for the kingdom to make an invasion. There's also the issue of information leakage, so it was not a good thing to hurry and plan a surprise attack. It's as if a large army came out to stroll leisurely. Is the Empire this foolish, or is it because they have something planned behind the scenes? Even if you concentrate with the best of your abilities, you don't know what you don't know. Why don't you think of them as the unexpected, foolish actions and judgments of a foolish emperor? That's also a possibility, right? From the reports I've received from the scouts, there's a high possibility of that. However, no matter how I think of it, this is too excessive. Well, even a general soldier of the kingdom will not give out such orders. I am convinced that there is something more to this. Nevertheless, the army with a total of 80,000 has been deployed. There hasn't been any other confirmed troop. This is probably nothing but a stupid act. Really? What exactly are they thinking? While Dominic was trying to figure out the motives of the Empire, a scout's report reached the Empire's camp. I would like to make my report. The kingdom's army is still busy responding to the demons, and they seem to be struggling to raise an army. I see, Your Majesty. As expected, the kingdom is still struggling to respond to the demon attacks. If we continue to march towards the kingdom with a large army, our victory is a foregone conclusion. So it would seem. We were convinced the moment we received the report that the demons in the Empire had declined, while the demons in the kingdom had increased. While the kingdom is busy with keeping the demons at bay, they have no way in preventing our onslaught. As expected of you, Your Majesty. This man was the Emperor of Bluesf Empire, Harold von Bluesf, someone who had recently ascended the throne. The throne of the Empire's emperor was not hereditary. The heads of the duke families in the Empire had the right to inherit the throne, and they were elected during an election in the House of Lords. Therefore, in the House of Lords, bribes, benefits, and threats were regular occurrences in the House of Lords. There were no such things as fair elections. Harold was not only a member of the House of Lords, he made full use of harassing and backstabbing other opposition candidates from the various duke families, thus becoming the emperor. Therefore, many people bore grudges against him. However, when he became the emperor, they could no longer say a thing. Although Harold was adept in kicking down others, when it came to politics, he was completely incompetent. He conveniently only listened to good reports, and bad reports were ignored. Harold's desire for recognition was strong, and it's a long-cherished wish of his to invade the kingdom. Of course, it's all for him to become exalted, because he was such a man. He immediately decided to pursue the kingdom after believing they had caught up with keeping demon attacks at bay. In addition, they received information regarding the decline of demons in the Empire. When Harold heard such reports, in his mind, the kingdom would not be able to handle the Empire's offensive, and would have no other choice but to collapse. And he could obtain the kingdom. Once he saw such possibility, he could not be stopped. During the Imperial Army's march, only advantageous reports were made. Harold was completely convinced of his victory. The man who reported to the Imperial headquarters of the Empire was Zest, and he left after glaring at the Imperial headquarters. When the new day broke, both armies started to move out. After 2 days, both armies finally saw each other. It was the Imperial Army that was surprised by this. The original information contained in the reports was that the kingdom's forces were busy dealing with the demon attacks, and therefore they shouldn't be in this place. What the hell does this mean? The kingdom's forces were completely waiting for us. Zest, someone call Zest. That is. What is it? There have been no sightings of Zest since last night. That's not all. We cannot get in contact with the military's scout unit. What did you say, Your Majesty? The situation has changed. We should retreat. If this continues, we will be leading our troops straight into the kingdom's territory. With this, the kingdom's army will have more than enough reason to launch an attack. Or rather, they have no other choice but to attack. Those bastards. Now that I think about it, the scout unit is a gathering of commoners. How dare they? How dare those lowly commoners concoct a plan to deceive us? Notify the entire army. The kingdom's army will be eliminated. The only difference is that they will be eliminated sooner rather than later. Let us show our strength to the kingdom's army. All troops, advance. The Imperial Army began their assault. In contrast, the kingdom's army, they really did come charging in. What in the world is he thinking? That guy, the chief of the magic division, Rupper, said with a loud voice. "All right, as planned, Magic Division, launch the first attack." The Magic Division of the Kingdom's army launched a large-scale magic attack. One after another, the large-scale magic attacks landed on the Imperial Army's front line and caused a lot of damage. Usually, at the start of a battle, a shootout between the magic divisions on both sides would occur. Only after things have settled down, would the knights and soldiers start their assault. However, because the Imperial Army was not ready for the unexpected battle, their chain of command was in chaos, and they just charged in a disorderly fashion. For the magic division of the Kingdom's army, this was a favorable circumstance. Nevertheless, there were some who escaped, and approached the Kingdom's army. Since they are just foolishly advancing, there's no need to limit the attacks to the front lines. Also attack the right and left wings of the Imperial Army. We'll deal with the Imperial Army's front lines. Said by the Kingdom's army. Unlike the Imperial Army, which was unprepared for the unexpected attack, the Kingdom's forces were ready to perfection, and thus, the Kingdom was able to expand their formation to a concave arc and encircle the Imperial Army. Finally, both armies clashed with each other. The Imperial Army, which had already received damage from the magic attacks, was no match for Kingdom's army's breakthrough. Furthermore, the Imperial Army was still being attacked from both flanks, and their numbers continuously declined. Before they withdrew, just before the sun had set, the Imperial Army continued to lose members of their ranks. However, they were late to withdraw, and the reason for this was Harold's high pride and his refusal to retreat. Out of the 80,000 units the Imperial Army had, with just one battle, nearly half of them were gone. In contrast, the Kingdom's army lost only a little over 100, resulting in the Empire's complete defeat. After the first day of battle had ended, Harold was desolate inside the Imperial headquarters. What's with this situation? If this continues, won't we be fighting a losing battle? Harold ceaselessly destroyed everything inside the tent. However, there wasn't anyone there who could stop him. If someone were to speak up, there was a high possibility of them being killed. In the end, Harold continued to yell, and without coming up with a plan, he rested. The reason they fell into this situation was because all the reports given by the scout unit were lies. Although some felt that this was intentional in order to harm the Empire, no one did anything. The person who decided on the strategy was the Emperor. No one else would propose a strategy or offer any advice because they did not want to get on the wrong side of the highly confident Emperor. The aides were also feeling despair, and couldn't sleep at night. And in the Kingdom's army, they were discussing the battle that happened during the day. It was as Rupper had said. Foolish Emperor, foolishly advancing, and fighting a foolish battle. To be honest, other than that, I have no other impression. Really, I wonder what that was all about. I wonder if this kind of thing will happen again tomorrow. I think there's a high chance of it happening. The commanders of the Kingdom's army also sighed, but it held different meaning compared to the commanders of Imperial Army. Going back in time slightly, when the Imperial Army and the Kingdom Army began fighting, the scouts saw things they could not believe, and they immediately rushed to make the report. That is impossible, the scout muttered so while riding a horse at full speed. It was all in order to make the report as soon as possible. In the end, the Imperial Army, which originally had a total of 80,000 units, was down to a mere 20,000 after the third day. Everyone in the Imperial Army had feelings of resignation, and so, in the beginning of the fourth day, both armies received a report. Reporting. What is it? What's wrong? Based on the expression on the scout's face, Dominic determined that something was wrong. And when he heard the report, he was extremely surprised. Demons. A large amount of demons have appeared. What? A large amount of medium-sized demons have appeared. And the destination is Blues Empire's imperial capital. What? And also, there's still more devils. I witnessed a lot of devils. Wow. What did you say? Then, this report was also transmitted to the Imperial Army. Impossible? Wasn't there a report that the number of demons have decreased? Your Majesty, this is not the time for us to advance to the kingdom. We must return to the imperial capital. God damn it. Go back to the imperial capital to defend against demons? Stop joking around. Announce it to the entire army. We don't have time to play around with the kingdom's army. Hurry up and return to the imperial capital in order to defend against the demons. Herald, with face red in anger, announced to the entire army. The Imperial Army immediately performed an about-face, and made their way back to the imperial capital. And so, the kingdom army hesitated on what to do. They were wondering if they should advance towards the imperial capital, or return to the kingdom. Isn't it better if we return to the kingdom? No. There's a chance that the devils might head towards kingdom, so it's dangerous for us to leave. Is it not better to temporarily lend the Empire a hand in subjugating the demons and devils? However, would the Empire willingly accept our help? As expected, they won't easily accept it. I don't know the answer to that. After they have subdued the demons, there's a chance that they'll return. There's also that possibility. Although they hurriedly conducted a meeting, they were unable to make any progress. And so, the decision was left for Dominic to make. It is dangerous to neglect devils. It is absolutely necessary to subdue them now. But there's also a possibility that the Empire will not accept our help. Also, we are at the rear of the Imperial Army. We first need to ascertain the status of the war. If the Imperial Army is able to subdue the demons and devils as soon as possible, we will not help, but if they are having problems, we will help. I think this is the limit under the present situation. What do you guys think? Isn't it fine like that? Even I wouldn't want to put more effort than needed. Well then, let's head towards the imperial capital. There's trouble. There's a large amount of demons heading this way. What did you say? Devils? Are there any devils? And not yet. We have not confirmed any sightings of devils. However, the quantity is enormous. What is the current breakdown? The majority of the demons are medium-sized and small-sized. There haven't been any sightings of large-sized demons. Then we can deal with it somehow. Notify the entire army. Immediately annihilate the demons. Once we have annihilated every single one, march towards the imperial city. Yes. Thus, the kingdom's army started fighting against the demons in order to protect their citizens. Because most of the demons were medium-sized and small-sized, it took a considerable amount of time to annihilate them all. However, they hardly took any damage. Some soldiers suffered major injuries such as fractures and lacerations, but most of them only received minor injuries. However, after fighting against the Empire for 3 days and then battling against the demons, the battlefield was left impoverished. Everyone was also suffering from fatigue. By the time they had annihilated all the demons, the day had already fallen. Damn it. With this, we won't be able to march until dawn. That's about right. It'll be too severe to lead the army during nighttime. In addition, we just finished fighting against that legion of demons. Fatigue is also substantial. What's with this situation? It is as if we're being confined here. Actually, it might be exactly as you say. Thus, the kingdom's arm was stuck fighting against demons, and they had to wait for daybreak in order to depart. On the other hand, the imperial capital, which was attacked by hordes of demons, was quickly overrun. The army that was originally supposed to be defending against such attacks was absent. In addition, the majority of the demons that attacked were medium-sized. There were also some disaster-class demons, such as tigers and lions. Even if a devil was not amongst the horde's demons, the imperial capital had no means of fighting them off. What occurred in that place was the exact picture of the pandemonium of hell. The citizens of the imperial city were killed and eaten by demons, while the devils burned the place down with magic. Although there were some demon hunters who remained in the imperial city, because there were a lot of demons in addition to a few devils, they were killed easily. However, there were still some people who walked through that hell leisurely. What do you think? Milia-san, what is your impression of someone who turned into a devil? Yes, Shkstrom-sama, I can feel an overflowing magic power I've never felt before. Also, it feels like I am able to use any magic I want. Fufu, I'm glad. Nevertheless, after killing people from your own country, you still have a carefree expression. That's because, the people living in the imperial capital looks down upon other citizens of the empire, and thinks of themselves as chosen humans. In truth, even I, myself, have experienced being ridiculed for being a commoner, countless times. Because of that, I don't feel much guilt for killing people living in the same country as me. Fufafu, ha 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 ha. Is that so? I see. It was splendid, Milia-san. In truth, these guys are nothing but a collection of trash. Thank you very much for your compliment. Now then, the Imperial Army will probably return in 2 to 3 days. By that time, we will have already completed our purpose here in the imperial capital. In the meantime, Zest-kun will also be returning. Do you want to prepare to ambush the imperial army? Yes, Shkstrom-sama. Well then, I'll wonder to what extent the kingdom reduced their numbers, It'll be a sight to see." In that manner, the two people walked towards the imperial palace. Behind them were the death rows of citizens living in the imperial capital. 3 days after Schtrom attacked the imperial capital, the imperial army finally arrived. And what they saw was, the imperial capital had been destroyed by demons. And there were still hordes of demons there. "These goddamn demons! Make sure to subdue all of them. Do not let a single one escape." And with Harold's command, the imperial army began their assault once more. In the beginning, they were able to subjugate the demons easily, but when a devil appeared, the situation changed drastically. The imperial army was trampled by the devil's magic. Amongst the devils, Zest, the person from the scout unit who had provided false information to the imperial army, was there. "Zest, it's because of you. This is all because of you." Harold kept roaring like crazy towards Zest. However, Zest continued slaughtering the imperial army, without paying him the slightest heed. And then, without knowing who killed the emperor, the imperial army was literally wiped out. Afterwards, the kingdom's army, having been held back by hordes of demons, had arrived. What they saw was the completely annihilation of the imperial army, along with many dried corpses. Suddenly a voice called out to the people of the kingdom's army who were looking at the scene absent-mindedly. "Oh my, aren't the people over there the ones from the kingdom I was under the care of?" It was the voice of Schtrom, who had once been surrounded in the practice ground of the security office. No matter where they looked, they could not find Schtrom anywhere in their immediate surroundings. It looked like he was using magic to enhance his voice. Oh my, would you even be able to defeat us? How about asking for other countries to cooperate? All they heard was nothing but ridicule. "Oh, right, before I forget, thank you very much for reducing the imperial army's numbers. Thanks to you, it was easy enough to annihilate the imperial army." When he found out that they had been used by Schtrom, Dominic almost broke into a furious rage, but he was able to restrain himself. And so, after listening to Schtrom's words, they turned around and headed back to the kingdom. Once they had determined that there was indeed a need to request for the cooperation of other countries, they returned to the kingdom. When Dominic reported what had happened to the kingdom's upper echelon, they were speechless. With this, they could no longer afford to keep the information about Schtrom confidential. It needed to be announced to be public. What was announced was, the person who was responsible for the recent devil attack in the royal capital is also a devil, Oliver Schtrom. And that very same person attacked Blues Empire with large amount of demons and devils he created himself, and destroyed the imperial capital. The series of disputes that had occurred recently were all caused by that person. Schtrom's objective was the empire. It seemed he conducted his experiment in the kingdom because of that. I heard from Gus that before the commotion of the devil occurred, the increase of demons had already been a problem. This is also probably one of the results of Schtrom's experiments. Because Schtrom had already left the kingdom, they thought that the number of demons will decrease. But it kept increasing instead. Previously, the increase of demons went unnoticed for an entire year, but this time, the increase had been visible to the eye. It might be because the demons in the empire had increased tremendously. However, it was something the kingdom had already expected. And the empire? No, it should be called the Old Empire. Not a word has been heard there. Although there has been no movement, didn't it mean that nothing bad is going to happen? There were a lot of people who thought optimistically. However, Schtrom is in existence who could care less about the human population. No one can imagine when he would suddenly take action. Because of that, he might go around killing humans like insects. Although it was just a possibility, nevertheless, the possibility was quite high. Therefore, it seemed like other countries had agreed to cooperate and monitor the old empire. Us, on the other hand, we decided to raise our fighting power as much as possible. And because of this, the magic practice for the research society must proceed as planned. Alright. Right now, before anything else, I want to confirm how much magic power everyone can control. According to your own limit, collect as much magic power as you can. And then, everyone began to gather magic power. Although magic power is invisible to the eye, one can sense it when it begins to gather at one place, because one can feel the magic in the air. When a large amount of magic power has gathered, even those who could not use magic could feel the pressure. Although the amount of magic power they gathered was small when we first started, thanks to the magic control practice they have been doing since before the war had started, Everyone's magic power had increased by a large amount. The quantity of magic power one could have in this world was as much magic power as one could control. The human bodies have no such thing as a place to store magic. For that reason, in order to use a large spell, it is necessary to be able to control the magic power in the surroundings. The amount of magic power one can control is equal to how much magic power they have. This is good. Now then, just as you are, create a magic barrier. With my command, everyone created a magic barrier. The magic barriers they have created are thicker than before. I wonder if this much is enough? Alright, everyone can release your barrier. This is good. With this much magic power, you'll have enough to use most magic. Then, will you finally teach us how to use Gate? Well, that will be included. If you rely on Gate alone, your attack and defense magic will only be half-hearted. That's fine as well. I'll learn all of them. When it comes to magic, Rin is aggressive as always. What should we do? At first, I was thinking of teaching everyone individually on what they want to learn. However, with the current situation, attack magic, defense magic, or body enhancement magic, I thought maybe it would be better if everyone learns all of them. That's right. Previously, we never thought that we would be in this kind of situation. Isn't it fine? I was also feeling insecure if all I'm going to be learning is defense magic. Me as well. As I thought, I would like to practice healing magic a little more. Of course, I would also like to learn some attack magic. As for me, I'd like to learn body strengthening magic and defense magic together, because no matter what I do, I'm no good with attack magic. Well then, rather than teaching individually, everyone will learn everything. At the same time, Julius, you'll also learn attack magic. Don't say you're no good at it. I'll do my best together. Julius is really part of the body strengthening group, even though he's a student of the Magic Academy. What should we do that? Although we want to practice magic, we cannot use the practice field. I just thought of a good idea. Well, for starters, let's begin with practicing attack magic. Although I don't mind. What are we going to do about the practice field? If I'm not mistaken, we didn't make any reservations to use it. I know a good place where we can practice. It's the place where I used to practice, and because it won't matter what kind of magic you release, you can practice as much as you want. So it's the place where Shin used to practice. Indeed, if Shin says that we can use whatever magic we want, then that's right. If it's the place that can withstand Shindono's magic, then no matter what magic we use, it'll be okay. Isn't the way they evaluated the place a little strange? For now, let's go. When we get there, I'll explain what we'll be doing. After saying that, I connected Gate to the very nostalgic wilderness. So this place is the place where Shin-kun used to practice. Hey, doesn't this place look like it's been trashed? Indeed, it looks like it's been trashed. There looks to be a crater and places with traces of being melted. It gives the feeling of this place being in a different world. When everyone arrived, they started looking here and there. If it's this place, everyone can practice attack magic without worrying about other people. It's a nice idea even if I do say so myself. Now then, before we start practicing attack magic, when everyone starts using magic, what kind of image do you have? What you ask? Normally, before I use magic, a teacher would be there to give some guidance, and then I will reflect on it, and imagine that. Come to think of it, Meiji-sama said the image Wolford-kun creates is special. He certainly did say that. He said Shin imagines the process rather than the result. That's right. But what will you guys do if you just imagine the result? That's why I want everyone to be able to imagine the process as well. That way, that range of your magic will increase. However, even if you tell me to imagine the process, I don't have any idea how to do it. That's why, before we start practicing, I'll teach you guys how to do it. After I said that, I took out a desk, a candle, and a beaker from the extra-dimensional storage space. I'll start with fire, I guess. First, I will ignite this candle. I used fire magic to light the candle. Well, it will naturally catch fire and start to burn. Everyone nodded. Then, how do you put this fire off? If you just blow on it, wouldn't the fire go off? Well, that will indeed cause the fire to be put out. However, if I put this beaker on top of it, it disappeared. Why do you think it disappeared? Why, you ask? I don't know that kind of thing. With fire, if you have fuel, you understand that it will continue to burn? Well, without any fuel, it won't burn. The fuel you speak of, For example, even this candle has a little of it. However, that's not all it has. No good. I don't understand. What do you mean? For example, when you burn something in a furnace, other than having coal or charcoal, you need to have something else in order to increase the fire, right? Air is needed, sir. That's right. In order for a fire to burn, other than fuel, it also needs air. However, if I blow on it, it'll disappear. That only applies to small fires such as the one on the candle. Do the large fires such as the one from a bonfire disappear if you blow on it? Certainly. It won't disappear. For now, take a look at this. But if you're interested, I'll teach you guys later. In order for this fire to burn, a gas in the air called oxygen is necessary. When oxygen burns, it creates a non-flammable gas called carbon dioxide. So when you're burning the wax candle inside the beaker, it's only using up the oxygen that's inside. It then generates carbon dioxide. Gradually, the oxygen decreases, and carbon dioxide increases. I once again lit up the candle, and then covered it with the beaker. Oh, I see. Because what's left inside the beaker is the non-flammable carbon dioxide, then it disappeared. This is the basic structure of simple combustion. Returning to the topic of magic, first, putting out the fire. Does everyone think they can do it? I asked them after putting out the fire with a finger. Everyone was nodding. Just now, when I imagined the oxygen in the area has decreased. The fire started to turn a lot paler, and when you shoot this fire, I shot the fire towards the ground. Kaboo! The ground melted, and so, it will become this kind of magic. Also, the magic I used during the entrance examination is similar to this. All I did was add a little speed to the flame and shot it. After I said that, I shot a flame bullet. Kaboo! When it landed on the ground, it decimated a large area of the ground and raised sand dust. I was intending to teach you guys something like this. What do you guys think? Everyone was looking at the spot where the flame bullet landed with serious expressions. Amazing. As I thought, it was a good idea to ask Wolford Kunt to create a research society. Amazing. It's so amazing that I'm afraid of learning it. Shin-kun, does this same principle apply to healing magic? If I'm not mistaken, this uniform was granted amazing enhancement. So does that mean if we cannot use such magic as you've shown earlier, there's no way we can grant such enhancement? There's a way. However, that is something that'll come up later. For today, we'll be practicing fire magic. With that, I stood in front of everyone to show them the stance before sending them off to practice. In order for everyone to level up, I'll do my best to teach them. Then, Alice suddenly said something. Hey Shin-kun, rather than conducting the lecture here, it would probably have been better if you did it in the laboratory with the blackboard before heading here for practice. That is also true. Author's note: the ending of the previous chapter has been edited. Please take note that the start of this chapter is not connected to the ending of the previous chapter. The research society had completely turned into me teaching magic. I followed what Alice had previously suggested and started with the explanation using the blackboard in the laboratory before we headed off to practice magic. I wrote an easy-to-understand explanation on the blackboard, and their water, wind, and earth magic improved greatly. Because of the activities of the research society, all the members have leveled up. One day, after the lessons for the day had ended, we received a message from our homeroom teacher. This time, I will relay a message from the kingdom. Because the overall objectives of the devil, Oliver Skstrom, are currently still unknown, we cannot take proper measures. It is nevertheless important to increase our strength. It is only natural for the members of the military to do so, but to prepare for emergencies, students should also work hard to level up. That's the end of the message. You students will have to be prepared in case you have to join the battle. Everyone was confused with what Alfred Sensei had said. Only Gus' team was able to remain calm. This was something they already knew. Nevertheless, for them to actually make a notification for students to prepare to fight, for the kingdom to make such an unusual notice, this is an exception beyond all exceptions. Even during the past wars, they didn't relay such notifications. This just proves how abnormal the situation was. And so, because of the current situation, there will be a temporary cooperation between the Knight students and the Magic students, and there will also be a joint training with the Knight Military Training Academy. Joint training, wouldn't this be a good method for training? That's what I thought, but everyone was making complicated expressions. What is it? Well, I understand why you guys are making such expressions. However, it will necessary for you guys to cooperate with knights and swordsmen in the future. It will surely be a good experience. After that, the classes for the day had ended. What's wrong everyone? You guys are making strange faces. I see, Shin doesn't know anything about it. Know what? Well, you see, Shin, because in Advanced Magic Academy, we can use body strengthening magic, and so we don't train our bodies much, right? It is as you've said. But in contrast, Knight Military Training Academy train their bodies, so they don't need to use magic to strengthen their bodies. It's the complete opposite of us, and because of that, the students from the Knight Academy calls the students from the Magic Academy Bean Sprouts as an insult. Whereas the students from the Magic Academy calls the students from the Knight Academy muscle brains as an insult. So what you're trying to say is that the relationship between the two academies is not good? It's exactly like that. What's up with that? Hey, what are you guys saying, especially during this kind of emergency? Although I understand that we're in a state of an emergency, but I can't endure it when those people start calling me Bean Sprout. That's right. It definitely gets really annoying. Since we're on the topic of bean sprouts, I have yet to see one. I, on the other hand, am fine with it. I was actually in that situation not too long ago. I haven't really been called names or anything to Gizaru. In Julius' case, it's probably only natural. As for Tony, since he comes from the family of knights, he doesn't particularly mind it. Wait a minute, what exactly is so bad about it? That's because, when it comes down to war potential, isn't it obvious that magic is more powerful? And yet, those guys have display attitudes as if they are the strongest of all. Knights and magicians both have their own weak and strong points. Nevertheless, all the heroes use magic. Magi-sama, Guru-sama, and even Wolford-kun uses magic. That just happened by chance. Now that I think about it, doesn't Shin also use a sword? Did one of the knights teach you by chance? That's right. Why do you ask? Because you're adept in magic. I don't think you'll need a knight to protect you. So it's because of this that Siagnichan and Krisnichan's relationship is bad. No, it's a different matter. They just fundamentally not suitable with each other. Michelle-san taught me a variety of things. Thanks to that, I've seen hell multiple times. While I was remembering Michelle-san's training from hell, I had a distant look in my eyes. And before I knew it, everyone was staring at me. What's wrong? No, the Michelle-san that you spoke of. Is he Michelle Kain-sama? If I remember it correctly, that was his name. The previous general of the Knight Order? That's what he said. I see. With your display of swordsmanship, I am convinced Gizaru. With Magi-sama to teach you how to use magic, and the Sword Saint-sama to teach you swordsmanship. What an enviable environment. Sword Saint-sama? Did Shin-kun not know about it? Speaking of Michelle Kain-sama, he's someone who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and he's been titled Sword Saint-sama. To me, he's nothing but a hellish instructor. Sword Saint. That's actually what he's called? I guess it's expected that his training was severe, but since Sword Saint-sama was the one who taught Shin-kun swordsmanship, then the Knight Academy students will probably not say anything. I don't know about that. Even though Sword Saint-sama taught him how to use the sword, he can also use magic. They'll probably target him out of jealousy. What's with that? How troublesome. Well, no matter what, it is necessary to participate in the joint training. Since it has a decent purpose, no matter what they say, I'll just not let it bother me. That's impossible. Somehow, I feel like something downright troublesome is about to happen. A few days later, the Knight Academy had arrived for the joint training. 4 students from the Magic Academy and 4 students from the Knights Academy. A total of 8 people makes a party, which will go outside the royal capital to train. For practical training, they will subjugate a number of the currently increasing amount of demons. We, the magic students, gathered in front of the royal capital's gate where I met the students from the Knight Military Training Academy. I'll just shorten it to Knight Academy. For the first time, as expected of people who train with swords daily, their bodies look more robust compared to the magic students. This time, the group was arranged according to the rankings of our entrance exam. The Knight Academy also used the same method to divide into groups. This situation, since everyone is a part of advanced academies, there shouldn't be a large difference between abilities, thanks to how the groups were formed. This is probably done on purpose with the intent of bringing about the best results, turning students into elites. Since it's our first time meeting students from the Knight Academy, The first thing to do is to introduce ourselves. Knight Military Training Academy top student, Chris Lloyd. Second seat, Miranda Wallace. 9 Curtis. I'm Kent McGregor. What's with that? The students from the Knight Academy greeted with ill humor. Chris is a good-looking man with blonde hair and blue eyes. His arms were really muscular. He gives off the feeling of a royal knight. Miranda has short black hair. And how do I explain this? She looks firm overall. Her arm looks really sinewy. 9 has brown hair and brown eyes, but compared to the other two, he looks rather slim, and his eyes were slightly narrowed while glaring. Since he's slender, I wonder if he's skilled in tactics. As for Kent, he's a macho man with blonde shaved hair. He was also carrying a large sword. I'm Advanced Magic Academy top freshman student, Shin Walford. Second seat. I'm Augusto von Earlshide. Maria von Messina. I'm Cicely von Claude. It's a pleasure to meet you. On our side, although Maria seemed slightly displeased, everyone else greeted normally. Gus looked as if their displeasure had no relation to him, while Cicely looked like she didn't see anyone looking displeased. So that's the grandson of the hero. In the end, he's just a magician. However, the prince is also together with us. This will be difficult. The students from the Knight Academy, Chris, and the others were talking with subdued voices. It looked like they wanted to talk to us as though we're inferior to them, but because Gus was with us, they couldn't do it. What the hell is that? Hey, before we start the training practice, is it okay if I ask something? What is it? The representative, Chris, replied. Have you and the other ever fought with a demon before? TSK. Just because you were able to take down a devil, you're acting like you're all that. No, we haven't. But so what? Are you displeased, huh? Why would I want to boast about that? That's not what I'm trying to say. In a few moments, we will be subjugating demons. It's better if you geese stop saying foolish things like the difference between knights and magicians. We are saying is, so what are you doing to do about it? You'll die, you know. I tried to threaten them a little. With this, I wonder if they'll become slightly cooperative. Shut up. The work of subjugating demons is originally done by the Knight Academy alone, and then suddenly magicians wants to come and obstruct our work. It's fine as long as you guys don't get in our way. Rather than being cooperative, they rebelled. Movie over. Do they not understand the real meaning of this joint training? You guys, are you participating in this training with those kinds of thoughts? No, it's not like we're saying your highness will get in the way or anything. That's not what I'm trying to point out. This training is devised so that during actual combat, we can smoothly cooperate with each other. This is not a competition between Knight Academy and Magic Academy on who can subjugate more demons. That is. Although you understand it, you're not convinced. If that's the case, then it can't be helped. Shin. What? During this training, there's no need for you to subjugate any demons. Because you don't need any training. I guess you'll only need to practice cooperating? That's right. I originally planned on not interfering as much as possible. What about it? The students from the Knight Academy said they can subjugate a demon without our help. In that case, that's what we'll do. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Just once, try subjugating a demon without the backup of magicians. If you do that, you'll understand the meaning of this training. If your highness said so. With Gus' proposal, the students from the Knight Academy will first subjugate a demon by themselves. Even though we've explained up to this point, they still don't understand it. As of now, although there is uneasiness, the joint training has started. We decided to head deep inside the forest in order to subjugate a demon. But in order to go to the forest, we must pass through a plain where the Knight Order and Magic Division gathered. And there, a member from the Knight Order and Magic Division will send a knight and a magician to serve as instructors. Yo, Shin. I look forward to working with you today, Shin. Of all people, it was Seiji and Chris Nichin. For the two of you to serve as instructors. I'm begging you. Please don't quarrel, okay? As long as this person doesn't pick a fight, quarrel. That's why I said stop doing that kind of thing. This training, will it really be alright? While I was feeling insecure of the imminent future, everyone was looking towards where I was with sparkling eyes. I'm one of Shin's classmate, Maria. Siegfried-sama, will you please shake my hand? That's not fair. Is it okay if you shake mine as well? Seiji sure is popular among girls. No, this one's name is Chris Lloyd. I am happy from the bottom of my heart to be able to meet Chris Timisama. With that, Handshake. I'm Noin. Today, by all means, please watch my brave figure. I'm Kent. Please also look at my figure while I fight. On the other hand, Chris Nichin is popular with boys. What is this? HMPH. HMPH. What do you think, Shin? This is the power of my popularity. What do you think, Shin? I am also not someone unwanted, right? I've always viewed Seiji Nichin as a playboy, so it wasn't unexpected. But Chris Nichin was surprising. What do you mean unexpected? How impolite. Wait a minute. Playboy, you say? Because, you're a playboy, aren't you? PFFTTT. What is this? Shin really has good eyes. I don't want to hear it from someone who is surprisingly popular, with her sullen looks. Tilde. Just do whatever you guys want. I was feeling tired watching the two who started fighting when I suddenly felt eyes on me. Except for Gus and Cicely, everyone was staring at me. Since you're so close with Siegfried-sama, isn't it fine if you introduce me to him? To actually act so familiar with Christina-sama. Unforgivable. Why is Maria also on that side? Huh? The students from Night Academy will first subjugate a demon by themselves? Yeah, this is the wish of the students of the Night Academy. They can't seem to understand the purpose of this joint training with just words. Gus explained to Seiji Nichin et al. What happened earlier. Seiji Nichin and Chris Nichin both looked stunned. Tilde. So it's the small pride of a student who has yet to set foot into a battlefield. What in the world are you guys thinking? We are the top students of the Night Academy. Even without the support of magicians, we will still be able to subjugate a demon. Even with Seiji Nichin and Chris Nichin's criticism, the students of the Night Academy didn't adhere to their words and insisted on subjugating a demon by themselves. I'm telling you that this is not that kind of training practice. Seiji, you don't have to say another word. It is as the prince said. Since they cannot comprehend it with words, they can only experience it. But, the training, this time, is just the first trial. And also, knights and swordsmen do not need, nor want the support of magicians, and magicians do not want or need the support of knights or swordsmen. I see these kinds of situations all the time with new recruits in the army. It certainly does happen often. However, it's fine. If you think about it, they're just acting a little hasty. Sometimes, these kinds of measures must be taken. So what you're saying that if they experience it while they are still students, there won't be any trouble when they enter the army. That's how it is. Besides, Shin is also participating in this training. The worst case scenario probably won't happen. That is also true. Seiji Nichin actually agreed with Chris Nichin. Although it's regarding me. Regardless of how unsatisfied I was with the explanation, for the time being, it was decided that the students of the Night Academy first will subjugate a demon by themselves. On the other hand, the students from the Magic Academy didn't say boastful things, but there seems to be one unconvinced person. Gus said while looking at Maria. What is it? No, I was thinking that maybe Machina doesn't understand the purpose of this training. I do understand it. After seeing that kind of situation twice, with just my power alone, without the support of either knights or swordsmen, I can't do anything, although it's aggravating. Is that so? Maria-chan, was it? You also saw when Shin fought against a devil? Why yes. I was there to see it. Then, although you're not satisfied, you do understand. Because you saw Shin's battle. Yes. That kind of thing. Only Shin is capable of using both magic and swordsmanship. What? Wolfert can also use a sword? He's probably not that great at it anyway. After all, he's just a magician. Why did I suddenly become a target? Well, normally, that would be a proper evaluation. That is something they'll also understand soon enough. Now then, we can't just stand here and do nothing forever. It's time for us to get going. Under Chris Nichin's command, we finally headed off to where the training would take place. It took so much time just to get ready to set off. I feel really uneasy of what will happen in the near future. And so, we finally arrived at the forest, and we headed deeper inside. Since it is difficult to scout deep inside the forest, it is likely that powerful demons reside there. However, our targets for today will be either medium or large-sized demons. While walking, I was using search magic, and the deeper we go into the forest, the number of parties lessened. What's the matter, for you to suddenly fall silent? That's only natural. This will be their first time to fight against a demon, so it would be weird if they're not nervous. Even Shin, when he first fought against a demon, he was probably also nervous, right? How is it? I have actually already heard about that story from Merlin-sama. I also heard it. What kind of story is it? I think it would be better if you guys don't hear it, because you will definitely lose your confidence. Since you've already said that much, it makes me rather interested. We also want to hear about it. Christina-sama, would you please let us hear it? What about me? Let me see. Ignored? You're being annoying. In that case, why don't you tell it? I intended to anyway. Well, let's just put that aside. Do you guys know that just recently, Shin was living deep inside a forest? Yes, I've been there once. We also heard about it. Apparently, in order to live deep inside the forest, one needs to be able to hunt to some extent. Since Shin became really proficient at hunting, he was also taught how to subdue demons. And so, after being taught how to use search magic, it seems he immediately found a demon. After that, what did Shin do? After Shin found a demon, without any hesitation, he immediately dashed to where the demon was. Without any hesitation? At that time, I only considered how to take it down as soon as possible. So Shin-kun had that kind of story before we even met him. What kind of story is it? We don't know about it. Then, I'll continue telling the story. When Shin came face to face with a demon. Shin, what kind of demon was it? It was a 3-meter-tall bear with red fur. That is, no way. A red grizzly. Since I heard it from Merlin-sama, there's no mistaking it. It was an emergency situation that left even Merlin-sama bewildered. For his first demon subjugation, the opponent was just too extreme. However, that guy. After Seiji said that, he turned and looked at me. And then Chris Nichin took over and began to speak. Without any hesitation, Shin jumped towards the red grizzly and cut off both of its arms. Then, he beheaded the demon in a blink of an eye. A red grizzly, you say? A demon that even the army would need a while to handle. Wow. It was cut and its head flew off. And also, it was subdued not by magic, but with a sword. Although you're the top student at the Magic Academy, you can also use a sword. Furthermore, is there something else? When that happened, Shin was apparently just 10 years old. 10 years old? Because Gus and the others have already heard of it before, they were not that surprised, but the students from the Night Academy were stunned speechless. As I thought, killing a bear at 10 years old was too excessive. That's how it is, and because of that, I guess you could say he's never been nervous when it comes to subjugating demons? Well, certainly. While the storytelling was happening, the search magic finally reacted to a demon. Moreover, it's heading straight towards us. Seiji. Yeah, I understand. Alright. Students from Night Academy, your turn has arrived. After hearing Seiji voice, tension ran through everyone's body. For the time being, let's have Chris and the others deal with it. Of course, I also prepared myself in case it becomes hazardous. The demon will appear in just a few moments. Get ready for combat. At Seijin's command, Chris and the others wielded their swords and adopted a battle stance. And then, what appeared was a wild boar of around 2 meters. The demon looked really appetizing. What a waste. Because when an animal turns into a demon, magic deteriorates it and it becomes impossible to eat. Shin, you're not thinking of something strange, are you? How did I get found out? Recently, Gus' intuition has been really sharp. It's scary. And then, Chris and the rest of the Night Academy students shook off their fear and became motivated. Don't freak out. Let's show them the abilities to the top students of the Night Academy. Let's go. And then, Chris and the others rushed towards the charging wild boar. Although they tried to slip by to deal it a blow, the wild boar was quicker. None of them were able to avoid it, and they were all blown away. They looked like they've been hit by a car, or rather, it was better described as having a head-on collision with one. Then, the wild boar turned around to face Chris and the others who had been blown away. When Chris and the rest saw it, they once again picked up their swords to try and defeat it. However, Chris and the other had yet to recover from the impact of the collision. Chris and the others, who only had the wild boar in their sights, rushed towards it in despair. With this, have they realized it even just a little? I rushed in front of the wild boar and took out vibration sword. Then I charged towards the wild boar, aimed at its neck, and swung the vibration sword. The wild boar, who'd been decapitated, continued to slide across the ground before stopping right in front of Chris and the others. With a single blow. Chris and the others were frightened by the wild boar which slid towards them, and couldn't move. When did he, as expected of him, be before that? We have to heal the students of the Night Academy. Please wait a moment, Cicely-san. Right now, we have to convince them while they're in pain. After saying that, Chris Nijin walked towards Chris and the others. How unsightly. Do you know that that demon is weak for a medium-sized demon? Even so, you guys were bragging about defeating it by yourselves. While Chris and the others were in pain, their confidence was shattered and they were making bitter expressions. Have you guys understood it yet? Although you guys are the top students of the Night Academy, when it comes down to it, all you've done is spit out hollow words of a student who has never known the battlefield. When you enter the army, take a good look around. You guys will be the weakest. You geese won't even match up to the recruits who entered the previous year. Chris and the others were getting more and more depressed. However, if you guys have the support of magicians, you can defeat demons of that caliber. You guys are weak. Please participate in the remaining training while keeping that in mind. Yes. Cries and the others looked like they were about to cry. Wasn't that a little too much? Cicely walked up to Chris and the others who were still depressed. I'll be using healing magic now, so please keep as still as much as possible. After saying that, she started to cast a healing spell. Although we were all looking down at you guys, I don't mind it at all. Right now, we are all members of the same party, so this much is natural. Cicely laughed while casting healing magic. I wonder what this is? The eyes Chris and the others had while looking at Cicely felt a little strange, and it made me feel really nauseous. After recovering thanks to the healing magic, Chris and the others stood up and the first thing they did was to look at me. You saved me, Wolford. You have my gratitude. It's fine, don't worry about it. As Cicely have said, we're all in the same party. That's right. Nevertheless, to be able to kill that with a single blow, I really envy Wolford, and at the same time, I'm ashamed of myself. It was wonderful. Next time, I will cooperate properly, and I will subjugate a demon. Yeah, that's right. This was probably envy. As I thought it's that after all, since it was a magician who subjugated the demon, this time, the night spawns didn't feel it was all that interesting. And then, they turned to look towards Cicely. You feel exactly the same as Sacred Saint Sama. This is the first time I've ever met a woman so gentle. When I think about all the women around me. What is it? What did you want to say? No. Nothing really. As for me, my eyes have finally opened up. I will fight to protect you from now on. I will make sure that you will not receive a single wound. Now that I think about it, your name? My name is Cicely von Claude. Cicely, I will protect you. What are you saying? I will be the one to protect her. No, I will. Since these guys have no immunity towards gentle girls, it looks like they immediately took a liking to the kind Cicely. I wonder what this is. At first, I intended to cooperate with these guys, but I couldn't calm down and felt sick to the stomach. Still, Wolford is really good at handling swords. Yeah, I was also surprised. I thought it was nothing but a dull magic sword. Was that also something Meiji-sama had taught you? No, even if it is Grandpa, it's impossible for him. The person who taught me how to use a sword was Michelle-san. No way. The sword Saint Sama? What? Is that true, Wolford? I'm so jealous. After saving Chris and the others from the demon, their attitudes have softened considerably. Just like this, we continued chatting while getting more friendly with each other. Although this is good. There's a reaction of a demon straight ahead. Everyone, please prepare. Alright, Cicely, please stay behind me. What are you saying? I'll be the one to protect Cicely. I won't let even a finger touch you, Cicely. I'll be just fine. Whenever a demon appears, they would protect Cicely. Cicely. Before I knew it, they're calling her name all the time. Cooperation is going well for the moment. While magic is used to stop its movements, the sword is used to deal damage and kill it. When it comes to training cooperation, it was done splendidly. Although it's splendid. Cicely, are you alright? You didn't get injured, did you, Cicely? Because I am the one protecting you, there's no way I'll let you get hurt. Right, Cicely? Yeah. For every single matter, they will be concerned about Cicely. Cicely was also feeling confounded and didn't know what else to do. This was not limited to during combat alone, but even when nothing is happening. Be careful, Cicely. It happens when there's a fallen tree. Hey Cicely, your hand. When there's slightly rough ground. You're not tired, are you, Cicely? I'm really just fine. Cicely, They're getting way overly familiar. Shin. Really? You don't have to get so irritated. I'm not really irritated. Sure you're not. If you're going to get so frustrated, why don't you go ahead and say, Cicely is my woman, don't put your hands on her. Ha. What are you saying? If it has nothing to do with you, then don't get so annoyed. Well, Cicely is also trying to turn them down, so there shouldn't be a problem. They're acting like that because they are guys who aren't accustomed to having a gentle woman around. You don't have to mind it. You guys. Another demon has arrived. Get ready. Because I was irritated, it seemed I was late in detecting the demon. No, I'm not really annoyed or anything. Ah, damn it. As expected, I really am irritated. I tried to regain my composure and concentrate in using search magic. As I thought, there's a reaction of a demon on the right side. Moreover, it's a group this time. And it's quite a number of them. Seiji, isn't the number of demons a little big? Yeah. Isn't this a little bad? Is the number of demons really that big? Cicely, make sure you stay behind us. If I don't take part in the fight, the training. It's okay, I say. I will make sure to protect the woman. No, about the training, even at such a time. These guys. Are they still going to play the part of a knight protecting the princess? I mean knight candidate. Ah, damn it, I should stop thinking about worthless things. Wait a minute. There's another reaction of a demon straight ahead. You're right. Is this the demon who is perhaps chasing the other demons? It seemed like Gus also used search magic to confirm. And then, his suspicion was proven to be right. After a moment, another group of demons jumped out from between the trees. Seiji-senpai, Chris-Neizuma. Please run away. Chris-sama, Seiji-san. It's really bad. There's a large number of demons heading in our direction. Two of the instructors of another party came to our instructors to report. Both instructors from different academies were gasping for breath. What's the scale of it? At the very least, 100. 100? That many? It seems like there's a good herd of demons. Seiji. What is it, Shin? Those demons. Do you mind if I take care of them? That's right. Can I leave it to you? That sort of thing. Siegfried-sama. For Shin-kun to take down all 100 of them by himself. It'll be fine if we just leave it all to Shin. Cicely-chan. To be honest, he's stronger than all of us here. Begin with, was there really a point for him to take part in this training? Hey, you guys. You people who are sitting down over there. Move behind and don't get in Shin's way. Seiji and Chris-Neizuma told everyone to move behind and take refuge. And then, from the depths of the forest, the horde of demons finally appeared. Since I'm feeling really frustrated, I'm going to be using you guys to release my pent-up anger. As for what had appeared, there was a wild boar, a wolf, and a bear was there in the mix as well. This many demons. Shin-kun. Although the demons were fast approaching, I had already completed the preparation for my spell. I'm sorry about this, but all of you please get blown away. Then, I unleashed the magic spell I had prepared and it caused an explosion. This is bad. I made a calculation mistake because I was too irritated. I hastily cast a double-layer magic barrier. Kaboom! When the explosion magic spell detonated, it caused a large blaring sound. When the dust from the explosion cleared up, I saw that all the demons in front had vanished. The front had really opened up. Just in case, I used search magic in order to confirm that there weren't any more demons. Yup. They were all exterminated. Shin-kun. As always, Cicely ran up to me and patted my body here and there to check for any injuries. Did you see? I didn't get injured or anything at all. Is that true? You used such an amazing magic spell. Are you sure you were able to properly prevent the blast from reaching you? Didn't the blast not reach this place? All of us were standing quite a distance away. We're not like Shin-kun who was standing at the front. Such a thing. Cicely looked at the scenery beyond me. A large-scale magic spell was used to blow away the other side. As I thought, I overdid a little. As far as the eye can reach, the trees on the other side had been mowed down, and only the trees that were covered by the barrier remained. I had done such terrible deforestation. Everyone taking refuge were all stunned, their mouths wide open. Are you really not hurt anywhere? Yeah. I'm really alright. Sorry for worrying you. Really? It's because Shin-kun always acts recklessly. Please put yourself in the shoes of those who worries about you. I'm really very sorry. While Cicely was still angry, everyone who had been struck dumb headed towards us, and finally opened their mouths to speak. Hell, is this? Seignichion's underclassman from the magic division cried out. This is the power of the hero of the present age. What is this? The landscape looks different compared to earlier. Why is this kind of fellow participating in the training? Other than Gus, Maria, Seignichion, and Chris Nichin, who has seen my magic before, everyone else was murmuring. That spell, isn't it more powerful than the one I saw before? At that time, it was probably considerably suppressed. You're as reckless as always that I don't know what else to say. Well, it is Shin after all. The opinions of the people who knew about my magic are heartless. That aside, why did such a thing happen? That's right. Emily, how did this happen? Seignichion asked Emily, who seemed to be supervising another group. We were originally training at a place not too deep in the forest. And then, because we felt we can handle a little bit more, we moved deeper, after which, when we used search magic to look for a demon, we detected a large number of them. When we first detected them, they were still quite a distance away, but they were approaching with surprising speed. They were still far when they were detected, and they suddenly appeared. Seignichion. It looks like there's something deep inside the forest. Yeah, there's not doubt about it. Moreover, a large-sized bear was also part of the horde. I have a really bad feeling about this. Seignichion suddenly cut off what he was going to say. I detected something using my search magic. Are you kidding me? What is this? A student from the Magic Academy in a different group suddenly screamed. The students from the Night Academy who weren't capable of using search magic remained puzzled. What is it? What has happened? You guys don't just converse amongst yourselves, and tell us about it, too. Could it possibly be? Yeah. It's the worst situation. In that case, we need to retreat as soon as possible. It's already too late. It appeared at the same time Seignichion yelled. What appeared over there was? It was an approximately 5 meters tall demonized tiger. A demonized tiger. Is this for real? And no, I don't want to die. Everyone sported expressions of despair. Cicely, come over here. Cress took Cicely's arm and tried to her away. Please let me go. Cicely, what are you saying? Hurry up and escape. If you want to run away, please run away by yourself. As for me, I will remain here. What are you saying? I will remain here for the sake of Shinkan just in case he gets injured. How foolish. The opponent is a disaster class demon. You know, even if it's Wolford, he cannot win against it. Those people who know nothing about Shinkan. Please shut up, Cicely said in an unusually loud voice. That's right. This is probably not an opponent Shin can't handle. If remembered correctly, when he subdued the devil before, he once said that although it's a little stronger than a demonized tiger, it's still too weak. That's why it's strange, or something like that. Now that you mentioned it, I also received a report regarding that comment. Compared to when you subjugated a demonized tiger back then, you seem calmer now. Chris Nichin also experienced trauma from a demonized tiger. Or rather, I'd like for you guys to back up soon. That's how it is. So one more time, you guys better take refuge. Hey, you guys, hurry up and go. Even if Shin is restraining the demonized tiger right now, there's a high chance that you might get bewitched by its magic. Christina-sama. If Wolford is going to fight against it, I will fight as well. You can't. Even Seig and I will be nothing more than a hindrance. Are you guys stronger than me? And I mean overwhelmingly more powerful. No. About that. Well then, you should go. Although Chris was eager to stay and take part with the subjugating, he was finally persuaded by Chris Nichin. Shinkan. Please don't act too recklessly. Yeah, I'll subdue it immediately, so wait for me. Yes, I'll be waiting. After saying that, Cicely also evacuated and joined everyone else in the rear. Now then, they said that tigers and lions are disaster-class demons. Although demonized lions are slower than tigers, they have enormous power. Even though demonized tigers are weaker than lions, they have immense speed. So in order for a person to defeat a demonized tiger, I released some of the magic power I had in reserve and used body-strengthening magic on myself. I didn't just strengthen my skin, but my bones as well. When the demonized tiger was finally able to release itself from my magic restriction spell, it let out a roar filled with anger. And then it immediately rushed towards me. You're being too noisy. This stupid gigantic cat, with the body strengthening boost, I jumped right in front of the demonized tiger and kicked it at the bottom of its chin. Grua. After giving the tiger a kick to its jaw, it did a one-flip rotation and landed not too far behind me. The impact was really negated. It seemed like it didn't take much damage. No, that's not true. The tiger's paws, they were trembling. This is probably because I countered it while it was rushing towards me. In order to fight against a demonized tiger, rather than using magic, it was better to use my body to deal damage to it. But because it's quick, there's a possibility that it might avoid it. However, demonized lions are the opposite. Now then, I should hurry up and finish it off. I quickly took out vibration sword and approached it. Seeing the threat I pose, it let out a roar and looked at the people behind me. And so, rather than fighting against me head-on, it probably felt that the people behind me were easier to deal with and it tried to bypass me. There's no way I would let you do such a thing. Thanks to the tiger's gaze, I understood its aim and immediately caught up to it, swinging the vibration sword down on its neck. I guess this distance is the halfway mark between me and everyone else. Although it was moving towards everyone else, with this, everyone probably won't be at any risk. Maybe it's because I didn't act recklessly. I feel good after subduing it. While I was thinking that I did really well, I headed back to everyone, and as I expected, they all looked stunned. Why is that? Shin-kun, can I ask you something? Yeah. What is it? Is that the correct way to defeat a demonized tiger? That's right. Because tigers are quick, it is more efficient to use body strengthening boost and physical attacks to defeat it. Is that so? With a knee kick. After hearing Cicely ask questions, everyone also began to talk. A knee kick, you say? There's no way it's like that. For that really large demonized tiger to make one full rotation because of it. What should I say about this? It's too reckless. Eh? Was the knee kick still no good? Timidly, I turned towards Cicely. And she was puffing her cheeks. Really? Didn't you say that you wouldn't do anything reckless? I'm sorry. I didn't think of that as being reckless. Although I believed that Shin-kun would be just fine. But when I saw you rush in front of the demonized tiger, I thought my heart would stop. Cicely looked like she might cry at any moment. It looks like I made you worry again. I'm sorry. I'm really glad that you're safe. That's right. Welcome back, Shin-kun. Thanks for your hard work. After she said that, she started laughing. I'm back. And also, thank you very much for saving us. You're very welcome. I placed a hand on my chest and took a bow. Cicely and I looked at each other and started laughing. Hey, Maria-chan, are these two going out with each other? No, it hasn't reached that point yet. Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. It's really hard to believe. They should really hurry up and get together. The outsiders are noisy. A demonized tiger had appeared. After it was subdued, everyone was amazed. Well, I wonder if it was a good thing that everyone wouldn't experience traumas like Alfred Sensei and Chris Nichan. As for you guys, you need to keep in mind that Shin is abnormal. You shouldn't use him as a reference. When it comes to disaster-class demons such as tigers and lions, we, members of the army, have to put our lives on the line before we can finally defeat one. When you look at this spectacle, don't misunderstand that a demonized tiger is weak. Yes, said by all the students. What is this? Even the students from other groups responded. Because the way Shin-kun subjugated the demon was too astonishing. It won't be much of a reference. Even Cicely said something similar. Is that so? I won't serve much as a reference, but because Shin-kun is participating in the training, I can feel relieved. If anything happens, Shin-kun will be here. I think it's because of this. Everyone can put in their best effort and train hard. Isn't that part of Seiji Nichan and Chris Nichan's work? It is, isn't it? Cicely agreed with what I said. As I thought, she's very gentle. If possible, I want her to only be gentle towards me, but since Cicely is kind, it's probably impossible. Alright, although there was a slight incident, there's still some time before the scheduled hour. We'll raise your skills even if there's only a little time left, Seiji Nichan declared after parting from the other groups. Although a disaster-class demon did appear, everyone else just watched as it got defeated, so it seemed they could still continue. Because they didn't take part in the fight, they had no time to be depressed. See Cicely? Stay right by our side. That's right. Because we will protect you. No, you've already done plenty. And also, since we're on the topic of safety, it would be safer to stay right beside Shin-kun. Cicely responded, turned towards me, and smiled. She splendidly cut them with a single strike. Chris and the others seem to have gotten really depressed. Although I'm glad that you guys are willing to protect me. It wouldn't be a form of training if there is no cooperation between us. We all came here to train. Also, I don't want to keep being protected all the time. She's probably referring to what had happened before. She was probably really worried about it and thought she was a nuisance to me. She probably wants to be able to protect herself. Alright, Cicely probably wants to become stronger, right? Yes, I want to be able to protect myself when the time calls for it. Is that so? If that's the case, I will train you to the point where you'll be able to defeat a demonized tiger by yourself. No, I don't mean it to that extent, Cicely said in a fluster. When I started laughing, Cicely finally realized that she was being teased. Really, Shin-kun? Sorry, because it looked like you were really passionate and determined. I said that in order to loosen you up. You don't have to worry about anything, Cicely. Before you knew it, you've already gotten stronger. Is that true? Yeah, I'm really happy. It's because her shoulders were really tense. It definitely has nothing to do with my personality. These guys, as I thought, they're going out? No, not yet. Or so I thought. Still, it's really hard to believe. Meiji-sama and Guru-sama's grandson, being taught swordsmanship by Sword Saint Sama, and in the end, even Cicely. How enviable. It makes people too envious of him. As I thought, I can't come to like Walford. You guys are acting really uncool. You guys are really noisy, whispering here and there. Because the students from the Night Academy held Cicely in high regard, they kept looking over here with irritated expressions. This kind of mentality is good to have when they're young. Although I'm already using search magic, Cicely, and the others were also using it. In the meantime, everyone was copying me and concentrated more on detecting enemies around us. Gus, pay attention on where your foot is landing. There's a large stone there. Okay, I understand. Maria, you realize you're getting separated from everyone else, right? Since when did I? While I was paying attention to Maria, who was on the verge of separating from the group, Cicely lost her footing on a hollow cavity on the ground. Oops. I managed to grab Cicely before she hit the ground. You are concentrating too much on using magic to search for enemies. You also have to look at your surroundings. I'm sorry. And in my arms, Cicely murmured in vexation. Damn you, Walford. I'm so jealous. If it were me. You guys are looking really uncool. There were feelings of resentment coming from the students of the Night Academy. Miranda seemed really embarrassed for them. After we advanced for a while, there was a reaction to the search magic. This is. I also detected it with my magic. I detected it, too. But this is, although it is smaller than the demonized tiger, it is still bigger than what we've seen so far. Oh, everyone noticed it as well. Now then, what type of demon do you think it is, Your Highness? Now not you mentioned it. Is it a bear? Oh, you got it right, Your Highness. What a surprise. That small prince has turned out to be so remarkable. You're too noisy. I won't always be that kid who used to play with you all the time. Gus was being teased by Seiji. This kind of scene is very rare. Seiji. What is it? Later, tell me stories about Gus when he was young. Oh, all right. What? Hey, don't do that. Gus was literally panicking. I'm looking forward to the end of this training. Kikuchi. Even though there's a demonized bear not too away, why are you people more interested in that kind of story? It's because it's just a bear, right? It's something Shin subdued when he was 10 years old. Even though Shin is here to assist us, you geese should feel a little more apprehensive about this. Seiji got angry again. I'm also referring to you, Shin. Me too? He has already participated enough. An assist from Cicely. Everyone's eyes were focused on both myself and Seiji. It's like this. I'm just trying to ease everyone's tension. That's right. I'll be here in case you guys need assistance. So let's take it easy. Although it is certain that Shin can subjugate a large-sized demon all by himself and can assist the group if anything happens, but still, please do it. Seriously. Yes, HMPH. You're just trying to boast. Was there something you wanted to say? I'm saying you're being too noisy. Chris Nichan is noisy as well. With that, I returned Chris Nichan's words to her. Well then, We'll now subjugate the demonized bear. First, we'll use magic to attack it, and then the students from the Night Academy will deal the finishing blow. Make sure you adapt to the circumstances, especially the students from the Night Academy. Since you fight in close range, magic cannot be used freely, so make sure you survey your surroundings while fighting. Yes. Chris Nichin forcefully changed the topic of the conversation. She then conveyed the instructions before the subjugation commenced. Everyone advanced a little more, heading towards the bear. After a period of time, we discovered the demonized bear targeting an ordinary deer between some trees. Are you guys prepared? Now then, magic. Shoot it. Under Chris Nichin's order, 3 people shot magic in unison. In order for the effects not to overlap each other, the 3 of them shot fire arrow, wind blade, and rock bullet respectively. When the spells hit the bear, it fainted in agony. I wonder if this was the result of the research society. The power of their spells had gone up. Night Academy students, go for it. Yes. Chris Nichin was surprised at the result of everyone's magic, and in an instant, she shouted an order to Chris and the rest. You guys could actually use those kinds of spells? That's not it. It's only until now that we thought to cast the spell with all our might and subjugate the demon with one blow. Because if we subdued them with just one blow, it wouldn't be practice for the Night Academy students, would it? That's what Shinkan had instructed us to do. Unless it's a medium-sized demon, he said not to use our full strength. Well, although it's your first time firing spells at a demon, I'm glad you guys followed Shin's instructions. That's right. We didn't think that our magic power would go up by this much. That's right. Since I've been monitoring everyone's progress during the Research Society meetings, I thought they would probably defeat small-sized demons in one hit. In that case, it would be best if they did not use all of their might unless it was a medium-sized demon. Because if they didn't hold back, the students from the Night Academy won't have a chance. I'll say it as many times as needed. This is practice. While they were having their conversation, Chris and the others took down the demonized bear. Although they are still unable to subdue it with one blow, the demon has certainly accumulated some damage. Only when Chris and the others were assured of victory, did they head over to deliver a decisive blow. Nevertheless, the wound already present on the demonized animal was frightening. In addition, before it will be killed, the demon was hit by spells and was on the brink of death with just a single shot. Chris swung his sword and tried to amputate the demonized bear's left arm. However, the sword dug into its arm and didn't fall out. With its right arm, the demonized bear attacked Chris. Watch out! Although Chris Nichin yelled out to warn him, I already predicted that this would happen. Prepared, I shot 2 wind bullets. The purpose of the first one was to blow away the bear's right arm descending upon Chris, while the other one was for its left arm, to push Chris' sword in deeper. The power of the demonized bear's left arm had been reduced, and Chris was able to pull out his sword. This time, he grabbed the hilt of the sword and wielded it without overswinging. After they finally defeated the demonized bear, they returned to where we were standing. Wolford, thanks for your help back there. Don't mention it. He gave me his gratitude with a reluctant expression. Chris, 9. And well as Kent. You geese really need to stop acting that way. If it wasn't for Wolford-kun's magic, you geese would have been dead. And because of that, I feel really embarrassed looking at you people. Miranda finally lost her temper. I guess it's only natural. Although she, herself, is a girl, Chris and the others only cared about protecting Cicely. On the other hand, Cicely had given them her gratitude, refused their guardianship and started to quietly follow me. She has probably never seen them act this way until now. She would certainly feel like she had been disillusioned. Please calm yourself down, Miranda. But, Christina-sama, they're just a bunch of people who attended a school full of guys. And also, the girls at the Night Academy. They can hardly be considered as ladylike, can they? That is, well, it is as you said. Did my previous classmates' thoughts also lie along those lines? They were always talking about girls. Speaking of girls, there was one nearby. Was I not considered a girl? Christina-sama? The darkness in Chris Nichin's heart is leaking out. I see. So Chris Nichin wasn't all that popular during her academy days either. She probably worked really hard after graduating. Adolescent boys are just like that. With a cute and lovely looking girl, They want to look noble and dignified while protecting that kind of girl. They're probably envious of Shin because he has taken most of the good parts. Chris Nichin looked like she swallowed a mouthful of poison. She's probably trying to absorb the actions of the guys in the Night Academy during her days there. Cries and the other guys turned red and lowered their heads. Please stop this foolishness already. Now that I think about it, Nichin hasn't said a word for a while now. I wonder what the matter was. While I was thinking so, I turned to look at Nichin. No way. Their magic power is greater than mine? Is it because of Shin? Is it because they were taught by Shin? Should I also ask him to teach me? No, because until now, I've always treated him as my younger brother. So to ask him to teach me, my pride will be. Wait a minute, he is the grandson of Merlin-sama, so if I think about it, it's indirectly receiving guidance from Merlin-sama. No, but this one, on the other hand, was battling against his pride. Alright, with this, today's training has ended. Let's go back to the royal capital. Good work, everyone. After witnessing the trio's magic power, Nichin somehow managed to gather himself together and announced the end of today's training. Although I backed them up a little, everyone almost had enough strength to subjugate a large-sized demon on their own. However, the male team of the Night Academy students, Cress and the others, had gotten depressed while Miranda was shocked at what had been revealed. And because of this atmosphere, I think the Night Academy students didn't believe they would be able to take down a large-sized demon. On the other hand, the 3 students from the Magic Academy were delighted that their magic power has increased more than they had expected. Nevertheless, because the students from the Night Academy were disheartened, they kept their mouths shut. As a result, a strange atmosphere filled the surroundings. Chris Nichin, who could no longer withstand the tension, reprimanded Chris and the others. You people need to put a sock into it already. Even though you're just students, you have already taken down a large-sized demon. So instead of being dispirited, you should reflect on the previous battle and correct what you think you should have done better. Aren't there a lot of things you still need to improve on? Or rather, if you do not reflect on those things, there's no meaning to this training. Maybe because of the fact that Chris and the others are considered Chris Nichin's underclassmen, she spoke to them harshly. Maybe there's no need to be partial to one's alma mater. Or rather, she can understand how Chris and the others are feeling. I wonder if this also has something to do with the darkness of her past. It is as you say, there's a lot of things we need to reflect upon and improve. Oh, as expected of the top students from the Night Academy. Did they switch gears? During the previous battle, the preemptive magic attack was very effective. That's right, and the demonized bear received considerable damage from it. I've heard that demons can use body-strengthening magic, but because of the magic attack, I didn't see any signs of it. Or rather, the problems lie with us. As expected of the top students from the Night Military Training Academy, they immediately began reflecting on the previous battle. As I thought, we shouldn't have rushed towards victory. You're right. Since you guys are the top students from the Night Academy, there's no problem when it comes to battle. However, no matter who it may be, the battle is not decided until the very last moment. Understood? I have definitely realized it. I nearly lost my life. In this late hour, Chris looked like he recalled what almost happened and shivered. As for me, I thought Chris would definitely be killed. Me, too. That's what I thought, too. And then you guys probably diverted your eyes, right? Although I understand how you feel, but no matter the situation, you must never take your eyes off demons. Yes. Nevertheless, the magic Wolford Kun used to save Chris was awesome. Can magic spells really be shot with such precision? No, I don't know a single person who is capable of pinpoint magic accuracy. The majority of the magicians aim at larger targets. I didn't think it was possible for a guy who's right next to me to be able to do so, but to be able to manage it that well. You're right, I have never seen it done before either. Shin, how wide of a distance can you shoot magic with such pinpoint accuracy? Nichin turned to me and asked a question. Since you asked, didn't you once visit the vast plain where I practiced magic? Yeah. That place with the strange topography? Yeah, that place. That's right. When I was practicing there, I could pinpoint magic from about 500 meters away. 500 meters? Yeah, while using visual strengthening magic. Any further than that, it's impossible for me to pinpoint. I didn't think it was that much of a big deal because in the other world, People are able to shoot with precision at a greater distance. But they're making your impossible face again. What you're trying to say is that that distance is a no-brainer. Yeah, because I was seeing it as though it was right in front of my eyes. And then I placed my hand on where I want the shot to be fired. Hand, you say? You were really able to pinpoint your shot, the left arm as well. I aimed at the spot where its power was at its weakest. Alright, we shall continue to regard Shin as someone abnormal. Seiji summarized everything with a brief sentence. What the hell is that? While I was about to voice my complaints to Seiji, I heard voices coming from the Magic Academy students, Gus and the rest. So you mean there wasn't any problem with us? The spells your highness and the others pulled out were wonderful. To be honest, because the power of the spell was so great, it stopped moving. It is as you say, the power was so great. I wonder if this can still be considered training. Even I was momentarily late in following instructions. But then again, what in the world is that? Is the current standard of the students in the Magic Academy that high? To be honest, they are about equal to the members of the Magic Division. Or rather, they give an impression that they have already surpassed them. Shin, what did you do? It was concluded that it was my doing? But it was indeed my doing. What, you say? It's because I belong to the same research society with these three people. I only taught them the same method Grandpa taught me to practice magic. I didn't lie about it. I only taught them how to imagine magic spells differently. Exactly how many people are part of that same research society? Everyone from the freshman S class and 2 people from A class, so 12 people. So what you're saying is, in 3 groups, the students from the Night Academy will become very depressed. Yeah. We'll probably have to check up on them later. What's this? We have been grouped together with Shin. That kind of reaction is it is quite the unexpected. What do you mean grouped with me? And why are you guys puzzled over this? Cicely as well. Anyway, let us hurry towards the gate of the royal capital. Since our group went deeper into the forest than any other group, we'll probably be the last to return. Seiji let the comment about being grouped together with me through and conveyed that we need to hurry up and return. Has being grouped together with me become a derogatory term? While I was walking depressedly and stricken with shock, Seiji asked me a question. Hey, Shin. What is it, Seiji? What kind of research society did you guys join? Research on attack spells? No, because of what Gus and Sensei recommended, and what my classmates concurred with, I started my own research society. You made your own, then? What kind of research society is it? Even if you ask me what it is, it's a group where everyone will master magic together. That kind of research society. It really has no distinction whatsoever. I think so as well. So as of now, they are using the practice method taught to us by Grandpa, and I am teaching them the way I imagine magic spells. The way Shin imagines magic spells. That's it. What is? Nothing really. Even if they use the practice method taught by Merlin-sama, the capabilities they displayed is nothing a first year can accomplish. Since Shin is teaching them the way you imagine magic spells, doesn't that mean you're teaching them your magic spells as well? I wonder if it is like that. I mean, a person's imagination differs from one person to another. However, when they cast the spell, it would closely resemble my own. That might be how it is. Nevertheless, it is also a fact that the abilities of the prince and the others have improved. Well, I don't know the abilities of any other magicians. Well, in the first place, even before you were admitted to the academy, you were already taught how to use magic by both Merlin-sama and Melinda-sama. In addition, the reason you enrolled was to make friends and learn common sense. So it's natural for you not to know the abilities of any other magicians. I know the abilities of the students in the academy. That's why, even if it's just the people part of the research society, I want their abilities to increase. It's this kind of situation. If Strom did not appear, it would have been satisfactory for everyone to increase their abilities at their own pace, and they would not have reached this level. Hey, I want to ask something of you. What is it? That the practice method the research society is doing. Is it okay if you teach me as well? It's Hold up a bit before you answer, Shin. When I was about to answer that it was all right, Gus cut me off and asked me to wait. Why? Siegfried, I'm guessing that you are part of the military forces. Yeah, well, about Merlin Dono's practice method, it's fine if you learn it since it seemed to have been the mainstream in the past. As for the part about learning what Shin teaches students as part of the research society, his way of imagining magic spells. The worst-case scenario would come about if it were taken for military usage. That is, Merlin Dono lamented the decrease in magic power of current magicians compared to the past. And as Melinda Dono had said, not everyone should be capable of using the same magic as Shin. With that said, there's a high possibility that the neighboring countries might remark upon it. You were saying it might become a diplomatic dispute. Diplomatic dispute? The magic spells that I'm teaching? Even right now, it's considered as borderline because Shin voluntarily taught the friends he made in the academy for their own safety, in which Merlin Dono and Melinda Dono has accepted Shin's intention. Certainly, if a person from the military forces learns it, there will be other people from our country who would want to learn it as well. Because of the current circumstances, it might also be good to learn it. I held my breath while Seiji gasped. Do you think Merlin Dono and Melinda Dono will agree to something like that? To use their grandson for military purposes? That is, to be honest, Shin's magic is dangerous. I had no intention of letting his magic be known to the public, nor am I going to teach anyone about it. This is something that should not be spread about, because if it becomes known, not just devils, there's a possibility that human beings will also face extinction. That's sort of a massive problem. As I thought, you didn't notice it at all. Then you mean what I'm doing now? So you mean what I'm doing right now will cause a big problem? But I cannot guarantee that that is exactly what's going to happen. What do you mean? To be honest, we are currently facing an unprecedented emergency, a mass appearance of devils. Well, yeah, we have no knowledge on what Shtrom is planning, but if they decide to go on the offensive, Shin's magic will be effective. As for the problem, it will come afterwards, when the other countries tries to obtain that power for their own. That's why I said that it shouldn't be widely known. Fortunately, it has been limited to the people part of the research society, so it can still be somewhat contained. I also warned Bin and Stone. Do not teach any of your classmates of what you learned during the research society meeting. For you to actually give that kind of warning, I don't really care about concealing the information or monopolizing it. As for me, I don't have any intention of spreading or abusing Shin's magic. Shin, you've said it before, right? The way humans use magic depends on their morals. Yeah. I did say that. This amount of people is enough. Any more than this, unexpected situations might happen. I'll bet my body and soul and show you that I'll be able to control the situation. Therefore Shin, you should prevent your magic from becoming well known. Yeah, I understand. The situation has become more serious than I originally thought. I never thought that it might become a diplomatic problem. However, you said that it was fine to teach Merlin Dono's practice method. I believe you said that it used to be the mainstream in the past. That's right. Since you've asked up until this point, well, what exactly is Merlin Sama's practice method like? It is actually quite frighteningly simple. Siegfried, do you think you can do it? What are you saying? I will definitely try it out. Then, I will teach you. The practice method is? It's to practice your magic control. What? Day after day, continue to practice your magic control and increase it little by little. That's all there is to it. No, are you telling the truth? Why are you doubting me for? Claude, Machina, please come here. Yes, what is it? In order for our conversation not to be heard, we were walking far in the front when Cicely and Maria were called. What happened, Your Highness? Nothing really. Over here, we have an elite Sama of the Magic Division, also serving as one of Further's bodyguards, who doesn't know of the importance of magic control. I was thinking of telling him about it not long ago. You also didn't know the importance of it. Certainly just hearing about it, one won't immediately realize it. What do you think should I do? That's right. For starters, how about doing what Shin did, create a magic barrier? First, Siegfried, please try doing it. I understand. Reluctantly, Seiji deployed a magic barrier. As I thought, it's really thin. Well then, the three of us will now deploy one. Okay, I understand. And so, the three people cast their magic barriers. For this is what happened, Seiji. Because we all stopped walking, and when Chris Nichin saw us and heard a voice, she called out. In one way or another. What's this? What's with this thick magic barrier? Actually, before we were taught by Shin and Merlin Dono, we didn't know about it. But when a magician practices their magic control, it increases their magic power. To be honest, compared to Shin's magic barrier, Ours is still incomparably thin. Even this is still thin, you say. Shinkan's magic barrier is more amazing. Seiji looked my way and exhaled a defeated sigh. Certainly, with this amount of magic power, it's not that strange for our strength to not have that much of a difference. However, in terms of technicality, we have ways to go. No, you can have confidence in yourself, Maria-chan. You have enormous magic power. I'll also practice my magic control. Well, to be honest, because this method is plain and troublesome. It's fine if it's widely spread. With that, Gus gave Seiji permission to let it become well known. Nevertheless, I was being far too naive. Have actually caused Gus this much trouble. My bad, Gus. What do you mean? No, it looked like I caused you some trouble. What? So you were talking about that? Don't mind it. Further was originally the one who brought you into this kingdom. Since this is the case, I'll undertake the troublesome matter until the very end. T/N. He's pretty much saying he's babysitting Shin. Gus. I thought I was following what's normal. And that I was being very careful. That's why the Ultimate Magic Research Society will be placed under the management of the kingdom after Shin's graduation. Said by everyone. Isn't that only natural? Because if it's placed in the military, it will be impossible to control Shin's magic from being spread. Thus, they will be considered as special forces directly under the kingdom's control. They will also be in charge of monitoring other countries. T/N. I'm not sure if I translated this clear enough. It means that after Shin's graduation, the members part of the research society will join a unit called Special Forces, and they aren't given any other choice. Isn't that a little too strict? If we continue along this path, we will probably be known as the world's strongest military unit. Unless it's an extreme case, we will not make any moves. Otherwise, we will not be able to avoid suspicion. So what he's trying to say is that Earthside Kingdom does not want other countries thinking they have any intention of world domination, nor do they want it. Again and again, I'm sorry. That's why I've already said not to mind it. If it's not misused, it can be a bright ray of hope that can save the human race. Ray of hope, he said. That's right. The misuse of those magic must be prevented. I think Shinkan will do just fine. Cicely? Because the reason he taught us those magic spell is so that we are able to protect ourselves, right? A person who is kind and thinks of the well-being of other wouldn't misuse it. Cicely. Shinkan will definitely become the hope of the world. That's why. Please don't worry about it. I understand. Thank you, Cicely. Or rather, the people who needs to worry are us. No, it's just me. That's right. We should also be careful. I have changed the lives of everyone. The lives of the research society members have been altered. While I was hysterically feeling responsible for that, we finally arrived at the gate of the royal capital. The students from both the Magic and Night Academies were waiting there. Before the training started, the students from the Magic Academy and the Night Academy were hostile to each other. But now one can see that they were talking to each other here and there. The fact that I can occasionally hear laughter means they have mutually accepted each other. Although I think this is one of the most important aspects of the training session. There are about 2 groups of 4 Night Academy students looking awfully depressed, and close to those students, there were students from the Magic Academy looking puzzled at the sight. Or rather, they were all members of the Research Society. Your Highness, Shinkan, Cicely, Maria. Thanks for your hard work. Thanks for the hard work, Alice. What happened? Well, you see, because we found out how much our magic power has increased, we got carried away using it. And then the students from the Night Academy started feeling depressed. That's why I said not to get too carried away. I just got a little carried away. I am reflecting upon it now. The people in Alice's group didn't look like they acted with prudence. I wonder if they only used magic to subjugate demons? And then the Night Academy students who didn't get a turn became depressed. In the beginning, we followed Shindono's instructions and controlled our use of magic. Even so, we were able to subdue small-sized demons with one blow. But because I thought this wouldn't do, in the latter half of the training, we suppressed our magic power considerably. And by doing that, it looks like you guys hurt their pride even more. That became more evident halfway through the training. Students from the Night Academy, just like Cress and the rest, looked like they also had a high sense of pride. Because of the circumstances, I wonder if the students felt like they were not at all necessary. Nevertheless, it's a little satisfying. because those fellows were all looking at us really hatefully. Well, it certainly did feel quite good. It's good to show them our usefulness once in a while. That's why we didn't prevent our groups from doing so. I am now reflecting on it. I, on the other hand, did not receive any hateful glances directed towards me. The students from the Night Academy. Are they really that starved for attention of girls? I wonder about the situation of Tony, Julius, and the others. As for us, I was acquainted with people from our group. I, Seishore, am also acquainted with some of the people Togezaru. I didn't know anyone from their side, sir. Me, too. Oh, right. Tony's family was originally a family of knights. He probably got acquainted with them when he was learning swordsmanship in the past. And they told us that students from the Magic Academy are all weak and only know how to run away. As soon as we met them, because I'm always together with His Highness Togezaru, it was my first time seeing it Togezaru. And then the atmosphere worsened immediately Togezaru. Then, when the time came to subdue demons, we got all serious about it, sir. And then, someone who looked like Fried-san's rival was there. And because of the rivalry with Fried-san, who is now able to use magic, he got fired up. T/N, in case you guys have forgotten. Fried is Tony's last name. Nevertheless, it was unreasonable for us to use it repeatedly Togezaru, because it broke down the cooperation. The instructor got angry many times, sir. Although I wanted to use support magic, I was unable to get the right timing to cast it. Even though there were several dangerous situations. In those situations, excitement occurred again, and then got us reprimanded. That kind of cycle kept happening Togezaru. That person was a little persistent in regards to Fried-kun. Sir, I see, a person who was Tony's old rival, and because Tony is now also able to use magic, he got really fired up. How hot-blooded. NN. He has always been like that since we were young. Before I got a chance to respond, he was already charging. Because he considered you as his rival, I guess it couldn't be helped. Although we got along really well when we were still young. Eh? Is that so? I wonder if it's because of that. In the past, the person he really liked confessed her feelings to me. That's definitely the reason why. What a cruel thing to do to an adolescent boy. And so, in the end, we continued to subjugate demons using our magic. The students from the Night Academy didn't get any chance at all, sir. That really was a little bit dangerous. I wonder if they deemed it dangerous to let the students from the Night Academy join in on the subjugation. That's humiliating. What about Shinkan's group? As for our group, we had Shin and Cicely who kept flirting with each other. What are you saying, Maria? That's right. What do you mean by kept flirting with each other? No, you guys did flirt. Gus? You really aren't very self-conscious, are you? Self-conscious about what? If that is not considered as flirting, I wonder how lovey-dovey you guys would look like when you are actually flirting. Oh, how it will look like, you ask. How would I know that kind of thing? How easygoing, sir. Well, since we were just following Shin during the training, there was some kind of cooperation going on. Shindono probably had it all under control. This time, however, Shin usually placed a brake on himself. Since he usually takes the initiative and act recklessly. Taking initiative and acting recklessly, that's probably how it is. Wolford-kun is looking quite depressed. It's true. What happened? It's because Shin did various things, so he's feeling responsible for us. Responsible? Why is that, Togezaru? Since they asked why I was depressed, I told them about what Gus had said earlier, about the course of their lives being dictated the moment they graduate. You're talking about that. Julius and I already knew about it. We heard it from His Highness Togezaru. I guess it's only natural for the both of you to hear it from Gus. It's probably normal for Thor and Julius. So that means our paths has already been decided after we graduate. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but that seems to be the case. I did it. My future is now secured. Alice? An unexpected response came from Alice. I mean, even though you get admitted to the Advanced Magic Academy, it doesn't mean that your future is set, right? However, the students from the Night Military Training Academy can immediately get enlisted right after graduation. Since that academy is specifically for training up and coming officers and soldiers, it is a special advanced academy. However, the The students from the magic, economic and law academies have to choose their careers after graduation. That's why I said I'm sorry, because I have selfishly took away everyone's chances to choose. Sorry about what? Isn't the unit directly under His Highness? Furthermore, it's different from the army. Isn't that super special treatment? There's no way I can be a part of that under normal circumstances. It is as you've said. It's exceptional special treatment. How awesome, sir. And I can also be a part of it. I wonder if this is just a dream. If I tell my family about it, they'll probably be really happy. Everyone is happy about it. Is this something everyone should be happy about? Wolford-kun, you probably don't know how wonderful this situation is. No, it's because I don't understand that I'm asking you guys. And then Rin shrugged her shoulders and shook her head from side to side, as if saying good grief. Earlshire Kingdom's special forces under the direct control of the Crown Prince. This is already considered as special treatment. Furthermore, the special forces will only move in case of a special emergency, and are in charge of supervising other countries. So it means that there's a great chance that we'll be deployed to other countries. Not just in the kingdom, but other countries as well. I'm feeling more and more apologetic. We will become a special force which saves the world in times of crisis. There is romance in that. Romance being part of the special forces, you say. Sometimes, even Rin says something strange. In addition, for us to get such special treatment means we can also expect considerable wages. It's about that? Everyone started nodding. In other words, this is the express way to being an elite. That's what it means. Geez, as I thought, it's really a good thing that I decided to join this research society. You said it. Meeting Shinkan is the best luck I've ever had. Didn't it turn out just like I said? That there's nothing for you to be worried about? I see. If everyone is happy about how it turned out, it would be weird for me to be depressed. That's how it is. Although I was depressed that I've taken everyone's chance to choose their own future. No one seemed to mind it. How lucky. But won't it be a problem for Mark? You will lose your chance to inherit the workshop. It'll be okay with my family since my dad is still active and healthy. There will be no problem if my child is the one to inherit the workshop, sir. Mark's child will be the one to inherit the workshop. Well, isn't that alright? I mean, isn't the partner already decided? Fufu, it is as you've said. Olivia-san will take responsibility, right? Maria-san, Cicely-san. So Bin and Stone have that kind of relationship? It's like that after all. I thought they had that kind of relationship when I saw them exiting the workshop together one morning. Well done, Mark. Well, about that, please don't make fun of me, sir. Even in Mark's family, it didn't seem it would be a serious problem. However, in case of an emergency, Gus would probably allow him. There's not really a reason to prevent them from doing what they want. Since I'll be part of the special forces, I want to learn more and more magic. Specifically, I want to learn Gate. Rin thinks of nothing but that magic. That's right. Since they will be part of the special forces who would be responsible for saving the world in times of crisis, I wonder if it would be okay if they're taught stronger magic. Even though I said I would be responsible of containing the information, I'm already near my limit, alright? So please don't think of doing anything strange, okay? These days, I think Gus has been really on point with what's on my mind. No, in the case of Shinkan, it's really easy to tell because it's written plainly on your face. Did you not realize it before? You were wearing an expression as if you were in the midst of plotting something, you know? What did they say? I was also found out by everyone else. That said, I wasn't making any strange expressions. Then, what is it? No, I was thinking that it wouldn't do if the special forces in charge of saving the world from crisis weren't strong enough. And then, that's why I'm saying that there are limits to certain things. Unexpectedly, Gus cried out. While Shin and the others were talking about the future of the research society, Cress and the other members of Shin's party approached the two groups of depressed knights. Aren't you guys a little too depressed? Isn't it only natural? I mean, what the hell was that? I felt like I wasn't needed at all. A person, who was in the same group as Alice and the others, lamented. Since this fellow is impatient and likes to rush into things, the other members treated me like I was useless as well. Don't say something like that. I just didn't want to lose to that fellow. Isn't it just because of a personal grudge regarding a woman? Furthermore, the woman also suffered an unrequited love, But you see, a person who was in the same group as Tony's old rival, burst into tears. Because it was a rare chance for me see girls, I wanted to show her my good side. And also because I wanted to get closer to her. The reason you're depressed is too pathetic. It's not as if you're the one to talk. When Chris commented on what was said, Miranda reprimanded him. What's that about? Did something also happen to you guys, Chris? Wolford-kun was also part of our group. Shin Wolford, you say? You must have had a hard time. Nothing like that happened, or rather, it was us who were being taken care of. On top of that, in the end Wolford-kun showed his cool side and got the girl, and because of that, apart from me, the other 3 other people got depressed. Miranda, don't say strange things. The students from the Night Academy who has never seen Chris act that way looked on, wide-eyed, and because of that, they got curious about what happened with Chris' group. Then, what happened afterwards? In the middle of the training, a demonized tiger appeared. Tiger? Isn't that a disaster class demon? And then, Wolford-kun immediately took care of it, with a sword to boot. With Miranda's remark, the students from the Night Academy started to murmur. Hey, isn't that guy the top student at the Magic Academy? What is he doing defeating a demonized tiger with a sword? Wolford-kun's swordsmanship master seems to have been Michelle Koin-sama. Sword Saint-sama? Are you serious? In addition, there was a really cute girl from the Magic Academy who was part of our group, and the 3 guys fell madly in love with that girl. Apparently, that girl is Wolford-kun's girlfriend. And because the 2 of them kept being lovey-dovey with each other, the 3 guys were jealous all throughout the training. I wasn't jealous or anything. Knights, it is the duty of knights to protect women. Speaking of girls, there was another one from the Magic Academy. About that. Also, in the end, the students were tasked to subjugate a demonized bear. Exactly how deep did you guys go? Well, in the last fight, when I was about to be struck by the bear. At that time, I was saved by Wolford-kun. Chris was remembering what happened then, and his face turned blue. When the students from the Night Academy heard about it, they looked at Chris with sympathetic eyes. Couldn't do anything about the demonized tiger. The girl was stolen, and was rescued. When I compare myself to that, we had it easier compared to him. Even though I had no intention of encouraging these guys. This time, Chris' status had fallen to the extreme. The day after the joint training session, another joint training session was held, but the combination was different this time. The reason being, we were to blame. Both academies judged that if the same people from the Night Academy get grouped with us again, they would lose more confidence, and it would not be considered training. That day, the students from the Night Academy who were grouped together with us, looked at us with complex expressions. About this, aren't we receiving the same treatment Shin-kun usually gets? Well, that's what I've been feeling since yesterday. Receiving the same treatment. Shindono. It feels complicated. Aren't you guys being too cruel? While the students from the Night Academy who were grouped with us were wearing complicated expressions, the students from the Magic Academy also had complex expressions due to being treated the same as me. Is it really that unpleasant to be treated like me? After such an exchange, the joint training between the Night Academy and the Magic Academy was underway. Because the members of the Research Society were more prudent in using their magic compared to yesterday, the Night Academy students no longer felt depressed. Although the training is indeed advancing, I wonder what is happening with Shkdrom. I have yet to hear of devils appearing or making a move. Although the kingdom sent scouting units to the old empire, because there are a large number of demons around, they have yet to determine the situation. In the meantime, other countries have not begun their invasion. However, it is still unclear on what is to be done with the old empire, because nobody has any details about it. The anxiety is building, although it's fine for us to spend time on joint training, but without knowing the full extent of the situation, there's also an uneasiness of what might happen. Even though there's joint training session, it's not like it's being conducted on a daily basis. There's also breaks in between. Because today was a rest day, everyone had gathered in the laboratory. About that, there seems to be a little progress in information gathering. Is that so? However, it's not been released to the general public. Information that's not been released to the public? Then why did you bring up that sort of topic? Of course, it's to tell you about it. As I thought. However, I'd like you to please not blurt out things that might be considered national secrets. Your Highness. Besides Shin, you also want us to hear this information?" Maria spoke up while being confused. "Well, I guess it's only natural." What Gus was about to say is something along the lines of being a national secret, and is not accessible to just anyone. "That's right. I mean to let everyone hear it." In the future, the members of this research society will have considerable influence. From now onwards, there might be a time when we'll have to lend our strength to fight against demons and devils. If that's the case, it's important that everyone should know about devils. It seems like everyone is already considered as an important war potential. When everyone heard what Gus said, the expressions on their faces became stiff. Somehow, just hearing that makes it finally sink in, that we will become a part of the Special Forces. You're right, it's really starting to feel like I'm a part of the Special Forces. As I thought, I should ask Wolford Kuhn to teach me more and more magic. Alice was making an unusually earnest face. Maria looked like she was feeling the pressure, and then there's Rin, who's still the same as always. There was a variety of expressions. And so, continuing on with the conversation. "New information has been gathered." "Yeah, a scout who snuck into the territory of the old empire returned just the other day, to report the movements of the devils." The movements of the devils. Devils, this word that brought tension to every single person in the kingdom who had heard it, ever since Grandpa was young and before he was dubbed a hero. According to the information Gus received, the devils attacked towns and villages that were once under the jurisdiction of the old empire. Because of that, there's an immediate threat that they will start to attack other countries. However, the state of the attacked towns and villages looked to be the definition of the word tragic. All the nobles in those areas were killed without exception. The majority of the commoners seem to have been killed as well. Because the opponents were devils, we cannot fight against them carelessly. In addition, we can hardly conduct a joint attack consisting of several countries when we have yet to make a proper alliance. Therefore, we can only observe while the devils conduct their attacks. Gus, who understood the situation clearly, felt really irritated. Majority. So that means that there were some people who weren't killed? That in itself is a big problem. What do you mean by that? Although I don't know how they choose the places they attack, but with every attack, it seems like the number of devils increases. Then, the people who weren't killed were. It means that they had turned into devils. Are you serious? Exactly how much had the number increased? I wonder what in the world Schtrom was thinking. Who knows? We won't understand unless we ask the actual person himself. With the number of devils increasing, this by itself is a tremendous threat. When I looked at everyone, it seems like there's still a sense of fear towards devils and they fell silent. This is, as I thought, everyone still needs to further improve their magic power so that they will no longer fear them. Hey, I have a few proposals. Is it okay if you listen to them? Although I have a really bad feeling about this. What are they? I'm not thinking of anything strange, but isn't it almost time for the long vacation? You're right. Why don't we use that long vacation to conduct a training camp? With that suggestion, Alice was the first to respond. Training camp sounds good. As I thought, when entering a research society, everyone will be having a training camp together. It seems like even in this world, it's a classic event to go on a training camp. That's right. Since we might have to fight against devils sometime in the future, we should increase our strength, practicing magic from morning till evening. I'm looking forward to it. Imagining being absorbed in magic practice all day, a joyful voice came out of Rin. Although everyone turned pale upon hearing the information of devils attacking the old empire, just a while ago, color gradually returned to their faces with the topic of a summer training camp. It seems they still don't know how Schtrom mass produces devils and how much strength they have. Because the information was gathered using magic to enhance one's eyes, they remained at a distance and weren't fully able to grasp the devil's strength. In order to protect the kingdom from demon and devil rampant attacks, people have risked their lives to gather information. Because there's no information on the full strength of the devils, I don't know how much improvement everyone should make. Thus, I can only make sure that we do not waste the information gathered by the scouting units. By the way, regarding the training camp, where will we do it? After Alice asked the question, everyone turned their heads to look at me. Well, since we'll be practicing magic, it's better to conduct it in the wilderness. Also, because it's a training camp, we need a place that can accommodate everyone. Does anyone know such a place? What's this? You haven't decided the place? I mean, I'm just a human being who, until recently had been living in the middle of a forest. So I don't know any good places. If that's the case, wouldn't it be fine to conduct the training camp in someone's territory? Ah, that would be nice. Well then, Sicily, Maria, Thor, and Julius. Is that okay? If that's the case, it would be either Sicily or Julius' territory. In my family's territory, there isn't a place for us to relax after the training is over. You're right. Because my family's territory is a town of craftsmen, it's not a place where we'd be able to relax. If I'm not mistaken, Sicily's territory is a hot spring town, while Julius' territory is a resort, the resort of a samurai. If that's the case, it's better if we don't go to the territory of Julius' family. Eh? Why is that? Why don't you try going to a resort at this point of time? You'll understand what I'm trying to say. My brain hurts thinking about it, Dagazaru. Because a lot of people cancelled their reservation for this year, Dagazaru. Ugh. The management people in Julius' house sure is having a hard time. Our house doesn't seem to be having that problem. Although there seems to be less people going this year. As I thought, because there's an impending war, the tourism industry has taken a hit. I think it would be unscrupulous to go to a resort at this time. But it looks like it'll be the same everywhere. Then, before we conduct the training camp, Sicily, would it be alright if you ask for permission? Yes, I'd be happy to be of some help. What about funds? If we pull all our money together, how much do you think we'll have? Eh? There's no need for that. It's fine if we use the house in the territory. Well, it won't be okay if we used it for free. It's not just 1 or 2 people, it's everyone here. As I've said, there's no need for that. If we use our residence, lodging expenses are not needed. Furthermore, I can't accept money from friends. Sicily. In addition, Shin-kun gave us some really wonderful equipment for free. The lodging fee is a cheap thing compared to that. Also, this training camp is being conducted in order to save the world from crisis. That's right. Well then, this time, we'll owe Sicily a favor. However, how about we go to some other places next time? Although my family's territory is not suitable for relaxation, everyone will be able to enjoy our specialty seafood dishes. Because Maria suggested that we travel to other places at the next opportunity, we decided to accept Sicily's goodwill this time. I'm really glad to be able to see such unity amongst the Research Society members. Everyone is thinking of the things they are able to do. I will also do what I am able to. Ah, that's right. There's something I'd like to ask of Shin. Is it okay? What is it? To tell you the truth, my birthday is during the summer vacation. Is that so? The ceremony of the official investiture for me to become the crown prince will probably be held in the middle of the training camp. So I was thinking of having Shin send me there. It's fine. So I'm to pick up and send Gus off. That can't be. There must be something else I can do. I'm not just good for taxiing people. Speaking of which, he did say that the official investiture to become the crown prince is soon. Because we've been quite involved with the happenings in the kingdom, I forgot about it. His Highness will finally become the crown prince. To be honest, I don't know how that to change anything. Well, since you have always been the person who would become the next king, it's probably just to formally acknowledge your status. Nothing would really change. Only the title will change. There's no way that's the case. From then onwards, as the future king, you will also be presented to the kings of other countries. Additionally, I don't care what you say, but I am confident that Shindono's Research Society is a burden that you might have to carry, so please pull yourself together. Thor, a burden, you say? I'm really sorry. However, the truth is that foreign countries will definitely investigate it to make sure that there is no hostility. Thus, it will be necessary to prove that it is a group beneficial to the world. So there's no mistake that it's troublesome. As for Gus, he is undeniably involved in this research society, so explaining it would be really difficult. You know what, even though I knew it would become troublesome, I still encouraged Shin to make this research society. This much trouble is nothing at all. Occasionally, he produces prince-like expressions. In addition, since I, myself, belong to this research society, I'm holding all the bargaining chips. It will not take long to convince other countries. Also, don't reveal your occasionally prince-like evil face. Rather than thinking of that, everyone should just focus on improving their abilities. Naturally, it should be within the range of common sense. Yes. Everyone looked at me and then answered. What the hell was that? While feeling satisfied with the planning we've made for the training camp, I headed home and informed Grandpa and Grandma. I see, training camp. Ho, isn't that nice? With the current situation, it would be a good opportunity to increase everyone's abilities. Grandpa and Grandma also gave their approval. In that case, they will not get angry. By the way, what will you guys be doing in terms of guardians? Guardians? Isn't that only natural? Since girls and boys will be sleeping together under the same roof, and there's also nobilities and a member of royalty attending, there's no way the adults will let you students go on your own. Now that I think about it, it is only natural, especially for Gus, who already has a fiancé. It might cause him unnecessary trouble if he has a training camp with girls and sleeps under the same roof as them. Since the parents of the students part of the research society are probably busy, I will be your guardian. I am also going. Is that okay? To be honest, it's because I'm quite free. If I remain like this, I'll end up growing senile. Grandpa and Grandma, who happened to have free time, became part of the training camp. Afterwards, I will make sure that I won't let you out of my sight. Recently, I've been really prudent. I wonder if that's true. Grandma quietly watched me. As expected, even I have nothing to say to that. It's because you're patient zero for being imprudent. Ho. Grandpa, do your best. Don't start sweating and look away. In this way, Grandma's participation to supervise the training camp has been decided. Grandpa and Grandma ended up participating in the training camp. I told everyone before we started the joint training session that day. Awesome. Meiji-sama and Guru-sama will act as our guardians for the training camp. Come to think of it, we didn't consider any guardians. As for me, I was busy thinking of someone else and that idea didn't come to mind. Thor shot Gus an unpleasant glance and complained. Or rather, I didn't think to consider it either. After being out of the wilderness for a couple of months, I have gotten accustomed to being around aristocrats and royalty. In terms of royalty, there's Gus and Uncle Dis. As for nobles, there's Cicely, Maria, Thor, Julius, and there was also that instance with that arrogant noble. Because it has become normal for me, I forgot all about their actual status. And when Gus is at the academy, he also seems to forget that he is royalty. It is because in this world, there isn't an absolute aristocratic system, and everyone can earn a title with merits. And the transportation systems in this world isn't as developed as those of my previous life. Because it is time-consuming to keep in touch with locals, the job to govern has been left to the feudal lord. However, there are some exceptions in certain countries. That's why I shouldn't get too accustomed to being around aristocrats and royalty. In any case, it's difficult to comprehend what one should be careful of when it comes to the aristocracy and royalty. What's that? Does Shin want to go to a country where there is neither royalty or aristocracy? You mean L's Independent Commerce Alliance? That's right, that country, the only exception in this world. L's Independent Commerce Alliance has a republican form of government. Instead of an aristocrat acting as a feudal lord, a governor is elected amongst the tradesmen during an election. In addition, the president will be elected from amongst the chosen governors. Therefore nobles and royalties doesn't exist there. Only commoners. Although the country is a republic, the situation of having an elected governor act as a feudal lord isn't that much different from monarchy. Their circumstances with transportation and communication are the same. However, because the elected governors and presidents were originally merchants, it is very difficult to negotiate with this country, was what I learnt in class. Shin-kun, do you want to go to L's? That's not it. I didn't have such intentions. Cicely started to become teary-eyed as she asked that. Is that so? I really thought that you were thinking of abandoning us and heading off to L's. Hey, I didn't say a single word to that effect. This fellow, he's definitely doing this on purpose. Gus is really showing off his occasional evil face. Everyone can have a peace of mind. I definitely won't abandon you guys. Alright Cicely, is that so? I was really surprised. We can't continue this foolish talk. We need to head on out. Everyone from the Night Academy has already gathered. Yeah, that's right. Foolish talk. Gus also partook in that foolish talk himself. Recently, Thor has been less reserved. Yesterday, during the Research Society meeting, he said it was a burden. Is he only like that when it comes to me? While I was still feeling gloomy, I participated in the joint training with the Night Academy. As usual, I acted as everyone's support. The Night Academy students acted as shields for the Magic Academy students while they fired off their magic. Then the Night Academy students finished the demon off. Because we've been doing it repeatedly, The cooperation has become considerably smooth. Nevertheless, is there really a need for someone to shield you guys? What do you mean, Seiji-chan? It's neither here nor there. The members of your research society are all able to fire their magic with ease. Originally, the knights would act as shields in order to buy time for magicians to cast their spells. You're right. Because you guys can use magic without any chance, rather than the knights acting as shields to buy time, I thought it would be more productive for them to just attack the demon. Take a look at the Knight Academy students. When I look at the students from the Knight Academy, they were murmuring, "Are we really necessary?" under their breaths. Yeah, because this is joint training. The other group should also take part. Really? You? No. Is there even a need for you to participate in this training? You have already established that you just by yourself are a force to reckon with. Even if you tell me that kind of thing. It was a direct order from above that everyone must participate. Somehow, the treatment we're receiving has really become identical to Shin's. Even though I'm extremely unwilling. Even so, you shouldn't say that kind of thing. Even Cicely didn't hesitate to say it. Somehow, the exchanges we've been having recently has become uniform, and today's joint training ended without any incidents. Even so, the number of demons hasn't decreased at all. Considering the current situation, I wonder what has become on the old empire. In truth, the information we received from the scouting unit yesterday comes to mind. After the training ended, we headed back to the meeting point at gate of the royal capital. The students from the Knight Academy are depressed just like on the first day. Hey, what happened to them? Oh, Shin-kun. It's because after hearing that Meiji-sama and Guru-sama would be participating at the training camp, I got too excited. Alice Dono obliterated all the demons before the students from the Knight Academy even got a chance to act as shields. We also didn't get our chance. I'm really sorry. She got even more fired up compared to the first day. It looks like Tony's group didn't have any problems. Of course, since this is training, we also understand the role of the knights. That's right, Digazeru. In conclusion, it's only Alice this time. I'm really very sorry. With the feeling of the joint training being a success with some failure from time to time, the academy has entered its summer vacation. The summer holidays has a duration of 2 months, and there will be no joint training during this period. Meanwhile, the students' only job is to show their growth before and after the summer holidays, and were not given any homework. Although homework was not given out, there is a feeling of pressure of having an evaluation right after the holidays, so the students don't have time to be playing around. We, the members of the Ultimate Magic Research Society, will be heading off to training camp to further improve our abilities. However, since girls and boys of marriageable age will be participating, Grandpa and Grandma will also come as our guardians. And thus, when I went with both Grandpa and Grandma to the participants' respective residences, and greeted their parents, because heroes came to their house, the people that made a big fuss, the parents who didn't make any fuss were the ones I'm acquainted with, such as Uncle Dis, Cicely's parents, and Maria's parents. The parents of Thor and Julius were also moved to tears, because Cicely's parents allowed us to stay in their territory's mansion. Other than greeting them, I also gave my gratitude. I'm really sorry about this. My grandson ended up selfishly using your mansion. I'm really sorry for the trouble. No. Please raise your heads, Meiji-sama, Guru-sama. I am really very pleased to be of some help to your grandchild. In addition, this is for the benefit of the world. Rather than being trouble, I feel that there is no greater honor than to have some part in this. That's right. I'm really delighted to be of help. Since Shin-kun is doing this to save the world and also training the next generation, I am happy to cooperate. Both Cecil-san and Irene-san are happy to cooperate in this training camp. However, when they say it like that, it makes me really nervous. I wonder if that's really the case. Because if you put this child in an environment where he can act freely, his bad habit might come out. It is as you've said, Grandpa, don't go affirming it. Well, I'll be sure to keep an eye on this child. However, if something were to happen, please accept my apologies in advance. Grandma, please trust your grandson, even just a little. What in the world are you saying? When I look back on all the things you've done until now, how can I trust you? Honestly, why don't you take care of yourself more? I'll make an effort. Probably. You really make me uneasy. Grandma released a deep sigh. Guru-sama, Shin-kun is a really gentle child. I don't think he will do something unreasonable. That's right. He went all out and did his best for Sicily. I don't think he'll do something strange. Naive, you guys are being too naive. The moment this child thinks of something, his bad habit will come out and he'll immediately follow through on it. Furthermore, the things he comes up with are things we will never be able to comprehend. Although Cecil-san and Irene-san defended me, Grandma immediately rebutted them. Is that really how it is? Yeah, that's how it is. If I'm not mistaken, the defensive accessories you guys are wearing are also made by this child? Yeah, it is. This accessory has saved my life many times. Is that the truth, Father? Because I didn't want to worry Sicily, I didn't tell you about it. When I was returning from my visit to our territory, I had several dangerous run-ins with demons. If it wasn't for this magic tool, I would have been in serious trouble. When I heard about it from my husband, I was really grateful for Shin-kun's kindness. Please let me say it again, thank you very much, Shin-kun. No, there's no need for that. I'm glad to be of help. To be able to help someone gives a good feeling. I wonder if this will advance to a good direction. Is that so? I'm really glad. I'm really grateful that the accessories this child made has provided you with help. I think so, too. After using that magic tool, what are your impression of it? My impression of it? Well, I thought as expected of something the grandson of Geruzama made. It's remarkable. I'm not talking about that kind of impression. I'm asking what you thought about the magic tool when you used it to defend against demons. That is, to be honest, I thought that there's a heaven and earth level of difference between what is being sold to the general public. I've never seen such a magic tool before. How long did you think this child took to make that magic tool? If I'm not mistaken, it was made it instantly. While Cecil-san was speaking, he suddenly became stiff. That's how it is. This child can make such magic tools without taking any time at all. In addition, it was on a whim. That's why it can't be helped that I have to monitor him at all times. Cecil-san has fallen silent. Please do your best. That's how it is. Therefore, as much as possible, I want to keep watch on him so that he won't do anything reckless. However, please prepare yourself in case something happens. I understand. I will prepare myself just in case. The magic practice will be conducted in the wilderness, so there's probably nothing to worry about. Because I was glared at my grandma, I swallowed what I wanted to say. Grandpa. What is it? Grandma sure is scary. Just be conscious of what you want to say. While the two of us were tottering after Grandma, we returned home. I was really scared. The next day, I used Gate to go to everyone's houses one by one, and picked them up. Then, we all gathered at my house. As I thought, I'm just a taxi. While I was worrying, we joined Grandpa and Grandma, and headed towards the carriage station. Since we'll be using Gate to return home, this time, we decided to take a chartered carriage to reach our destination. By using Gate, the purpose of going to our destination via our own carriage is lost. However, since Gus, someone from the royal family, and Grandpa and Grandma will be participating, in order to avoid any fuss that might occur, we decided to ride the chartered carriage together. By the way, Gus handled the cost of the charter. I was told to blame myself for making the charter useless on the way back. We hired 3 charters, and there's 6 seats in each one. Since there are a total of 14 people, we divided into groups of 4, 4, and 6. I will be riding the carriage together with 5 other people. Grandpa, Grandma, Gus, Cicely, and Maria. Thor and Julius told Gus it'd be okay, since Grandpa, Grandma, I will be together with him, and rode a different carriage. They rode together with Rin and Alice. As expected, Mark and Olivia were together, and they will be riding together with Tony and Yuri. It seems like the horse-drawn carriage will be traveling continuously for 2 days before we reach our destination. Traveling continuously for days, will horses be okay? When I heard that the horses will be traveling continuously for days, I felt worried about the horses and asked about them. They will be fine, since there are a lot of harnessed horses? Now that I think about it, there were a lot. That equipment is comprised of magic tools, enhanced to take away fatigue and strengthen their physical abilities. Thanks to those harness, horses can safely travel for a long time, and the time needed for long-distance travel has been shortened. And the person who developed the harness magic tool is none other than Melinda Donno. Grandma did? What's this? You didn't know about that? It's the first time I'm hearing about it. Although magic tools for combat were mainstream, Melinda-sama focused on developing life tools, which greatly improved our way of living. Everyone's lives has improved and became more comfortable, and as the one who led the people to live a better life, everyone respects Melinda Dono, and calls her guru. Although we were born into this way of life and are familiar with it, our grandparents and parents has always talked about how the world has become more convenient. Oh, so that's how it is. I've always found it mysterious why everyone has been calling Grandma Guru, because to me, I only know of Grandma being scary. I haven't seen her gentle side. What is it, Shin? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing really. I was just thinking that Grandma has done something great. What are you saying? The past. It's just something of the past. Grandma started blushing and turned to look the other way. It's okay if you get embarrassed. Ho, even in the past, she always gets really flustered when someone praises her. I can somehow image it. You guys, you better stop it now. With those kinds of feelings, the carriage progressed smoothly. Over there. After we've traveled for quite a distance with the horse-drawn carriage, as I expected, my search magic has detected the presence of demons. There are some demons. Judging from the size, they should be medium-sized. Yeah, there's about 5 of them. I contacted the people in the other carriages, and they stopped at once. Everyone came out of the carriage. Demons have appeared. Alice said while getting off the carriage. What should we do? If it's just to this extent, one person would be enough to take care of them. Who will be doing it? At Thor's question, everyone looked at each other. Me. I want to do it. No, I will do it. I also want to do it. Everyone who wanted to take care of it raised their hands. Well, then, everyone looked at me and waited for my suggestion. Let's decide by lottery. While saying that, I pulled out the lots from my extra-dimensional storage space. Why did you have lottery ready at hand? I couldn't answer Thor's question. Why did I have it ready again? Well, before anything else, hurry up and draw a lot. Everyone drew a lot. Meanwhile, the demons that were approaching us came to view. I wonder if that's a demonized mountain dog? I did it. I got a hit. I didn't get it. The person who drew the right lot was Rin. Well then, Rin, please do it. I understand. Please leave it to me. After she said that, she turned to face the demons. She started to collect magic power and prepare a wind spell. Strong magic power gathered around hers and wind blades were produced. In no time at all, she chopped up the demonized mountain dogs. The startup of your magic spells has really increased. HMPH, easy victory. However, aren't you overdoing it a little? I think it would have been fine even if you used less magic power. If you did that, you'd be able to cast your spell faster. I see. I will try it next time. Next time will be me. No can do. Next time, we'll also decide by lottery. Excluding Rin, that is. How cruel. I also want to do it. You just took care of them. While we were having our conversation, the coachmen also started talking amongst themselves. That demon earlier was a medium-sized demon, right? In addition, its body. It was instantly killed by lottery. As I expect, it's become something outrageous. It's fine since their abilities has gone up. When everyone heard the impressions of the coachman, their voices sounded as though they had given up. As I thought, we got that kind of reaction. There's no helping it. Even during the joint training session, they reacted this way. I've already gotten used to it. From this point onwards, we'll probably be getting more of these kinds of reactions. There's nothing I want more. I wonder if this is a good situation? Everyone looked like they have begun to accept it. Sorry for ruining the fun, but I want to continue our travels. I'll be relying on you again. Yes, said by everyone. With Gus' instructions, everyone boarded the carriages again and it started to advance. When I got into the carriage, Grandma asked, Shin, how are the abilities of the members of the research society? Is that girl an especially strong child? No. Everyone can probably accomplish the same thing. Yes, it's possible. As for me, I can probably also do it. I can probably do it as well. Even that situation is a small thing. You didn't do something unreasonable, did you? And for you to say it's just something small. I got a good feeling while looking at that. It's not about getting a good feeling. Really? Special forces, Grandma looked really tired and released a sigh. For children to grow up undergoing such magic remodeling, I wonder if this is really fine. When everyone heard Grandma's muttered, they smiled wryly. Magic remodeling. Can it really be used on people? Author's note. This is the first chapter of a two-part episode. After staying overnight at one of the towns along the way, we finally reached the Claude territory. When we stayed over at the town, we encountered some trouble. A family of heroes and a royal will be staying there. Because a commotion will occur if we stay at a normal hotel, we were forced to stay in a first-rate hotel. Although the magistrate in charge of the town offered to let us stay at his mansion, but since it was a personal itinerary and not an official royal visit, we declined. Although we tried to keep the information as tight-lipped as possible, there were a lot of people in front of the inn. I wondered where they heard about it. Thanks to that, even though we have arrived in another town, we couldn't get out of the inn at all. Well, it wasn't as though the unrelated parties or other inn guests were able to approach us, as expected of the town's #1 inn. Since we have rented the entire top floor of the inn, there were security guards guarding the stairways leading to our floor from other guests. As expected, we really did receive celebrity treatment while staying at the inn. Although I'm happy receiving the special treatment, but having no freedom is a little. After staying there for one night, we reached the territory where Sicily's father acts as the fief lord, Claude City. Fundamentally, the cities and towns governed by the aristocrats are named after them, which is easy to understand. It was done so that aristocrats will bear the pride of governing over those places, and take responsibilities. Because the town of Claude is a hot spring resort, hot streams will spring up in random places. When travelers enter the gate leading to the town, they will immediately line up for the public bath, while the local people will wait before lining up. The fief lord's mansion is located in the depths of the town next to a mountain, making it a difficult place to invade. When we entered the gate, although the local people spread the word that the procession of the royal family of heroes, and the fief lord's daughter was arriving, they were not at all surprised. Or rather, there was an atmosphere of being relieved that we arrived safely. It's only natural since it will be a major incident if something happened. Well, with this combination of people, it's difficult to think that something will happen. A messenger was immediately sent to the Lord's mansion. Although the carriage stopped at the carriage terminal, the Lord's mansion sent a service to pick us up. Welcome home, young Mistress Cicely. All the servants who knew of our arrival ahead of time lined up and greeted. Young Mistress Cicely, welcome home. Prince Augusto, welcome to the place. Also, Meiji-sama, Guru-sama, it is my honor to meet you. And to all fellow schoolmates, welcome. And also the new hero, Shin-sama. He is probably the chief administrator in charge of managing the fief on behalf of Sicily's father. In the end, he stared at me. What is it? All of the servants and myself were especially sincerely waiting for your arrival. Please accept our best regards. Please accept our best regards. All the servants. For some reason, all of the servants bowed their heads. What is this? Really? Everyone is being too exaggerated. But young Mistress Cicely, it is natural for us to greet someone who will be related to us sometime in the future. Why! What on earth are you saying? Cicely got really panicky. About this, I was once again able to see something unusual. When I laughed while seeing her like that, Cicely looked towards my direction. What are you laughing for? Nothing really. It's because it's unusual for Cicely to raise her voice and get all panicky. Enough. Already. I'm sorry. Now, lift up your spirits. When I patted Cicely's head, who had turned bright red and tears threatening to spill from her eyes, she seemed to have calmed down. Really? I guess it can't be helped. It's because you looked cute when you acted all panicky. I'm sorry. Cute. She turned crimson again. When I looked at the people in the surroundings, not just the members of the research society, even the servants were grinning. What is it? Nothing, I just thought that you geese were flirting as usual. I guess this was what they were doing during the joint training session. This can't be called anything but being flirty with each other. That right, and because of this, the students from the Night Academy cried tears of blood. To act this way in front of male students attending an academy with a male-to-female ratio of 9 to 1, what a cruel thing to do. Young mistress, as I thought, It won't do if we don't properly give our greetings. Cicely turned bright red once again and hid behind me. Because it didn't look like Cicely will return to normal for a while, the chief administrator resumed the conversation. I am currently the chief administrator managing this fief on behalf of Cecil-sama. I am called Cameron Brandry. Because I do not live in this mansion, I have made proper arrangements and will entrust everyone to the servants of this household. Please pardon me. You don't live here? This is the mansion of Viscount Claude. I only came to this mansion in order to work. I do not go visit the residential area. So that's how it is. I thought that he definitely lives here. And also, welcome Prince Augusto. But the reason I came to this place is to take part in the Research Society's training camp. So special hospitality is unnecessary. I will heed your words. It was with good judgment that you were accompanied with Hiro-samas as your guardians. Why? Probably because I had an expression that said I didn't understand the situation. Gus explained it to me. Because I am part of the royal family, there are a lot of meanings when I visit an aristocrat's mansion. Although I knew that. But why is it a good judgment to bring Grandpa and Grandma along? Because the fame of Merlin Dono and Melinda Dono is extensive in this kingdom. Since the two have accompanied us as guardians, the people will not say that the prince visited a mansion of an aristocrat, but rather, Meiji-sama and Guru-sama have accompanied their grandson as guardians to the Research Society's training camp. And it seems like the prince is a part of it. It'll have that meaning instead, although it means the same thing. The impressions are different. I wonder if this was in Grandpa and Grandma calculation and that's why they volunteered as guardians. While I was thinking that and looked at the two of them, they both looked away. This was completely coincidental. After that, the other members did their self-introduction. Because the journey to get to this place was long, everyone was tired. Everyone wanted to enter the hot springs and prepared for the activities that will take place tomorrow. Although Cicely's face was still red, she managed to recover and led the girls to their room and the hot springs. As for us males, a senior maid guided us there. We were given our respective rooms, and Grandpa and Grandma were in the same room. And finally, it was time for the hot springs. Well, that said, it is not downright uncommon to enter a bath since the concept of public baths exists in this world. However, since this body of mine is still young, there was no need to enter a hot spring because of fatigue. But since we're talking about the hot springs, I was happy that Grandma and Grandpa were able to come. There was a hot spring in the mansion. The normal bath in this mansion is a hot spring. How luxurious. This is a special privilege of having a hot spring resort. Because there are often a lot of tourists, the hot spring was separated by genders. It really is a hot spring resort. And so, when everyone undressed and entered the bath, huge. Although I knew that the bathhouse was large, it was larger than I expected. In addition, the female bathhouse is separate. Viscount Claude means serious business. Oh, this is amazing. This is the first time this one has been to such a large bath. It is bigger than the one I, Seishore, have in my residence to Gizaru. The one in our house is bigger. You can say that because your house runs a public bathhouse. Tony's family runs a public bathhouse. But it's not as if it's something particularly unusual. Or rather, it would be weird not to have a bath in a house. Well, since Mark's house is a workshop, they probably had a bath built. And then, the all-important Grandpa delightedly entered the hot springs. This is amazing. I didn't expect to be able to enter such a hot spring. With a face full of smiles, he washed his body and soaked in the bath. I have revived. Phew, it feels good. Because of the long journey inside the carriage, there was an unexpected illusion of the accumulated fatigue evaporating from the body. This was the same for everyone. Phew, this is really good. You're right. It feels really good to Gizaru. This one feels like falling asleep. You'll die if you fall asleep. You know? Everyone seems to be enjoying the hot springs. After enjoying the hot springs for a while, Grandpa suddenly started talking. Everyone, thank you for hanging around with Shin. Meiji-sama? Because this child has been living in recluse in the mountains, he has never had any friends the same age as him. Everyone started perking up their ears, listening to Grandpa's story. Ever since he was a child, he has always had abnormally good memory, so I taught him this and that, but before I knew it, he had already matured. That carelessly? When I realized that fact, I felt sorry for this child. So I wanted him to attend the academy in hope that he'll make some friends. Is that so? The reason he had taken me to the royal capital even though he knew there would be an uproar is because he felt responsible. Because of that, when I saw that this child was able to make friends soon after entering the academy, I felt really delighted. Thank you, everyone. After Grandpa said that, he bowed to everyone. Please stop that, Merlin Dono. On the other hand, it should be I who must speak words of gratitude. Gus replied, so I am this kingdom's first prince. Because of that, I didn't have a single friend who treated me equally, and I had given up all hope thinking that it was a situation that can't be helped. However, when Shin told me that I was like his cousin, I felt really pleased. Omi, it was an unexpected and joyous event. This is the first time I've heard what Gus' real thoughts are. And right now, because of the present situation, I am forced to rely on Shin's goodwill to increase our war potential. Even though I know that it is dangerous, and Shin might get involved in something dangerous. So to Merlin Dono and Melinda Dono who are trying to protect Shin, it would be inexcusable. I am very sorry. Although I'm just doing whatever I want. Or rather, I will feel really guilty if I don't do anything and everyone gets wiped out. Ho, if it's concerning that, then you don't have to worry. I have already heard from DCM about it. It's not like the war potential will be used for the self-interest of the kingdom but to be used for the peace of the world. Is that so? So he has already spoken to Uncle Dis about it. It has really become a nationwide project. Even though I'm thankful that you have considered things up to that point, if possible, I would like for you to not stop socializing with Shin and continue being his friends. Of course, I will naturally accept. After all, Shin is the first friend I made who treats me as an equal. No, a cousin. After hearing those words, everyone nodded in agreement. I will continue to be obliged Wolford-kun. Likewise, if it's okay with him, I want him to remain my friend forever. Although I'm often amazed when I'm together with Shin Dono, it's fun being with him. So I, as well, best regards from today onwards. I am of the same opinion Dagazaru. While other aristocrats look at and strangely and treats me different Dagazaru, Shin Dono treats me normally Dagazaru. Because of this, I am really happy Dagazaru. That's right. Shin doesn't look at me from a biased point of view. And he doesn't say that I'm a frivolous person either. Although I like girls, I'm happy to be able to make male friends. Everyone said so. Is that so? Although I did things with good intentions, I feel guilty dragging everyone to something really troublesome. You said it yourself. Did you? That you did those things with good intention? If that's the case, I don't have any complaints. Or rather, we are grateful that you were able to improve the strength of us normal people, giving us a chance to be of help to people in the world. Is that so? After all, I am also a man. It is my desire to become a hero. Everyone nodded in agreement at Thor's words. Well, about Thor being a man, the feeling he gives is more like a boy. Please don't say that. Because I'm really bothered about it. Everyone started laughing. I am really blessed with good friends. Grandpa. What is it? I am really grateful to Grandpa for having trained me all those time. If it wasn't for that, if I went out of town, I probably would have died. That's why you shouldn't be bothered about it too much. In addition, thanks to those times, I now have many friends. Shin. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa cried again. Author's note. This is the second chapter of a two-part episode. Please take note. While Merlin was expressing his gratitude towards the male members of the research society and cried because of Shin, what kind of situation was happening in the female bath? Melinda-sama, how amazing. Really? Excuse me for being impolite, but if I'm not mistaken, you're already over 60. I'll be reaching 70 soon. And to have such body. It's foul play! While the females were taking off their clothes in the bathhouse, they were astonished when they saw Melinda's body. Although she's already over 60, reaching 70, her body doesn't seem like that at all. How was she able to maintain her body? The girls were all very interested, and when they looked at their own body, they found it even more unreasonable. The person in question, Melinda, didn't care much about those things and got into the hot springs to enjoy herself. It penetrates deep into my flesh and bones. You're right. I seem to be unexpectedly tired. Foo. I'm glad to see that you're all enjoying yourself. This is good. The best. The girls were also tired from the long journey, but because Melinda was acting as their guardian, they didn't make much of a fuss. And after calming and settling down in the hot springs, they went towards Melinda. Because she really wanted to hear about it by all means, Maria asked the question. Melinda-sama, do you do anything different? I don't really do anything different. Ah. But now that you mentioned it, Shin said it's good to move my body and created some exercise equipment. Equipment? Ah. The child usually makes really unthinkable things, but he also sometimes make convenient things. Eh? In other words, it's a magic tool? Yeah, when you supply the equipment with magic power, it'll start to move. There's an equipment for walking or running on top of a belt, and there's also a tool which increases the weight you lift little by little. And the effectiveness of those tools is beyond what nature would allow. One can immediately see results. The effects can be seen immediately. Is that really true? Yeah, however, I don't really know why. Thanks to that, my physical strength and endurance have increased recently. At this rate, I'll be able to live until 150. Although Melinda said that jokingly, the other female students looked serious. Especially Alice and Rin. Melinda-sama, is it possible for me to also try out those machines? I would also like to use it. Melinda looked at the body physique of the two people who made the request. And then she said words of despair. Although I don't mind. But even though I said it would train one's body, the chest portion won't grow. Eh? Is that so? Or rather, if the body moves too much, the chest portion will become smaller. Wow. So something like that? Melinda's words brought despair for two people. With those words, those who were still interested asked questions. What do you mean by when one moves the body too much, one's chest would become smaller? Ah, I only heard it from Shin. He said that when you exercise too much, your body fat will decrease. Yes, that's right. Meaning the meat over here will. It suddenly changed to a different topic. And so, because the chest is made up of body fat, so when one exercises their whole body, it seems to burn body fat. Is that so? In other words, if one exercise their body like Melinda-sama, we'll end up having a great body like her. It seems like for women, removing body fat is an everlasting project. All things considered, I wonder why Shin would know of such things. That's right. Although I noticed this when we were learning how to imagine casting magic, but he really does know a lot of things. Maria and Cicely found something strange and asked Melinda. That's right. Merlin also said that he's the type of child who is curious about everything. Why does fire burn? Why does the wind blow? How is water made? Why does water turn into ice? What is the body made out of? In what way does it move? Those are the examples of the things he wanted to find out. Melinda began to talk about the nostalgic past. That child, ever since he was about the age of 5, he has been running and hunting around the forest. 5 years old? That is really unbelievable. Give it up, because it is the truth. I was also really surprised. One day when Shin was nowhere to be found, I asked Merlin about it and he said, "Isn't he out hunting inside the forest?" I immediately strangled Merlin because of that event. Wah, ha, ha. And those who could easily imagine the situation happening had a bitter smile on their faces. Although that child had abnormally good memory ever since he was young, I still got worried about him. While I was thinking of whether or not I should go look for him, he had already returned. Melinda looked at everyone and said, "He brought back what he had hunted, a forest rabbit and a deer." A deer? Hunting a deer at 5 years old? Whoa. Shin-kun is amazing. No way. How awesome. As expected of Wolford-kun. At that moment, Melinda felt a little proud to hear her grandson being praised. I was also very surprised. In addition, because he took those out from his extra-dimensional storage space, I was even more astonished. When everyone heard that a 5-year-old child was able to use extra-dimensional storage space, their voice wouldn't come out. While the girls continued being like that, Melinda continued her story. It was still fine if he just hunted those creatures since they only appeared during daytime. It was after that, when he started experimenting various things inside the forest. Before I was aware of it, he has already turned into this state. Melinda blew out a sigh, and she seemed to be regretting giving Shin the freedom to do anything he wanted inside the forest. Even though giving Shin the freedom was all for the purpose of giving him some experience, everyone understood that the birth of Shin's various unusual magic occurred because he was given the freedom to play around inside the forest alone. Because he had no one to compare himself with, he didn't notice that what he was doing was abnormal. Did Merlin-sama not notice anything at all? The guy who was the originator of acting rashly? Not only was he far from noticing, because Shin can immediately learn magic, he taught Shin magic one after another. There is no mistake, The ringleader of all this is that grandfather. For everyone to learn something so unexpected of the Magi-sama who is respected all over the world, all they could do was smile bitterly. However, since that situation led to us being able to cope with the current circumstances, I think that it is a good thing. You're right. Even in my wildest dreams, I never thought that people would do something like this. Therefore, Melinda-sama, please do not mind it too much. Shin-kun will surely become a hero that will save the world. Hearing Cicely's words, Melinda turned to stare at her. You, as I thought, you're a good child. I ask you to take care of Shin from now on. Make sure you prevent him from making a mistake and going the wrong way. Yes, please leave it to me. Cicely responded to Melinda's request. Now that I think about it, Shin-kun can use an amazing healing magic. Was that also self-taught? It's because he dismantled all the animals he hunted by himself. And then he studied and examined the structure of the bodies of those creatures. In the first place, knowing the structure of the human body is something one cannot even dream about knowing, and because he was able to think about it himself, they were thoroughly convinced. At any rate, it seems like I finally understood the reason why Shin-kun's magic is so abnormal. He was left to play by himself, although the reason is a little forlorn. That's why I was worried about him not making any friends, because he never had any friends. Everyone understood that the reason Shin's magic was so peculiar was because he didn't have any friends or companions, and because of that, I'm really grateful to you all. Melinda-sama, that child never had any friends his age. He has always been surrounded by adults. Even though that child has always said that he was never lonely because he had us. But when I look at how Shin is when he's together with all of you, as I thought, he needed to have friends. Everyone kept quiet and listened to Melinda's confession about her regrets on leaving Shin alone to play by himself inside the forest. Therefore, knowing that everyone here is willing to be friends with Shin, I am really pleased. Really, thank you very much. When she said that, she bowed to everyone. Melinda-sama, please raise your head. On the other hand, I very am happy knowing that I was able to meet Shin-kun. That's right, or rather, it is us who should be pleased that Shin-kun was willing to be friends with us. Super lucky. Rin-san, lucky is a little. However, it is indeed us who are lucky, since the people who benefited the most from getting acquainted with Wolford-kun is us. Really, that is the fact in this case. You guys. Melinda felt even more appreciative having heard the words of the girls. And so, to show her gratitude, a proposal was made. Alright. Although we were going to devote ourselves to being your guardians, we weren't intending to intervene. But now, I've decided that we will teach you. Melinda-sama and Merlin-sama will. Is that the truth? Yeah, but in exchange, I will be really strict, so prepare yourselves. Yes. All the female. It's exactly what I wanted. Foo-foo, it looks like things are going to get interesting. Melinda laughed while saying, and although the girls were anxious, there was also expectations. The members of the research society who just got out of the hot springs had strange expressions on their faces. It seems like they received a large impact from Grandpa's story. Although the topic of the conversation is a little complicated, it seems like everyone was in an agreement that they were grateful to be friends with me. And with the same timing, the women got out of the hot springs. They looked towards us with strange yet refreshed expressions. And when they looked at my face, their expressions turned gentle. What is it? After we left the bathhouse and were preparing for our meals, Grandma suddenly brought up the topic of the training camp. That's right. This was decided earlier in the bathhouse. In the beginning, we were only intending on acting as your guardians, but we decided to train you as well. Are you telling the truth? Merlin-sama and Melinda-sama will be teaching us as well. The girls were calm because they knew of this information beforehand, but the boys were fired up after hearing it. Is this okay, Grandpa? This is the first time I've heard of it. It seems like even Grandpa is hearing it for the first time. Well, Shin will be teaching you how to imagine the magic spells. The Grandpa will be in charge of teaching you magic control, and I'll teach you enchantment magic. Whoa. It's like a dream. When she heard that Grandma will be teaching enchantment magic, Yuri's tension went up. It's quite unusual for that child's tension to go up. She's usually very quiet. In other words, when I have some free time, I'll be able to experiment with new magic. When I spoke, everyone's movements suddenly froze into place. Wait a minute there, Shin. What is it? Grandma. It's not what is it? There's no way I can let what you've just said slide. A new kind of magic, he says. Experimenting, he says. When that time comes, please let us know, because we want to evacuate. Olivia unusually stepped forward and said, while looking somewhat frightened. What's with this reaction? When you said new kind of magic, what were you intending of doing? Gus continued to interrogate. About that, in order to defeat Shkdrom, I thought that a new magic is necessary. If I remember correctly, when you faced Shkdrom, you said that you weren't using your full power. Thor remembered what happened in the security force training ground. Well, although I did indeed say that, but when I think about that event, something suddenly came to my mind and I wanted to test it out. What is this? Is it only me who feels that it will be a dangerous situation right after hearing it? No, Your Highness, I feel the same way. I feel the same way as well. Me, as well. It has the strong smell of danger all around it. Even though they haven't heard the details, and to actually have this kind of reaction. Is it okay if I cry soon? I want to hear about it a little. Will that be really dangerous? It's not at all dangerous. To me. In other words, it will be dangerous to the people around? No. Well, although it's more or less an attack magic, so the other party will. Well, I guess that is somewhat expected. Then, how much power does it have? Who knows? That's the reason I want to test it out. It has become a petition on whether or not I can be allowed to perform experiments. Listen well, when you want to perform experiments, go to that wasteland and make sure no one else is around. That is only natural. Then, is it okay if I experiment? Will it be really alright? When you use that magic of yours, the world won't come to an end, right? No. As one would expect, I won't practice that kind of magic. What in the world does Grandma thinks of me? I'm not the god of destruction. Although I was persistently grilled by Grandma, I somehow managed to receive permission to experiment on a new magic. While everyone is receiving guidance from Grandpa and Grandma, I will be experimenting with new magic. While I was watching Grandpa's magic, I thought of something. With my imagination, it might turn out to be something really interesting. I really want to hurry up and test it out. Shinkan. As I thought, you should take care of yourself a little more. Cicely? What's wrong? How should I say this? You have an extremely excited expression on your face. As I thought, I am really worried. Will this really be alright? Was I really making that kind of expression? It might be because I'm happy to have a chance to finally test it out. For the time being, I decided on the schedule for tomorrow's training. In the morning will be magic control practice under Grandpa's supervision, magic practice with me in the afternoon, and in the evening until dinner time will be enchantment magic lesson with Grandma and my magic experiment time. However, during my magic experimentation time, either Grandpa or Grandma must be supervising me or else I'm not allowed to do it. The reason is because they'll be able to deal with it in a case of an emergency. Well, although I understand their worries because it's a practice for a new magic, but I feel like they're being too overly anxious. Think about the things you've done up until now. I can't say anything in retort. Maybe it was because of the long journey, or because I was able to relax in the hot springs. I immediately fell asleep that night. The next morning, when everyone appeared for breakfast, they all looked refreshed. As I thought, the hot springs are effective. It is the best accommodation for a training camp. When everyone said that, Cicely and the employees of her house looked really delighted. After all, I'll feel delighted if my own territory was praised. And as decided yesterday, everyone participated in magic control practice. As expected, Grandpa's magic control guidance is precise. Pay attention, Thor-kun. Your magic control is a little disordered. Yes, Cicely-san, you can already control that much magic power. Why don't you increase it a little? Yes, Rin-san. You are gathering too much magic power. It'll end up running wild. I made a mistake. Rin, who is acting rashly as usual and was on the verge of having her magic power run wild, was stopped by Grandpa. Even now, she's constantly reaching that point. She needs to be put under observation because if there's even a slight delay of putting up a barrier, something terrible will happen. The amount of magic power everyone could control increased a little that morning. And after lunch, it was my turn to supervise magic practice. At this time, the reason why I wanted to test magic becomes more obvious. Everyone said that they somehow understand the imagination process I use to cast magic. That's right, just somehow. It was strictly the substance and such, the reaction and such, the results and such, but it doesn't mean that they were able to imagine it clearly. Which means, even if the image is more ambiguous, even if it is physically unreasonable, as long as there is a feasible imagination, it would be possible. That's what I thought. For example, such as flammable gas, the image of it is too vague. Even so, will magic still activate? To begin with, when I was a student, I wasn't good with sciences. However, magic still activated with the proper image. In other words, up until now, we have been under the impression things will end up this way when we imagine it before it's actualized. While watching everyone practice, that belief increases further. Maria shot a blazing flame spell. However, she has yet to completely understand the principle of combustion. Cicely shot a blade of ice after she froze the water. Cicely has yet to understand the molecular structure of water and the molecular structure of when water turns into ice. Although Rin shoots out a number of wind blades, she doesn't understand it either. Up until now, everyone only has a vague understanding of how to use those magic. As I thought, the hypothesis I have isn't wrong. While watching everyone practice magic, only Grandma had a shocked expression. How could you, with everyone being able to cast these kinds of magic spells without any chance? Won't the magic division's position be in a predicament? However, aside from dealing with the mass production of demons, I think it'll still be hard to deal with devils. Good grief. The world really is in a crisis. As for me, I don't know what kind of level students from the Advanced Academy should have. However, I thought that with just this level, it'll be hard to deal with devils, and if they do not increase their skills, the condition will be even more severe. Even though devils are running amok in the territory of the old empire, I am in agreement that we cannot even lift a finger. They might not even be an opponent for a single devil. And although demons run rampant in the old empire, we are still unable to send an evacuation team to help out nearby towns and villages. Even if one was sent, they won't reach those places. When one thinks about what is happening, only the words hopeless case can describe the situation. In order to increase the war potential of the people who will be fighting on the front lines, everyone needs to get stronger in this training camp. When the magic practice ends, during the short break, I decided to do some new magic experimentation. Everyone looked at me while appearing tense, but although I said it would be an experiment for a new magic, I won't cast a big spell. First of all, I try to sufficiently imagine a combustible gas, and when it is combined with the source of fire, the magic will kaboom. It was similar to a magician lighting up a fire and dispelling it. I can do it with this. Is that the new magic you were talking about? No, that was something I cast to confirm something. Now then, this is the start of the real thing. Though I said that, I took a little distance to test something. The magic I want to try is an explosion spell. First, with the air, I tried imagining trapping the same gas I used earlier. In order for gas to explode, gas needs to be enclosed in an airtight space. And because it's been sealed, when the gas expands, it'll have nowhere to go. But when the seal collapses, boom. I used the explosion magic principle I've been practicing thus far. However, even though the ball of gas was smaller than before, the explosion that occurred was greater. When I looked around, everyone had a dubious expression. This is still preparations for the experiment. Now then, next one. Next one is finally the image of a magic that defies the laws of physics. The image of directivity. I imagine the shockwave of the explosion forwardly spreading in a concentric circle. I imagine the same ball of gas I used earlier. In addition to the directivity, a shockwave is produced. And then, boom, I did it. It's a success. The energy and shockwave of the explosion didn't affect me and only moved forward. Alright. With this, the preparations are over. Everyone, although I think it will be alright, but just in case, please cast magic barrier. Since an emergency situation might occur. After hearing those words, everyone gave their best and developed a magic barrier. Even though I said it will probably be alright, because everyone seems to have low confidence in me, I finished the preparation for the new magic feel a little lonely and pushed forward. First of all, I gathered the same gas used earlier and compressed it. More compression, compression, compression. With surroundings covered with thick air, the preparations to generate a large explosive energy was complete. And finally, I added the image of the directivity of shockwaves before shooting it. With the impact along with the ignition source, the gas quickly caught ablaze. And then, ka-boom. The magic spell caused an unbelievably large explosion. By adding directivity, the shockwave coming from the center of the explosion didn't come near me at all. And then, As for the center of the explosion, Shin, what kind of magic did you produce? About this? The topography. Ah ha ha ha. Am I looking at this inside my dream? You're not dreaming, it's reality. It's unbelievable. The scenery earlier compared to this is completely different. I can't believe this. The earlier scenery of the wasteland has changed completely. It has turned into a beautiful scenery of endless leveled earth. I went too far. The new explosion magic was a success. Did I maybe compress it a little too much? It caused a greater explosion than I expected. It's a good thing it's just an experiment. Shin, what did you do earlier? Certainly, the way it exploded was a little strange. From the center of the explosion and the ground on the other side was flattened. Nothing happened on this side. How did this happen? Everyone asked questions regarding the magic I was used earlier. The hint is the explosion magic I used during the first day of joint training to blow away a herd of demons. That magic, I was really worried that time, because it was such a huge explosion. Magic barrier had to be up at all times. However, it was still inferior to this. That's right, because I also had to use a barrier myself. I thought that it was still an unfinished magic, and so, I wondered if there was something I could do about it. I took the opportunity to explain more about this magic. The reason why I had to use magic barrier to protect myself was because the shockwave of the explosion expands in a circle, and it reaches me, right? Well, it's because the shockwaves of explosions are like that. The shockwave earlier didn't expand in a circle, it only went in one direction, thus a magic barrier isn't needed. That concept doesn't exist. I had that kind of image, but I cannot picture that kind of image at all. Well, although I understand the purpose of the magic, but what's with this kind of power? No. How should I say this? The power of the spell was more than I expected or something like that. Well, I guess it's a good thing you experimented with it first. That's right. I mean, I didn't think that kind of magic spell would have so much power. This foolish idiot. Listen well, from now onwards, when you come up with a new magic, you are not allowed to immediately put it to use. You have to come here and experiment with it first. I understand. Although Grandma got angry, without experimenting, I won't know how dangerous the new magic will be. Even so, you said that the amount of power it had was more than you expected. Does that have something to do with the direction of the blast? That might be so. Originally, the shockwave of the explosion should also come this way, but it just disappeared. Thor nodded unintentionally while thinking about it. Is that so? Such a thing did happen. As usual, whenever I see your magic, I feel my lifespan decreasing because I cannot comprehend what you'll do. Certainly, with that new magic barrier will not be needed. That's right. You said it was probably safe, but with that new magic, there's really no need to have magic's barrier up. Even though I said it will probably be safe, you still did put up a magic barrier in a hurry. That's because when I think about that kind of magic coming this way, that does make one worry. Is that so? Because the earlier experiment succeeded. They probably didn't have to cast magic barrier. Now then, Shin's magic experiment has ended. After this will be Melinda Dono's enchantment magic lesson. Shin, what is it? Sorry about this, but can you send me to the royal castle? To get a periodic report. Because we left the royal capital and it's hard for information to reach this place. And so, we decided that we will return to the royal castle once in a while to ascertain the situation. As for everyone else, please attend Melinda Dono's lesson. Yes. The other students. Then, let's go, Shin. And so, we left the place to receive a periodic report. Some soldiers were guarding the place where gate was opened within the royal castle. Because of the gate's sudden appearance, the soldiers on guard were surprised and then rang the bell. It was a sign to tell everyone that someone was coming, and after they rang the bell, when the gate opened, the soldiers on guard were waiting for us. However, compared to when he came the day before yesterday, the expressions on the soldiers were strange. What to do? The current atmosphere is similar to back then. Gus also felt that the atmosphere was strange and went to ask a guard. What is it? Did something happen? No, I can or cannot say whether or not something did or did not happen. You're not being clear. What's wrong? Did the devils make any movements? No, it has nothing to do with that at all. Then, what is wrong? Gus seemed a little irritated with the current atmosphere. Nothing happened at all. Augusto-sama. A woman appeared from within the guardroom. Who is it? Elizabeth. Elizabeth? I told you about her a while ago. She is my fiancée. So it's her. The fiancée that Gus mentioned a while back is currently standing in front of me. What are you guys whispering to each other? No, nothing in particular. Really? Is that the truth? The girl who is called Elizabeth closely questioned Gus. This kind of scene is quite rare. What is it? What are you grinning about? I didn't do such a thing. You're doing it now. Tilda, is that so? Because I've been teased by Gus all the time. It's a waste to let this chance slip by. While I was thinking that, Elizabeth called out looking irritated. Wait a minute. What are you guys saying to each other while ignoring me? Sorry. Ellie Tilda. Hey, so he usually calls her Ellie. Gus, please make the introduction for her. This girl is Elizabeth von Coral, Duke Coral's daughter. Nice to meet you, the grandson of the heroes and a new hero, Shin Wolford-san. I am the Duke of Coral's second daughter, as well as Prince Augusto's fiancée, Elizabeth von Coral. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. Elizabeth, who introduced herself to me, is a beautiful girl with blue eyes and long curled blonde hair extending all the way through her back. I'll keep it a secret that because she was a duke's daughter, I was expecting Elizabeth to have a drill hair. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. I am Shin Wolford. Likewise, please treat me well. I also returned her greetings. All things considered, why is a daughter of a duke in this place? That aside, Ellie, what are you doing in this place? Gus also seemed to have the same question and asked Elizabeth. The reason I'm here is neither here nor there. We haven't seen each other since the enrollment to the academy, and when the long vacation came around, May said you immediately left for the training camp. May? My younger sister. So she's the little sister who was denied to be taken along to my house. Now that I think about it, she wanted to visit my house with Gus the day the results were being posted, but after that, other than Gus continuing to come to my house normally, nothing unusual happened. Hey, Gus. What is it? If I'm not mistaken, you said you didn't bring your sister along when you came to my house because was the day the results were being posted? That's right. However, didn't you still usually come to my house to visit afterward? That's right. Then, why didn't you bring her along with you once? If I'm not mistaken, she really admires Grandma. What? It's because May's face full of despair is really interesting. Heartless. What a pitiable younger sister. How cruel. Anisama. While I was sympathizing with the pitiable younger sister, another girl came out from the guardroom, about 10 years of age. The person who appeared had an almost transparent white skin, crystal clear blue eyes, and straight blonde yellow ochre hair, a promising beautiful girl in the future. Because she said Anisama earlier, could she be? What? So you were there, May? So you were there? That's not the problem here. I heard what you were talking about earlier. What did you mean by you had something important to talk about? Didn't you just go there to play? Oh, I've been found out. How cruel. How mean. I also wanted to meet Melinda-sama. While she was complaining to Gus, she finally remembered my presence, and hurriedly gave her greetings. I sincerely apologize. I am called May von Earlshide, Augusto Anisama's younger sister. I'm a big fan of Melinda-sama. Please calm down. I'm so sorry. I'm Shin Wolford. Merlin and Melinda's grandchild. Best regards. May-chan. You are? Yes. Speaking of Gus, he considers me as his cousin? Or something like that, so I'd be really glad if May also starts treating me the same way. Then. Would it be alright if I called you Shin Anisama? Calling me Ana-chan is fine. Unlike Gus, I'm not part of the royal family. Shin Ana-chan. Yes. I finally got an Ana-chan who's not mean. Is that so? You have suffered a lot. Gus' little sister. That's how it is. Do you understand how I feel? Shin Ana-chan. It's because Gus tries to make fun of me whenever he has the opportunity. It happens to me as well. I'm always getting deceived by Anisama. And then, we looked at each other's eyes for a while, we clasped our hands together with a mutual understanding of each other's troubles. You guys. What in the world are you doing? I heard Gus' voice saying those words filled with anger. What, you ask? It's a bonding moment of two people who were troubled by being unkindly treated by you. Is that so? You were treated unkindly? That is a matter of course. You take every opportunity to make fun of me each and every time. Even I want to retaliate a little. Shin Ana-chan is amazing. Is that so? So I have been giving you a hard time all this while. About that, I think it is really inexcusable. So I've been doing something inexcusable like that? No. I was thinking that I also want to counterattack sometimes. Even though you've been having such a hard time. Shin-chan, please do your best. After receiving some assistance from Mate-chan, I looked towards Gus. And he's grinning again. Gus, you're making fun of me again, aren't you? Phew, ha ha ha. I'm really happy that you gave the reaction I was expecting. Shin, you bastard. Like I said earlier, stop talking amongst yourselves and ignoring me. Elizabeth inserted herself into the conversation and said angrily, Elian-sama, your face is looking distorted. What, me? Of all people. That aside, Ellie, May, what are you guys doing in this place? That's right. A while ago, I wanted to say that you should stop neglecting May and me. We also want to go to the training camp. This training camp is for the students who are attending the Advanced Magic Academy and members of the Research Society, you know. So why should we take outsiders with us? About that, it's not fair. Even though you said it's a training camp, it's in Cloud Town, a hot spring resort. There's no way you guys are practicing magic. We are practicing, you know. Is that the truth? In another place, that is. As I thought, you are going to the hot springs. I also want to go. That's right. We want to go. When I looked at them closely, they already have their travel bags prepared. Because they knew that Gus will be coming to receive the periodic report, they chose to act at this time. It really is the truth when I said we didn't go there to play around. We will not be a bother during practice. I thought that I would finally have a chance to spend some time with Augusto-sama. But you've been spending all your time with the Research Society. That's right. Gus is often busy with the Research Society. And he is always coming to my house to visit, so it might not give her a good image. In addition, I have to keep Augusto-sama company and prevent bad insects from coming near you. Elizabeth suddenly said something like that. Coming near Gus? There's none. Although I said that with the intention of relieving Elizabeth, the person herself just kept staring at me. What is it? I wonder if that's the truth. Why am I being doubted so much? Hey, Gus. What is it? That girl, she seems to have some doubt. Phew. I wonder if she's misunderstanding something. Because it is like that, please allow me to go to the training camp and observe. It's a conversation between adults. For some reason, the younger sister's tension went up. Having thought about it for a while, Gus opened his mouth. Since you have already prepared a travel bag, does that mean you have received permission from Father and the Duke? Yes. Since Meiji-sama and Guru-sama will also be at the training camp, Father immediately agreed and said that there will be no problem if the both of them are around. I have also received permission from Father. Aren't you guys completely prepared? It gives a feeling that everything is already too late to be stopped. While that conversation is still going on, another person appeared. Isn't it fine if you take them along, Father? It was the appearance of the king. Even though it's a training camp, don't you guys go to another place to practice magic? Father also knew about it. It was at that place where I saw Shinkan's magic and suggested he attended the Magic Academy. Apart from that, it'll be fine to let them stay in Cloud Town as long as they don't go into the forest. That place is a hot spring resort, so if you take them, they can just relax there. If Father says so. We did it. May. We did it. Elian-sama. Gus gave a warning to the two people who were pleased by Gus' permission to come along. I'll say this beforehand, we really are practicing magic there, so you guys better not disturb us. Yes. I acknowledge it. It looks like the conversation is done, and we have received the report that the devils had not made any movement, so it's about time we return. At that time, right before we returned, I remembered something. That's right. What is it, Shin? About that, the destination of the training camp is the fief of Cicely's parents. Were you doubtful because he went to a girl's schoolmate's house? That might be what it was. That's not it. Elizabeth disagreed with my hypothesis. The person who I doubt the most is. The person is? It's you, Shin-san. It's a conversation between adults. What the hell? I suffered an extreme blow because of Elizabeth's misunderstanding. What led you to have that kind of misunderstanding? It's neither here nor there. Whenever you open your mouth, it's Shin this, Shin that guy Shin did this, Shin. Also, whenever you have the time, you would go to Shin-san's house, so it can't be helped if I thought that way. No, it's quite unreasonable. You know, I wonder if that's true. That's right. Why do I have to be accused of having that kind of relationship with Gus? It feels creepy. Is it possible that her head has gone bad? Because it's the first time for him to experience that kind of misunderstanding. Gus heaved a sigh. Why is it with Shin of all people, especially since there are also girls in the research society? Other than that, Shin is definitely the first friend I made whom I can feel at ease with, so it is a fact that I have fun together with him. You've been having too much fun. Ever since you got acquainted with Shin-san, you no longer spend time with me. Certainly, with a male friend, you can do anything without hesitation, so it feels comfortable. Augusto-sama, do you no longer care about me? That is, no. Of course, that's not the case, Ellie. Your heart and mind can feel at ease. But, certainly, the correspondence between man and woman is different. With a man, you can fool around as much as you want. Because this is my first time to experience it, I got carried away. Is that how it is? Gus kept talking while covering my mouth. He's desperate. Gus could probably feel me grinning through his hand. What are you laughing at? He asked while he removed his hand that's blocking my mouth. Nothing. I wasn't thinking that you look desperate or something like that. Damn it. I didn't think there will come a day where Shin would make fun of me. He has an expression filled with extreme regret. Or so it seems. How impolite. As I thought. It's suspicious. That's why I said it's not like that. That's right, because Shin already has a woman. He doesn't have time to spare for someone else. Is that the truth? Gus, what in the world are you saying? Shin, it's about time you make it clear. Although I was about to protest, the expression on Gus' face unexpectedly looked earnest. Make it clear, you say? I mean your attitude. Even I understand that you guys have mutual feelings for each other. Nevertheless, you guys are always, when I look at you guys, I get irritated. Mutual feelings for each other. Certainly, Cicely treats me kindly, but that's because Cicely has always been friendly. How are you so sure that Cicely and I have mutual feelings for each other? It's exactly how it sounds. One can understand just by looking. Did you actually hear her actually say those words? I didn't hear it at all. Then, how come you say it with such affirmation? If it's such a misunderstanding, I wouldn't know how to converse with her in the future. Then are you fine with just staying like that forever? That is, it's only natural for you not to know the feelings of the other person. Even though this fiancé of mine and I have been together since we were both young, we still had that kind of misunderstanding. That's true. Wait a minute. Can you please not mention me in the conversation all of a sudden? Or do you intend to let the other person, the woman, say it? Because you yourself don't have the courage. It's not like that at all. Then hurry up and make it clear already. Isn't the other side always waiting for you? In any case, you'll be the one who will be deciding it. If possible, I want you to do it as soon as possible. If I don't, we will be misunderstood forever. You know, I'll be troubled if that is so. That's why I said don't mention me in your conversation all of a sudden. Alien-sama, your expression looks discomposed. I actually did something like that. From what Gus had said, I realized that I've been running away. I was thinking what I would do if I was refused. What I would do if it was all a misunderstanding. That's all I've been thinking about. Can I not really act unless I have completely understood my partner's feelings? I don't want to think about such shameful thoughts. Although I do not know if Cicely and I can become a couple. All I know is that my feelings for her are overflowing, that I have to immediately tell her how I feel. Even though I've been strongly criticized by Gus, he is, after all, a senpai with a fiancé. Let's obediently accept his criticism. By the way, isn't it about time we return to the other side? Also, we have to ask them to make 2 additional portions for dinner. That's right. Because 2 people have been added, we have to tell them ahead of time. I completely forgot about it. Then, let's head back. When I said that, I put the luggage of the 2 people inside extra-dimensional storage space and opened up gate. Since Uncle Dis and the soldiers guarding the place has seen it many times before, they were unfazed, but when the 2 people saw it for the first time, they stared at it with blank surprise. Then Uncle Dis, I will come again tomorrow, and I promise to take responsibility for Mate-chan. Then Father, we will be returning to the training camp. Yeah, make sure to be careful. Also, Shin-kun. What is it? Make sure you act with prudence. Father, I'm sorry to say this, but It's too late for that. As I thought. Even I thought I gave the warning a little too late. Then he'll be going now. You two, head inside the gate. Because the two people are still looking at the gate with blank expressions, I urged them to enter. The moment we entered gate, we were already at the hot spring resort of Claude Town. Although I could have opened the gate inside the Claude mansion, but since they came to the hot springs after so much effort, I thought it would be better to open gate closer to town. It really led to Claude Town. How amazing! Although we were still inside the castle a little while ago, we've already arrived at Claude Town. Elizabeth was still dumbfounded with gate while Mei-chan was in high spirits. I felt warm and fluffy since Mei-chan is pleased with my magic. Mei, if you run around, it won't be my fault if you get separated. Wow. Please, wait for me. Gus walked ahead of everyone else, and Mei-chan immediately followed after him since it would be serious if she gets lost in an unfamiliar town. Mei-chan, what is it? Shinano-chan, since it'll be bad if you get lost here. Okay. When Mei-chan grasped the hand I held out to her, I once again felt warm and fluffy. Since you can do such a thing so naturally, what's there for you to be afraid of? Oh my, Augusto-sama as well, you didn't readily make me your fiancé. Arg, don't talk about such things. Gus and Elizabeth, who were walking in front of us looking like they were having fun talking about something. Although I wanted to listen to their conversation, I am currently holding Mei-chan who is looking really happy, so I guess I'll hold it in. I'll make fun of him later. Shin, let's just pretend you didn't hear anything earlier. What are you talking about? TCH. Don't be too full of yourself. Those are some villainous lines. Shinano-chan is amazing. I started to feel embarrassed when Mei-chan gave me a look of respect, and so, I looked at Gus and Elizabeth, who seemed like they were getting along well, walking ahead with their arms linked. It seems like the misunderstanding from earlier has been solved thanks to the conversation with Gus, although it's a good thing that the misunderstanding has been solved. But as we approached the Claude mansion where Cicely currently is, I started feeling nervous. Shinano-chan, what's wrong? It's nothing at all. Because I became a little quiet, Mei-chan looked at me with worried eyes. This won't do. This won't do. Actually worry such a small child. At the very least, I should act normally. After I somehow calmed my heart down, we arrived at the Claude mansion. This place is the Claude mansion. Oh my, welcome home Shin-sama. Augusto-sama, you returned rather late today. I'm back. It's because we wanted to show Claude Town to these two people. You really do like our town that much? I'm really happy. Well, although that's true. The gatekeeper Sam looked really impressed. He probably also likes this town a lot. By the way, those two people are? I'm sorry for my late introduction. I am Augusto-sama's fiancée, Elizabeth von Coral. I am Augusto Anasama's younger sister, May von Earlshide. When the gatekeeper-san heard that, his face stiffened and went down on one knee. PL, please accept my apologies. I did not recognize the prince's fiancée and the princess. I'm sorry for being rude. The gatekeeper-san seems to have lowered his head to the point where it was touching the ground. Is that so? So this is the normal attitude. It is our fault for suddenly coming here. Please raise your head. Yes, I am thankful for your words. After he said that, the gatekeeper-san stood up. Hey, Elizabeth-san, should I also display this kind of attitude? It's fine if you call Bieli, Shin-san. I wouldn't know what to do if the person who performs a two-person comedy act together with Augusto-sama suddenly displays that kind of attitude, so please don't. That's right. It's fine for Shinano-chan to stay like that. For Shin to suddenly display that kind of attitude, I'll think that you're planning something. A two-person comedy act? Putting the unpleasant words Gus said aside, I somehow received permission. Since these two will be staying here, could you please let the people know? Yes, I will definitely do that. When I said that, another person ran to the mansion. Then, let's head inside. Yes, I understand. Fufu, it seems like you have completely turned into the resident of this mansion. That's why I said, don't say that kind of thing. Because I'll become nervous again. Fukukaku. Augusto-sama. Anasama, your character is really bad. After I went to all that trouble to return to normal, I became nervous once more. If I were to meet Cicely in this state. Oh, my, Shinkan, did you just return? When we entered the mansion, we immediately ran into Cicely. Why at such a time? No. Mum. That's right. These two, it's because we gave them a tour around Claude Town. When I said that, I introduced Elizabeth and Mei-chan. It's been a long time, Elizabeth-sama, Princess May. It seems like Cicely knew them. It's been a long time, Cicely-san. I will be indebted to you for a while starting today. It's been a long time, Cicely-san. Please take care of me as well. Are the two of you also participating in the training camp? No, we only came here to meet Augusto-sama. Since it's the long vacation and all, we came to play. Since we will not hinder the training camp at all, will you permit it? I also ask this of you, Claude. Could you please take care of these two people? When Gus requested this of her, Cicely turned to look at me. It's because Gus has been with the Research Society most of the time. It seems like he hasn't been spending time with these two. That's why. Is this okay? As long as Shin-kun and His Highness are fine with it, it doesn't matter to me. What? Is there something the matter, Shin-kun? Somehow your behavior is a little strange. There's nothing particularly strange with me. Is that so? Cicely said and inclined her neck. And I somehow knew that Gus was laughing somewhere behind me. Damn it. I'll remember this. So the conversation earlier was about Cicely-san. Shinana-chan and Cicely-san, they're very suitable. Yes. Wait a minute, you two. What are you guys saying? What are you guys doing blurting it out? Shin-kun. As I thought, you're acting strange. That's not true at all. That aside, is Grandma's lecture over already? Yes, it has just ended, and so before supper, we were thinking of heading to the baths. When Cicely said that, everyone else came out from the room. Melinda-sama, it was a really wonderful lesson. Is that so? But if you've already seen Shin's enchantment magic, it shouldn't amount to much. Wolford-kun's enchantment magic, I guess I should say that I don't really understand it. That is certainly true. For a normal human, my lecture would be better. I'm not implying that Melinda-sama is inferior or anything like that at all. It's okay if you don't explain yourself because that child is abnormal. You're right about that. Hey, don't talk about me as though I'm not in the same place. At the very least, be a little surprised. Oh my, welcome back. You're quite late. You responded normally. Shin, why are you making such a racket for, huh? The conversation earlier is a little strange. What is strange about it? No way. Am I being treated as an irregular? What are you saying at this late hour? Everyone already knew that your magic is abnormal. That's right. It's a little late for you to notice it now. Although I understood, I couldn't help but retort. PFT. Kyuku. Ahahaha. After Ellie saw that kind of conversation, she started laughing. It really is strange. So Augusto-sama has actually been having this kind of conversation on a daily basis. When she said that, Ellie looked at Gus. It seems like she somehow understood why Gus likes to spend time in the Research Society. Shinana-chan. Mei-chan started to pull my sleeve. That's right. This child, if I remembered correctly, she's a fan of Grandma. What is it? This girl, she's Gus' little sister and her name is Mei-chan. Wow. I'm Augusto Anasama's younger sister, May. It seems like she really admires Grandma. Oh my, is that so? Unlike the books, you're probably disappointed to see this Grandma, right? No, it's not like that at all. Compared to my own Grandma, you look young and beautiful, and also, when she said that, she looked at Grandma's body figure. I'm sorry for my late introduction. I am Augusto-sama's fiancée, Elizabeth von Coral. I completely understand what May wants to say. At that age, with that kind of figure, please teach me your method by all means. Ellie said that and agreed. When Ellie looked at Grandma, I can see her expression of respect. Really, Grandma is admired by all the girls in the kingdom. Fufu, thank you very much. By the way, we were all thinking of going to the hot springs before eating supper. Would you guys like to come as well? Yes, I would like to come. I would also like to join. Alright, if I remember correctly, you said your name was Mei-chan? Yes. Then, let's go together. When Grandma suddenly held out her hand, Mei-chan suddenly looked lost and didn't know what to do, and then she looked towards me asking for help. Grandma, I'll leave you to take care of Mei-chan. Yeah. Leave it to me. Let's go. Mei-chan. Please excuse me. She timidly took Grandma's hand, and then Grandma clasped her hand and smiled at her. Girls are really cute. I'm sorry for being an unpleasant boy. It's the truth. Because I don't know what kind of things you'll do if I take my eyes off of you. That's why when you were little, I would always hold your hand to restrain you. No way. Are you telling the truth? Now then, Mei-chan, let's head to the hot springs. Yes. And so, the two people left together. After being stunned for a while, everyone else looked on with sympathetic eyes. I completely understand Melinda-sama's feelings. It can't be helped for her to worry if she doesn't restrain a child like Shin-kun. Certainly, it's efficient. I understand it well. I'm sorry, Wolford-kun. I also understand her feelings. I will pray hard so that my child doesn't turn out like that. The sympathetic eyes were actually for Grandma. I fell to my knees because of such treatment. As for me, Cicely hesitated to say something. She's probably fumbling for the right words to say. It's okay. Cicely is also thought so, right? It is not like that at all. If it's Shin-kun's child, I'm sure he or she will be really cute, and I will willingly hold their hands. Somehow it seems like the conversation has changed. The people in the surroundings probably noticed it as well and turned silent. Cicely. What did I say earlier? A grand self-destruction. I was surprised. Cicely finally became aware of her own statement, and her face all the way to her neck turned completely red. And she ran towards the hot springs. Although everyone else left for the hot springs, Gus and I stayed behind. Shin, you understand, don't you? Yeah, I'm not that insensitive not to notice when it has reached up to that point. You are insensitive because you didn't notice until then. Well, good luck. Yeah. And so, we also headed towards the hot springs. Grandpa, you were there? I've been here for a while now. Grandpa's presence has gotten thinner. I entered the hot springs while trying to comfort Grandpa, who was somewhat depressed. After we got out of the hot springs, we headed to eat dinner. Because Cicely's face was still red and trying hard not to look this way, we finished eating with an indescribably strange atmosphere. The employees were also grinning from ear to ear. After supper, it was free time. The two people who arrived today went to Grandma to have a talk with her while Rin and Thor went to consult with Grandpa regarding today's magic control lesson. I'm glad for you, Grandpa. You were not forgotten. Because I didn't have anything planned in particular, my body felt flushed thanks to the hot spring, and I have finished eating a meal. I went outside to get some fresh air. In the garden of this mansion, there's a pond, and right beside it, there's a pavilion, so I thought to get some fresh air there. The night sky is filled with stars, making it a perfect starlit sky. While looking at the starlit sky, I once again realized that this is not Earth. I can't find a single constellation that looks familiar. As I thought, this is not Earth. Shin-kun? Cicely? There was already someone at the pavilion. What's the matter? For you to be in this place? Because my body felt flushed from the hot springs and I just finished eating a meal, so I came out here to cool myself down. What about Cicely? As for me, that's right. I also feel flush from the hot springs. Is that so? Hey, Cicely. Yes. Can I sit next to you? Yes. Although Cicely is acting strange and answering strangely, I sat next to her without minding it. Since Cicely's face is still bright red, I wondered if she's still worrying about her earlier faux pas. And since I didn't know what to say either, we both remained in silence for a while. Before long, Cicely probably couldn't endure silence any long, and she opened her mouth. Shin-kun. I'm sorry about earlier. I didn't really mind it. Or rather, I was really happy. Hey, Cicely, do you remember the time when we first met? Yes, I remember it well. Maria and I were both together and were being troubled by two guys. That's right. And then I came and asked, are you guys troubled? Yes, we feel super troubled. If I remembered correctly, I believe we gave that kind of a strange answer. That's right, I thought so as well. Soon after, Shin-kun quickly took care of those people, and then acted very gentlemanly. When I met Cicely then, I felt like my head was struck by a lightning. I thought, what a really cute girl. At that time, me as well, I was thinking, what a really cool person. Is that so? Yes, Cicely. Yes. I looked at Cicely's face. Her face was bright red, and while looking at Cicely, I felt a strange and desperate feeling. I like you, Cicely. I confess what I was feeling. When Cicely heard my confession, she turned stiff for a while, and then tear fell from her eyes. I'm so happy. Because Shin-kun is always friendly. I thought that you didn't return my feelings. So you were also considering that. But it's not like that. You clearly said earlier that it isn't like that. I also like you. I also really like Shin-kun very much. Cicely. Shin-kun. Cicely, will you be my girlfriend? Yes. Please make me Shin-kun's girlfriend. I did it. I suppressed the feelings of wanting to shout it loud while both Cicely and I were staring at each other. And then, Cicely gently closed her eyes. Is this alright? It should be alright since Cicely is already my girlfriend. And so, I brought my face closer to Cicely's. Wait a minute. Please don't push. Hey, right there, finish it in one go. Wow. Behind a tree next to the bank of the pond, everyone fell down. The members of the research society, Grandpa and Grandma, Ellie and May, and even the employees. How stereotypical. Or rather, how did all of you guys fit behind that tree? Wow. After being seen by everyone, I started patting Cicely's head, who seems to be in a panic, and turned to look at everyone. You guys. What are you guys trying to achieve by peeping? There is no way we can miss a big event such as this. For some reason, Maria was angry. Why is that? I am the person who instigated Shin, so I have the responsibility to watch. As for me, I'm August-Osama's fiancé, so I also have the responsibility. Wow. It's the love affair of adults. It's not that I don't understand Gus, but what's with Ellie's reason? And also, Mei-chan, a girl who is just 10 years old, shouldn't say stuff about the love affairs of adults. Shin, you did well. You did really well. Grandma looked really happy. Although I wanted to do it quietly. Well, that's how it is. Cicely and I have become boyfriend and girlfriend. /fusion_builder_column, said by everyone. For some reason, they started clapping. This is something we must celebrate. But because today's dinner has already ended, let's do it tomorrow. A maid suddenly suggested it. A celebration, she said. That's right, Shin. How about calling on Cicely's parents as well? I will be the one to call on them. It's fine if you and Cicely-san go report to them together. Afterward, bring them here. For some reason, it's becoming bigger and bigger. I looked at Cicely to check if she's fine with it. Shin-kun. She looked at me with moistened eyes. I've been patting her head the whole time. Cicely. Tomorrow we'll go to report our relationship to Cecil-san and Irene-san, and then bring them here. Are you okay with that? Our relationship. When she heard that word, she was suddenly embarrassed and buried her head in my chest. You are? What is this? Super cute. It's amazing, isn't it? Although they just started going out, they're already lovey-dovey. They're already like that even before they were going out. I was wondering what will happen when they started going out. It'll be like that. Won't it? It'll be a mosaic, who'll turn into a mosaic picture. Well, for starters, I'll say congratulations. However, we are still in a state of an emergency, so please make sure you guys do not become too absorbed in your relationship and neglect training. Yes, I understand completely. If that's the case, what are you doing instigating me at such a time? And then Gus sported an earnest expression and responded. It's because you said something like, I'll confess once the fight is over. And so I thought, what if you die? If it's like that, it would be better if you confess earlier. So the reason is because of the death flag. Can I return to my room now? Shin. Oh please Shin-kun, this night is all about you. We haven't even started talking about love. Maria, wouldn't you normally talk about that among girls only? And I think I already said enough. Who knows what Grandma will say if she finds me in the girls' room. Shin. What's happening? Well, as I was returning to my room I suddenly got kidnapped and dragged into the girls' shared room, without my grandma noticing of course. I don't even want to know what would happen if she found out about this. Anyways, it's been a few hours since then. In the meantime the girls changed into their pajamas while I was still in my casual clothes. I had to turn around for that. Suddenly there was a knock on the door followed by Grandma's voice. I'm coming in, girls. Melinda, crap. I quickly got down and Maria threw a blanket over me. I knew it. You're still not sleeping. We're getting up early tomorrow so go to bed already. Melinda. Yes, Mom. Everyone except Shin obviously. If you're still awake by the next time I come around you'll be making 1,000 enchantments as punishment. Melinda. And with those words she left, making everyone breathe out a sigh of relief. It seems like she hasn't noticed me. That was scary. But what the heck? This feels like a school trip. Oh, I see, Olivia. You are going out with Mark. Alice. I was also dragged into it. Olivia whispered to herself. Looks like she was cornered. No one is safe from the girls' love talk. We used to play a lot together way back when. We both had an aptitude for magic and ended up having classes together. I guess it was around then we started seeing each other in a different light. He confessed first. Olivia. How sweet. All the girls have dreamy expressions. Why can't I have a fateful encounter? Maria. Tell me about it. Alice. I have magic, and that's all I need. Rin. Except Rin. And what about Yuri? Perhaps you already had a boyfriend or two? Maria. The spotlight suddenly shined on Yuri. Looking at her erotic body and the way she usually acts, you can't be faulted for thinking she is already experienced in that sort of thing. That's a ~3, Yuri. She responded while winking and reposturing herself seductively. This was all emphasized by her black one-piece pajama with a V-slit. Hey, no fae. Maria. Tap tap tap. As she tried to push the issue, Maria was cut off by the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Melinda-sama is coming. Everyone to their beds. Maria. Oh wah 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 wah. Alice. Come on, Shin. Hide already. Maria. Whoa? Shin. Kaya. I was suddenly pushed down in all the confusion. Everyone got dead quiet just before the door creaked open. I thought I heard voices. Was I just imagining things? Melinda. As Grandma was talking to herself, I was far too busy trying to make sense of the situation. Did she see me? Who pushed me? Who covered me? You. It's pretty hot under here. Shin-kun. A voice calling my name. I take a better look at where I am, and it was only then that I noticed I was lying on top of Cicely, with my hand grabbing her breast, and my knee pushing the lower part of her pajama down, revealing her panties. Sorry, it's not on purpose. Shin-kun, don't move. Cicely. What? Don't move? But I'm still. Hands. Boobs. I feel my reason slowly fading. It was at that moment that Cicely grabbed me and slid us on our sides. Before I could react, she grabbed the hand that was on her breast and kept it from moving, all the while blushing incessantly. Cicely, is she giving me the go-ahead? Holy crap. She smells so nice. Cicely. She's so cute. I feel so hot. I can't think straight anymore. Screw it. Cicely. Shinku. Cicely. I love you. I move in to kiss her. But before I could, it suddenly got a lot brighter. Standing over us with a blanket that was supposed to be covering us in her hands, was Grandma. The look on her face resembled an un. Why, you little brats, what has gotten into you? You just started going out and you're already trying to cross the line? What kind of... Melinda. Phew, that was heart-throbbing. Alice. Cicely is slowly drifting to away. Maria. Wolford-kun, you pervert. Rin. Melinda. As I was shrinking before Grandma's assault of nagging, she was interrupted by voices heard from the bed on the opposite side. Looks like Rin, Alice and Maria hid in that one. You all just earned a whole night's worth of lecturing. Melinda. That night when Cicely and I officially became a couple, everyone went back to their individual rooms in the end. The first kiss was postponed. Good morning, Shin-kun. Good morning, Cicely. The next morning, I met up with Cicely in the dining room, and she greeted me with a smile different from all the ones she gave before. That smile alone gives me an overflowing feeling of, hey, until when will you guys stare at each other? If you don't hurry up and eat, breakfast will turn cold. Until Gus gave that repartee, I had been staring at Cicely since we came across each other. Oops, this won't do. The reason we came here is to improve our magic. I cannot be too occupied with a love affair. Alright, let's go, Cicely. Yes, Shin-kun. Because it had been decided that we have to report to Cecil-san and Irene-san, it was necessary for us to eat breakfast at once. We must go before Cecil-san leaves the house because there is a possibility that he will be busy with work. Since that's the case, I opened gate at the usual place and connected it to the Claude mansion at the royal capital. When I knocked on the door from inside, an employee of the Claude mansion opened the door. Oh, my, Wolford-san. Young Mistress Cicely as well. Did something happen? Nothing, just a little. There's something I'd like to talk to Father and Mother about. Is Father still at home? Yes, however, I believe he will be leaving for work soon. Thank you. After she said that, Cicely left and walked towards the dining room. Although they are people whom I am already acquainted with, because I'll be reporting our relationship status, I prepared myself. The tension I am experiencing is phenomenal. Shin-kun, are you feeling alright? Yeah. But for some reason, I'm feeling nervous. When I said that, Cicely walked back to me and held my hand. It's going to be alright. Because both father and mother really like Shin-kun as well. I'm sure they will be pleased. I hope that's really the case. Because there's a difference between being friends and being a couple. In addition, Cicely is the youngest child, and she's super cute. Like this, we reached the dining room. We let go of our clasped hands and entered the dining room. Good morning, father, mother. Good morning, Cecil-san, Irene-san. Because of my nervousness, my voice trembled. Oh? Good morning, the both of you. Weren't you geese supposed to be in the training camp? Oh my, good morning Cicely, Shin-kun. What's wrong? With bewildered expressions, the both of them turned towards us. It can't be helped if I'm nervous. Let's just go for it and be prepared to get hit. Actually, there's something I'd like to talk about with the both of you. Something to talk about? Oh my, I wonder what it is. Cecil-san still has a bewildered expression on his face, while Irene-san seems to have noticed something. After I took a deep breath, I reported my relationship with Cicely to the two. I have been given the privilege to go out with Cicely-san. I am visiting today because I wanted to report it and get your approval. When they heard it, Cecil-san's face turned stiff, while Irene-san, who had already guessed it, had a smile on her face. Because Cecil-san's face was still stiff, no one said a single word, and the sounds of the hands of the clock echoed in the silence. Shin-kun. Cecil-san, who finally digested what was said, called out my name, and I stood up. Yes. While Cecil-san was approaching me, I thought that he was going to hit me, so I prepared myself. Shin-kun. He suddenly grabbed me and embraced me. Thank you. Thank you very much, Shin-kun. Thank you for choosing Cicely. Far from being hit, he embraced me and gave me his thanks. Oh my, seriously, dear. That aside, congratulations Cicely, your wish has finally been fulfilled, hasn't it? Thank you, mother. And also, please don't say that kind of thing in front of Shin-kun. Irene-san also gave her blessing. Even the employees were applauding. I'm really glad to receive everyone's blessing. Although Cecil-san continued to embrace me. Today is such a wonderful day. Although the day has just started, I've already received such splendid news. Cecil-san finally separated from me. This is that, right? This is not the time to head to work, right? As I thought, it will turn out like that. Dear. Irene-san's tone of voice is scary. No. On such a happy day, it won't do if there isn't a celebration. About that, we will take care of it. As for you, hurry up and head to work. No, but hurry up and go. Yes. Irene-san is super scary. And that Irene-san suddenly looked here. Shin-kun? Yes. I inadvertently straightened up my upper body. And then Irene-san's scary face turned into a smile and said, oh my, I'm sorry about that. It's because a person suddenly said something stupid, that's why. No. It's okay. Is that so? That aside, there's something I need to talk to Shin-kun about. Will that be okay? Yes. What is it? With a serious expression, Irene-san began to talk. Our house holds the title of a viscount. Although she's the third daughter, if you go out with Cicely, you must be prepared for what's to come in the future. When you speak of what's ahead, it means, I mean marriage. Marriage. I'm not saying that it has to happen immediately. However, Cicely is a daughter of a noble. I cannot allow her to go out with someone without getting engaged. Although Cicely is panicking, this was something I expected. This kingdom has a monogamy system. This applies to the nobles and the royal family. In order for their bloodline not to die out, it is necessary for them to produce as many children as possible. The nobles of this kingdom have relatively accepted the freedom to love, so there aren't many parents who decide a marriage partner for their children, and they won't forcefully separate their children if they choose to go out with a commoner. Nevertheless, nobles will not allow a girl to be in a relationship with someone who is not prepared for marriage. That being the case, yesterday when Gus said, that's what it means to go out with a daughter of an aristocrat, I have already prepared myself for it. Gus is also useful from time to time, It looks like you've already made a resolution? Yes, Shin-kun. I also want to include that in the report. Because I'm a commoner. I thought that you might not accept it. That's right. It's because of that I felt anxious. Even though the nobles have accepted the freedom to love, it still depended on the nobles, and it seems like there are still those who are opposed to having a relationship with a commoner. Even in my previous life in Japan, even though there are no aristocrats, there were still those with really good parentage. Even more so in this world where aristocrats exist. When I voiced my concern, for some reason, Irene-san, Cecil-san, and even the employees began to laugh. Shin-kun, are you seriously saying that? Eh? It looks like you really are serious. I see. I guess when it comes to your own situation, you don't understand it at all. Listen here, Shin-kun, your grandparents are legendary heroes of this country. It seems that's the case. The people in this country, no, the people from around the world respects your grandparents. That said, you are the person who is said to have surpassed the both them, enough to have already received the honors as a new hero. If it wasn't for the words that His Majesty had said during the honors bestowal, you would have probably received an overflowing amount of marriage proposals from aristocrats all over the kingdom. You know, the royal family. I thought that they're nothing but troublesome people. It looks like I really have to thank Uncle Dis. It looks like you really don't know much about it. Truthfully, it should have been us who would have lowered our heads and asked you to accept our proposal. And to have someone like that want to have a relationship with our child, what reasons are there for us to object? The people in the surroundings were nodding in agreement. Even if we exclude all of those things, not just to Sicily, but Shin-kun is a gentle child who also worries about us. I was really hoping for you to become Sicily's partner. That's right, that's right. The two of us often have that kind of conversation, you know. Since that's how it is, we both will give you our blessings. Since it has already been decided, we need to prepare for a celebration. It is because of that we came early in the morning. What do you mean? To tell you the truth, the employees in Claude Town have already begun preparing. After today's training session, they will be holding a celebration party. That's why we thought to report it before Cecil-san heads off to work. So that's how it is. Sorry for taking all the trouble to do so. No, it's all right. So after your work is over, I will come pick you up. Is that okay with your schedule? Of course. Even if His Majesty send an order, I will cancel it and come return. Dear, it's time for you to get going. But yes. Cecil-san looked really depressed. It will be alright because, at that time, Uncle Dis will also be coming. Is that so? Uncle Dis, you say? It seems like Shin-kun has an uncle-nephew relationship with His Majesty. I was also really surprised when I saw their relationship at Shin-kun's house. I have never seen His Majesty like that, and to also associate with Prince Augusto without any hesitation. I wonder, was there really a need for you to worry? No, this and that is a different story, or rather, well, it's fine. Rather than that, I wonder if Shin-kun can send our employees to this residence to the fief. Yes. It's fine. On the other hand, dear, what about work? Cecil-san turned stiff when he looked at the clock and yelled. This is bad. I won't make it in time. Cecil-san, is your workplace in the royal castle? Yeah, it is, but if that's the case, I'll send you there. Is that true? You saved me. I opened gate and connected it to the usual place guarded by the soldiers. Although it is an unplanned visit, I think it'll be fine. And then the two of us entered gate. This magic really is convenient. Wolford-kun, what are you doing at this time? Because I have been visiting these past several days. I've gotten acquainted with the guarding soldiers and was called out to by one of them. Good morning. No, I'm just sending off my girlfriend's father. Your girlfriend's father? Oh, good morning. Well, isn't this Lord Claude? Good morning. I'm sorry about this. Because I was going to be late, he decided to send me. Is that so? And so his girlfriend's father means that? No, you see, he and my daughter have started going out. What did you say? Please accept my congratulations. No, thank you very much. Then, Shin-kun, I'll see you at night. Because I'll be coming here again to receive a periodic report before dinner, so I'll be picking you up as well? I understand. Then, I'll be off. I'll see you soon. When I saw off Cecil-san and thought of returning, I saw him talking to another guard. That is Probably him wanting to boast about it. Is it alright for him to spread it around? Won't Irene-san get angry at him again? While worrying about it, I returned to the Claude residence, and the employees have already finished preparing. Well then, Shin-kun, I ask this of you. I understand. This time, I opened gate and connected it to the mansion in Claude Town. And then Irene-san and the rest of the employees timidly entered gate. It really is the mansion in Claude Town. Madam, an employee in the Claude Town mansion called out, because they thought that Irene-san and the others will be coming at night. They're probably surprised. It's been a long time, because I heard that there will be a celebration held for Shin-kun and Sicily. I brought more employees. Thank you very much. They will be a great deal of help. Although this is just my assumption. There's a person from our house who's currently filled with pride as he works. If His Majesty hears about it, I'm sure that His Majesty will also come, so please make preparations with that in mind. Hi, His Majesty the King, you say? Because His Majesty and Shin-kun has a close relationship with each other, His Majesty will probably come. I understand. I will put all my spirit into preparing for it. I'll entrust it to you. Yes. All the employees. Irene-san is amazing. She has completely grasped Cecil-san's behavior. I wonder if Cecil-san will be fine? So you've returned, Shin. When I looked towards the place where the voice came from, I saw that everyone has gathered. I'm sorry. Please wait for a moment. I'll prepare it at once. Let's go, Sicily. Yes. After everyone is prepared for the training, this time, I connected Gate to the wilderness. Today Gate is playing an active part. Because Ellie and May wanted to observe, they came as well. Although today's morning training is the same as yesterday, and it started with Grandpa's magic control training. But there was something unexpected. May-chan has an elementary knowledge of magic. I already knew that Ellie does not even have any magic aptitude, and she watched quietly, but I saw May-chan imitating us while we were practicing magic control. Wow. It's amazing. Yeah, this is really amazing. So May-chan also has the quality to become a magician. May, even though I told you not to be an obstruction. Well, it'll probably be okay. I will be watching over May-chan, so you guys properly receive training from Merlin. In the end, Grandma took the responsibility to look after May-chan during Grandpa's magic control training. If you start this kind of training now, it looks like you'll become a wonderful magician. I will not lose. I'll do my best. Rin-san, you're collecting too much. It'll run wild. I failed. Everyone who started this kind of training after they entered the advanced academy, compared to May-chan who is starting this training at the age of 10, they felt a sense of pressure not to be overtaken by her and put more effort into it. Although this was unplanned, the result was excellent. After lunch, it was magic practice in the afternoon. Ellie and May-chan who saw our magic for the first time looked on with blank surprise. I cannot believe this. What are those? Those kinds of magic. Wow. Everyone is amazing. Maybe because they were praised by May-chan, it restored their high spirits and continued to train cheerfully. Don't compete with someone who's just 10 years old. And so, after the magic practice has ended, it was time for my magic experimentation. As usual, everyone has already taken a stance where they will be able to immediately cast a magic barrier. The same as always, everyone seems to be worried. You guys, I won't do anything dangerous this time. Is that the truth? Because it's not an attack magic. Is that so? Then I guess it'll be fine, huh? After everyone ascertained that it wasn't an attack magic, their tension dissipated. No, it's because I keep wondering what kind of danger awaits us. So I've been feeling nervous the whole time. That is true. It's at this time that I feel the most strained. Really? What kind of evaluation is this? While everyone was saying heartless words, I made my preparations. The magic I want to experiment this time is something that defies the laws of physics from beginning to the very end. I received the think for this magic from the magic that Schtrom used. First for all, I picked up the stones near my feet and used it to test the spell. The magic I wanted to test is floating magic. I dare say that this has nothing to do with Schtrom or the laws of physics. I just imagine it, and used floating magic. I thought that floating magic is not practiced up until now is probably because people do not have enough magic power. When he turned into a devil, he was finally able to obtain enough magic power and was able to use floating magic. If that's so, I thought that with my present magic power, I probably have enough amount thanks to my magic control practice and should be able to use floating magic. First, I collected magic power. I collected more magic power compared to all the magic I've used up until now. Hey, will it really be alright? The amount of magic power he's gathering isn't ordinary. I wonder what he's trying to do. Will it really not be dangerous? It will be fine, I say, because it's not an attack magic. As for what to imagine next, the thing I thought of was anti-gravity. Because I didn't understand the principle at all, I just imagine a magic that is able to repel gravity. As for the result, oh, I did it. It was a success. The stone was floating in the air thanks to floating magic. I have been maintaining the same amount of magic power, but when I increased it, the stone started to float higher. Like that, I tried to move the stone left and right. The next thing to do is to try it on myself. Based on the experiment I did earlier, I was able to grasp how much magic power is needed. Then, I gathered enough magic power and imagine anti-gravity. Oi, what in the world is this? Shin-kun is floating in the air. Isn't that the magic that Shktrom guy used? At that time, if I wasn't mistaken, Shindono wasn't able to use floating magic. He has already developed it. His magic defies common sense as usual. Dagizaru. It seems like the people below are saying something, but their voices can't reach me, so I don't know what they're saying. But they're probably saying something heartless again. While everyone was having a conversation, I started to use wind magic to move around. With anti-gravity and wind magic, I was able to easily fly around in the sky. This is really fun. In addition, with the ability to fly around, it gave me a way to fight Shktrom in the air. This is a meaningful experiment. While I was thinking that, I landed on the ground where everyone was. Shin, you once again created an unbelievable magic. Is that so? Shktrom can use it as well, though. I thought of that in order to be able to fight with him in the air. Shin-kun. How amazing. How amazing. Shinana-chan is amazing. Really, this place is a place where the unexpected happens. Cicely praised me with her eyes looking moist, while Mei-chan was innocently pleased. Everyone, you should take her pureness as an example. Please do not group me together with the idiot couple. Don't say idiot couple, but you guys are an idiot couple. But the person involved doesn't think so. Certainly, it does seem that way. Why, you people, is that how it is? Couple. With a red face, Cicely twisted and turned. Mei-chan, on the other hand, was looking at everyone with a curious expression. Why does everyone have that kind of expression? Mei, do you know what kind of magic that magic was? Of course, I understand. It's amazing. One has the freedom to fly in the sky. Certainly, it is like that, but, Shinana-chan, I also want to fly in the sky. Why you can't? Princess Mei. Why is that? When Mei-chan said that she wanted to fly in the sky, Maria tried to desperately stop her. Because if you fly now. If I fly now, then what? Won't your underwear become exposed? Certainly, all the females are currently wearing skirts. I'm glad that I didn't use floating magic one Cicely and Mei earlier. I forgot all about it. Mei-chan responded and smacked her head. Mei-chan finally agreed when I told her that I would let her fly using floating magic tomorrow. I will definitely wear a pants tomorrow. It looks like she made up her mind to join the training in the wilderness again tomorrow. Although I'm fine with it. But since you came to a hot spring resort and all, are you sure you're okay with this? And rather than going to the hot springs, it's more fun to be with you guys. Well, I guess if the child says so, then it's all good. For Mei-chan, it might be better for her to stay with everyone. As you have seen today, you should be able to understand that we were seriously practicing magic. That's why, make sure you don't become an obstruction, okay? I do understand. I will also be taught magic by Melinda-sama, so it's all good. You'll probably be just troubling Melinda Dono. You don't have to worry about me. I'm free anyway whenever Merlin is conducting his lecture. So, it's no problem for me to watch over Mei-chan. I'm really sorry about this, Melinda Dono. On the other hand, I also gave you some difficulties looking after Shin. Since she's a girl, it would be pleasant to take care of her. But, I, on the other hand, don't remember having any difficulties looking after Shin. Grandpa and Grandma looked like they were experiencing nostalgia thinking about the time when I was small. Shin-kun when he was small, I wonder what kind of child he was. Hearing their words, Cicely seemed to have gotten interested and asked about how I was like when I was a child. That's right, although it's fine for me to talk about those times, but Shin, Your Highness. Please finish up what you need to do first. There are still some things that are needed to be said to Cicely's parents. When that was brought up, the conversation was postponed for the time being. With my parents, you say? Yes, since your house is part of the nobility, right? In that case, we should talk about the engagement. But before that, there are some things they need to know about. Yes, I understand. Is it about that? The fact that I'm not Grandpa and Grandma's real grandson? Now that I think about it, I haven't told anyone else. It looks like Grandma is intending to tell everyone sometime during this celebration. So there was actually that plan all along. Grandpa. Ho-ho, this is the first time I've heard of it. It seemed like Grandpa wasn't told a thing about it. Grandma has seized all the initiative. I can clearly visualize it. Her being moved to tears during the marriage ceremony. After I sent everyone to the mansion, I opened gate once more and connected it to the royal castle. Thank you for your hard work, Your Highness. Wolford-san. The same guard I met this morning greeted us. Hey, I've been waiting for you, Shin-kun. And as I expected, Uncle Dis was already waiting there. As I thought, you'll be here. As you thought? Irene-san said it earlier that Cecil-san would probably spread it to everyone in his workplace. And naturally, that includes Uncle Dis as well. Certainly. He was boasting about it to everyone at the office. And so, because Uncle Dis would also probably come, she told everyone to prepare for it. Shin-kun, is it okay if I go inside the royal castle? You can't do that. If you do then, no. Don't tell anyone else. She'll probably get angry. Please do your best. There are a lot of people around me who have strong wives. Is it possible that everyone has the same circumstances? What is it, Shin-kun? Nothing. There is also no match for Mother. As I thought, it's like that after all. Why are you exposing that for? Oh, I'm really sorry. Since it's Shin, I just accidentally. When I thought that I finally had the chance to talk to my son. Since he's so black-hearted, you were surprised. Hey, what do you mean black-hearted? It's completely black. How amazing, to think that you can actually interact with His Highness and His Majesty. Cecil-san and the soldiers on guard were surprised. They don't usually see such scenes. Now that I think about it, where are Siagnichin and Chris Nichin? Aren't we going there by gate? In addition, Meiji Dono, Guru Dono, and Shin-kun will be there, so it's not necessary to bring guards along. I guess that's true. In addition, since there will be a formal announcement and engagement party held here in the royal capital, it'll be fine to invite them then. Are you doing it at such a large scale? It's only natural. The parties involved are an aristocrat and the newly inaugurated hero. The world won't be convinced if you don't hold a formal engagement party to announce it. Are you serious? I am serious. Or rather, we should get going soon. If we are delayed, Merlin Dono will end up worrying. Yeah, I understand. Then, the other side is probably ready and waiting for us. Please prepare yourselves. Yes, I understand. Although we're finally ready to head to the mansion in Claude Town. But, sorry Uncle Dis, there's a place I want to go to first, so please wait for me. What is it? It's fine if we go together. It's fine. I'll come back immediately, so please wait for me. When I said that, I quickly finished up what I needed to do and went back to the royal castle. Sorry to keep you waiting. Then, let's go. This time, we went to the mansion in Claude Town. As I thought, it's really convenient. Then shall I send you to the territory the next time you need to come here? Although it's an attractive offer, I cannot accept it. Why is that? That's because, Shin-kun, aristocrats will always go to their territory from the royal city, and from their territory, they come to the royal city. And during their journey, they will definitely stop by different places. Uncle Dis answered my question. The movements of aristocrats are always being watched, and we cannot ignore the economic effect that occurs in our territory. So it's like that. In addition, for aristocrats, it's important to interact with their territory's stewards. So there was such a thing. It sure is difficult being an aristocrat. That's why it was really helpful to receive this magic tool from Shin-kun. Thank you. No need. If it's just something like that, I can make you as many as you want. Is that the truth? If that's the case, I'm really thankful. Of course, I will pay for it. About that, I don't really mind that kind of thing. I cannot accept it just like that. And also, if I don't pay for it, if you don't pay for it, it would be as if he's selling his own daughter for magic tools. When I heard what Uncle Dis said, I started to doubt my hearing. Although it's regretful, it's exactly as His Majesty had said. This world doesn't only consist of good people, especially now that the seat of the Vice Minister of the Finance Bureau is vacant, and there are a lot of people aiming for that seat. I see. Cecil-san is also someone part of the Finance Bureau. I guess he also wants to aim for the vacant seat. A fight for a bureaucratic post. Even though it's a different world, it doesn't look like those kinds of things changes. I understand. However, the offer still stands, and I'll give it to you at a bargain price. That is something I won't budge on. Is that so? Thank you. While we were having a conversation in the entrance hall, a servant noticed us. Why, Your Majesty, Master. When all the servants heard that voice, they hurriedly gathered in the entrance hall and knelt. And then Irene-san came out from inside and bowed gracefully. Welcome and thank you for coming all the way here, Your Majesty. We were expecting you. Today, I came here as a normal member of the public to participate in the celebration and congratulate Shin-kun. There's no need to be so formal. Yes. By your leave. And also, dear. Yes. We will talk later. Yes. I'm so sorry Cecil-san. I wasn't able to save you. Coincidentally, the preparations are complete. Please come to the dining room. As for Shin-kun, please come this way. Why is that? Of course, so that you can change your clothes, as well as make an appearance together with Cicely. I feel like this is getting more and more important. Well then, please get changed and wait in this room. I'll immediately call for Cicely to come here. When she said, Irene-san immediately pushed me into a vacant room and went to call Cicely. After I put on the white shirt and white trousers with military blue lining, I started to get restless. While I was being fidgety, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Yes. When I answered and opened the door, the person standing there was, with an updo hairstyle and wearing a light blue dress. Cicely was waiting there. On Cicely's dress, there were frills all over it, which seems popular right now, and hair and accessories make her look more mature. Because of that imbalance, it makes her look even more cute. Shin-kun? While I was absent-mindedly looking at her, Cicely called out to me. I'm sorry. I was fascinated for a moment because you look so cute. Thank you very much. Shin-kun also looks really attractive. Is that true? It's the truth. Or rather, what you thought about me. Were you telling the truth? Yeah. Because you look so cute, my heart is pounding. Shin-kun. Cicely. I forgot that Irene-san was standing right there. I understand that it's because you guys have a good relationship, but in a while, please head to the dining room. After she said that while smiling, Irene-san left us alone. There was someone else around. But if there wasn't anyone else, I have a feeling I wouldn't be able to stop myself. After we mutually looked at each other, we started smiling bitterly and I asked her what was on my mind earlier. Cicely, although we just start going on, and then to suddenly get engaged, does Cicely not have any objections? Yes. Although I was flustered a little while ago, I am, after all, a daughter of an aristocrat, so I have prepared myself. In addition, I will be getting engaged to a person I like. If anything, I am really happy about it. When she said that, she eyes started to moisten and she started to smile. Cicely. Shin-kun. If you guys are going to do that, please take your time to do it later. A maid who stayed behind was still there. I'm sorry. What have I done again? That's why I say, step on the brakes. There's still someone else around. Then, let us head off. The place where Maid Sam led us to was the place we always had our meals, the dining room. The usual chairs and tables were removed, and it has been transformed into a buffet-style party. The level of servants of the Claude house is also high. When we entered the dining room, everyone welcomed us with applause. Does everyone have their glasses? Now then, let us commence the party to celebrate the start of the relationship between my friends, Merlin Dono and Melinda Dono, grandson, Shin-kun, and the daughter of Viscount Claude, Cicely, as well as their engagement. Disiem, wait just a moment. Yes, what is it? Melinda. When you declare that, these children will be officially engaged, although it would be a joyous event. Viscount and Viscountess Claude. Yes. What is it, Melinda-sama? There are some things that we must tell you before anything else. It's probably about that. If we don't tell you these things, we would feel like we're deceiving you, because it would be painful for us. Please listen. I understand. After seeing Grandma looking very serious, Cecil-san felt overwhelmed as he replied. And then Grandma started talking about my early life. Shin is Actually not our real grandchild. When everyone heard those unexpected words, the entire party hall was wrapped in silence. It happened about 15 years ago. I discovered a carriage that had been attacked by a demon and was exterminated. Grandpa started talking about the day he picked me up. There was no one left alive. That's what I thought because of the terrible scene I saw. I approached the wrecked carriage because I thought, at the very least, to hold a funeral. At that time, I found that a little baby managed to miraculously survive. Because of the shocking contents of the story, everyone seemed to can't get any words out. They listened to Grandpa's story in silence. I picked up that baby. For various reasons, I thought that it was destiny and I decided to raise the child. About Shinkan's parents. You couldn't find any clues about them? Cecil-san asked the question. There was no evidence to prove their identity. Or rather, it was because of that I found myself really troubled. And then because of that. When I heard of the story, I, myself, thought that it was a miracle. At first, I thought that it would be best to give an orphanage custody over him. But after I heard the story, and then saw this child laughing at me, I made my decision. If Merlin decided to raise this child, I would give him my full support, and I would also try to become this child's grandmother. This is the first time I heard this part of the story. Did something like that happen in the past? The reason everyone accepted Shin, I am sure that him being our grandson played a big part. However, we have no blood connection with this child. Even so, will you be able to accept Shin as Cicely's fiancé? When they heard the question, Cecil-san and Irene-san looked at each other and nodded. I wonder what kind of decision they will make. Melinda-sama, Merlin-sama, to be honest, I am really disappointed. As I thought, it's like that after all. I guess it can't be helped. When Cecil-san said that, the two people looked really depressed. I, as well, like Grandpa and Grandma, thought that my heart would stop the moment I heard Cecil-san's reply. The both of you, please don't make light of us. We didn't accept Shinkan just because he is your grandson. He gave his best to try and protect Cicely, and as her family members, he is also trying to protect us. Shinkan is really strong, but he is also very gentle. And for that reason, we agreed to his relationship with Cicely. Please don't underestimate us. That's what Cecil-san said in the end. I was really delighted when I heard Cecil-san's words and the fact that he has accepted me. I felt like I'm tearing up a little. It is as my husband says, because Shinkan is Shinkan, and that is why we wished for him to be Cicely's partner. It is not related to anyone else. Irene-san also said in continuation. Is that so? Is that so? Thank you very much. Grandpa and Grandma started to shed some tears. When I saw them like that, I felt that they really treasure me, and before I knew it, tears started falling from my eyes. Shinkan. Cicely quietly wiped my tears with a handkerchief. And then she said, while smiling, I also feel the same way. I like Shinkan because it's you. In the first place, when we first met, I didn't know that you were their grandchild. Is that so? Now that you mentioned it, that's right. I received the handkerchief from Cicely and wiped my tears before facing Cecil-san and Irene-san. Cecil-san, Irene-san, thank you very much. I will use all my efforts in order to not betray your expectations and protect Cicely. I'm counting on you. Fufu, best regards, Shinkan. And also, Grandpa, Grandma. What is it? Is there something you want? After I used the handkerchief to wipe my tears again, I gave my gratitude to them. Grandpa, thank you for picking me up. Although I've already said it once, please let me say it again. I am really happy to have become Grandpa's grandchild. Shin. Grandma, thank you very much for being my grandma. Although I always get you angry. I'm happy to have become Grandma's grandson. What are you saying? The two of them who had already wiped their tears started crying again. The atmosphere in the hall has become solemn. However, these are the things I have to say now. By all means. Now that the families of both parties have come to an agreement, it's about time we put a stop to all this seriousness and get started. Uncle Dis waited for the right timing and announced, Shin Walford, Cicely von Claude, I hereby recognize and put myself forward as a witness to your engagement. This is my declaration as the King of Elshide Kingdom. I even got an official authorization from the king, or rather, he said earlier that he came to this party as a regular person. Is this appropriate? To the splendid future prospects of these two young people. Cheers. Cheers. Said by everyone. Although I cannot understand if he came here as a regular member of the public or not, But when Uncle Dis declaration, Cicely and I officially got engaged. Although we just started going out, we were immediately engaged. In my previous life, this is something rarely seen, but like they say, when in Rome, do what Romans do. Nevertheless, it's not as though there's any particular objection. However, I still do think that it's troublesome an aristocrat. Now that I think about it, aristocrats are supposed to produce a lot of children. But wouldn't the issue of inheritance become a family struggle? Ah, about that. Cecil-san and even Uncle Dis were smiling bitterly. Shinkan, the royalty and aristocrats in this kingdom have a heavy responsibility to the kingdom and to the people in their territory. I agree. Managing a territory is indeed a large and heavy responsibility, especially when one has to consider the profits. There is also the duty of inspecting the state of the land. You have to personally do the inspection, because if we don't, and if we are unknowingly imposing the people with absurd and heavy taxes, what will happen? The land will be seized, our title will be taken, and there's a heavy punishment. Seriously? Yeah. Because of that, even though I usually leave it to Camille, the local governor, to do most of the work, I still have to regularly visit the territory. It is necessary for me to listen to the voices of the local people. This kingdom is probably in first place when it comes to hard work. Just the other day, I heard that someone overworked himself and collapsed. Seriously? I'm serious. So let's both take care. Good grief. The atmosphere became solemn again. That's why. Because the immense work the head of an aristocratic family has to undertake, not a lot of people wants to do it. When my father said that he will pass on the title to me, I will never forget the shouts of joy and appreciation of my brothers and relatives. Is that how it is to actually give their appreciation for not receiving the title? How difficult is the work of the head of an aristocratic family? Well, since Cicely is the third daughter, and she will be marrying into the Walford house, there is no need to worry about the succession of the title. However, there is a 1 to 10,000 chance that the child you two produce might inherit the Claude title. I want you to remember just in case. Shinkan's child. Cicely's face turned bright red, and she started twisting and turning. Now that you mentioned it, Melinda-sama, you were about to tell us the story of Shinkan when he was a child. Which reminds me, I did say that. I'm sure that Alice remembered it after hearing the word child, and wanted to hear the story that she wasn't able to listen to a while ago. Then, looking nostalgic, Grandma began to talk. When he was a baby, he didn't cry much nor was he very unsettled. That's right. Because he didn't cry much, I was really worried about him. I agree. I thought that he was in shock after getting attacked by a demon, and couldn't display his emotions. I'm sorry for worrying you. Since I was at the age of 1, when he grew a little older, he was late to talk, so I felt worried. It was certainly like that. Although he was a little late, he soon began to talk. That's right. What is that? What is this? He started getting interested in everything. Because of his amazing quest for knowledge, it wasn't enough to give him an ambiguous answer, and for those questions that I couldn't answer, I had to research them when I got back to the royal castle. I really had a hard time answering Shin's what and why questions. The three people displayed worn-out expressions. I am so very sorry. It's because I came from another world and haven't seen those things, that's why He was also able to learn magic at a really early age. I was really surprised when that happened. If I'm not mistaken, he was around 3 years old? Ho, that's right. 3 years old? Said by everyone. Everyone's voices harmonized as they asked all together. What is the normal age? If you are able to use magic, you will be admitted to primary school and be taught how to control it. Which means, around the age of 12. Hey, then Mei-chan is quite superior. Thank you very much, Shin-chan. No. You were just 3 years old. It's because Grandpa was using magic at that time, and while I was watching him, I tried to imitate him and was able to do it. Or rather, you actually have memories of your 3-year-old self? Yeah. I remember it. People were surprised when I said that. I guess that's only natural. However, mine is foul play. And when I started teaching him magic, he was able to learn it with just 1 try. At that time, you were really happy, and then you kept teaching him magic one after another. Because he was really able to learn everything at once. So I felt so happy that I couldn't help myself. It's because of you that Shin is. Although Grandma started complaining to Grandpa, it somehow ended quickly, and Grandpa looked relieved yet sad at the same time. He doesn't say anything selfish, and he obediently listens to us. When I look back at those times, he was a good child and easy to bring up, and when you ask him to do something, he will immediately do it. That's right. And he also helped out a lot in the house. Although there were some times where I had to monitor him so that he doesn't run wild, not much effort was needed to raise him. Hey, so that's how he was. To think that Shinkan was a good child. How unexpected. Alice said something really impolite. What do you mean by unexpected? Because when Shinkan was little, we heard how much trouble you caused Melinda-sama from her. So what if I did? Especially when I look at the current situation, I cannot deny that I also found it unexpected. Digazaru. Everyone agreed with Alice's impression. As I thought, I'm being treated as a problem child. However, grandfather, grandmother, he is still as kind and gentle as before. Cicely immediately followed up desperately. As I thought, she's really kind. It's especially at times like this when I really like her. Ho, I'm really happy to be called Grandpa by Cicely-san. That's right, Cicely, from now onwards, you should continue to call us like that. Yes, I understand, grandmother. Hearing her response, Grandma started smiling. This is the first time I've seen that kind of expression. After this and that, the party started with the sad story of my parentage, with the climax being the story of my childhood. It soon became time to adjourn. After the party ended, Cicely and I went to the balcony together. It finally ended. Thank you for your hard work, Shinkan. However, when we get back to the royal city, a formal engagement party will be held, so please do your best then as well. Seriously, with me acting like that, Cicely was looking at me and started giggling. This is, as I thought, I should say it now. Cicely. Yes, what is it? Although the order of things has become messed up, I took out the thing I obtained in the royal city a little while ago and presented it to Cicely. This is, although the engagement party has already ended. I showed her a small box, and inside it lies a diamond ring. Cicely. Yes. And then I said it once more. Please become my bride. Although Cicely became stiff after hearing my words, she slowly smiled and responded. Yes, please make me Shinkan's bride. When I heard her answer, I placed the ring on Cicely's ring finger. Cicely looked jubilant while looking at the ring. I, too, felt contented just by seeing her expression. Even though I just asked you to be my girlfriend yesterday. That's right. We looked at each other and started snickering. And then, Cicely jumped into my chest. Shinkan. I feel really happy, Cicely. We locked eyes and embraced each other. And then, Cicely abruptly closed her eyes. And I brought my closer to Cicely's. And our lips overlapped.